Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for May 23rd, 2017. Roll call.
Supervisor Foy.
Supervisor Foy.
Here. Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Bennett. Here. Supervisor Parks. Here. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here. And our next item is a Pledge of Allegiance, and we have an honor to have Bob Bauer and also Mrs. Gomez is going to join us. Bob, will you join us up to the podium and help us with the Pledge of Allegiance? Lourdes, where's Lourdes? Help him out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob, and I'd like to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Face the flag, right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
But before we sit down, we have another young lady that's going to help us out from the Lions Club. It's Mrs. Gomez is going to help us with our song, God Bless America. They're from the Lions Club, and we're going to give them a little accommodation in a minute.
Good morning, and I'm gonna need some help. So, oh, beautiful for space and sky, forever grace of thee, for purple mountains majesty, above the fruit and plain, America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and from thy root with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And they're going to help us out in a minute, on our inspiration. Our next item is minutes of the May 16. What's the pleasure of the board? Got a first and a second. Please vote. And that is approved. Okay, then we have agenda review. Michael?
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Item 16, request to hear as a regular item. Item 25, Healthcare Agency BCMC, approval to execute the First Amendment to contract for custodial services with Cervicon, request removal from the agenda. Item 29, Public Works Watershed Protection District, adoption of a resolution approving the acceptance of $3.3,504,000 in grant funding for the Matelaha Dam removal, 65% design planning project. Comment letter from Paul Jenkins has been submitted. Item 32, Ventura County Library, approval of the Third Amendment to the Agreement for Data Services to the Hill Road Library. A revised Exhibit 1 has been submitted. Item 41, Supervisor Bennett, receive and file a report on the progress of the Cycle California Coast Bicycle Tourism effort in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. A revised resolution has been submitted. Item 42, Public Works study session regarding bike lanes. 11 comment letters have been submitted. Item 45, Public Works adoption of a resolution executing the joint exercise of powers agreement creating the Mound Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Request removal from the agenda. Finally, there's an addendum agenda, regular item, item 50, Healthcare Agency BCMC, approval of a settlement agreement and amendments to the agreement for healthcare services with Gold Coast Health Plan. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Board
I'm
members?
sorry, was it item 15 or 16?
16.
That is, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members? What's the pleasure of the board? Okay. Please vote. Thank you, and that's approved. I just want to thank Mr. Bauer and Mrs. Gomez, for coming in this morning. I've had the pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, of going over to the Lions Club over in El Rio, and for many, many years. And I've been invited. In fact, it's been 8 years, and I participated in that Memorial Day celebration with them. And again, today we have Mr. Bauer and and several other individuals from and Mr. Gomez, and some of the veterans from El Rio and their wives and families. They've lost individuals in the military. You know, we're here heading to the Memorial Weekend. Normally, I'm out there helping them out, but I'm not going to be here this year because my granddaughter's graduating, but I will not be able to attend. But I invited him today for a moment of inspiration. But I just want to share with you that I really, really value our veterans tremendously because my dad was a Second World War veteran. You know, he was in the invasion force of Japan when they dropped the atomic bomb. We lost one of my uncles was lost in the Korean War, and we had another uncle that now lives in Santa Paula, but he was born and raised in Oxnard. He was also in the Korean War. And then we had my son, Johnny, was in Desert Storm, and then my two nephews in Iraq. And then currently I have my grandson in the Navy in Norfolk, Virginia. And so really, to me, the veterans are very, very important. So again, you know, I invited, you know, the Lions Club here today from El Rio, and I'd like to have Mr. Bauer and Virginia join us at the podium. And I'd like to read a little resolution. This is from the Board of Supervisors, and this is for fallen American soldiers on Memorial Day. And this is May 29th. And I'll just read a little bit of it. It says, where on the 30th day of May, 1868 was designated for the purpose of decorating the graves of comrades who died in defense of their country and whose bodies now lie in almost every city, town, and churchyard in our land. Each year, the last Monday of May is a legal holiday that was dedicated to past unnamed fallen heroes for the sole purpose of always remembering those who have given their lives to protect this great nation. Not only is the day of remembrance, but also a day to celebrate and always be known as Memorial Day. Memorial Day commemorates men and women who died while in military service. In the name of this holiday, volunteers at cemeteries, memorial places, they placed American flags on graves for their families and visitors for the honored fallen. And I'll continue going on that those American heroes have courageously served in World War I, World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam, Operation Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other important military operations around the world. In the words of Daniel Webster, a leading American statesman and senator from 1813 to 1852, brought to mind, and I want to quote, although no sculpture marble should rise to their memory, nor engrave stone bear records of the deeds, may the remembrance be at lasting and be honored in this nation. And I have this, you'd like to share a couple of words, Bob, on behalf of the Lions of El Rio and Del Norte, and I'll go down to give you this resolution.
Thank you, John. Yeah, my name is Bob. Sometimes I'm Lion Bob, sometimes I'm just regular Bob. But yes, I'm glad to be here today. At the Lions Club, we have done a lot of service for a lot of different things. It started out with Helen Keller back in the 30s, and so Lions Club has been basically dedicated towards eyes and eyesight and glasses and that type of thing for so many years. But, you know, we seem to do a lot on other things. Our membership is really getting kind of low now. So if anybody would like to come to the Rogers Community Center on the second and fourth Thursdays of any month, we will gladly get you there for our barbecue and possibly get you into the club. At any rate, we also have done a lot of things with, Veterans Day and Memorial Day. And this man right next to me here, Ryan Gennaro, he's usually been the spearhead for most of that. And he's a good man. He gets his stuff done. If he says he's going to do it, he does it. And I like that. We need a lot more people like that. It seems like with life these days, everybody has so many things to do, it's hard to be part of a service organization so that we can help others. But after living a little bit of life, I can tell you that you may not get anywhere in life if you're not helping others. And the Lions Club is a very good organization to help people do this. And I was really hoping that anybody who hears me talking is going to come to one of our meetings at the Jones Community Center in El Rio, second and fourth Thursdays of every month. And we usually start at around 7 o'clock, I believe. But if you get there at 6:30, then you can go to the barbecue and get some French bread, and oh, it's a great time.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Gennaro. Bob, come here. And I just want to share something. Mr. Gennaro, you know, he is a veteran, of course, but we have a flag over in El Rio, and he puts up this flag every single day and brings it down at the evening. Every single day for year after year after year, and he has not failed to do so. But he got a little sick, so he found there's another pole over at his house right there on Vineyard and what's right up by close to McDonald's? What's the name of that one? River Ridge Boulevard. So he's got a little pole there, so he raises the flag every day, every night, and down and so forth. But I just want to thank him for doing that. And thank you so much. And here's a right to take a little photo. Thank you so much. Okay. You take a photo. Come on, guys, get up. Come. We need all the families here.
We have to actually get in from Gennaro.
Okay.
We're okay? And thank you so much. You want to be outside? And I want to thank Mr. Godinez, too, couldn't be here today. Mr. Godinez is one of the leaders of he couldn't be here, so thank you again to the Lions Club.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Regina.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you also for leading us in song this morning. I think it'd be a great way to start each board meeting with a song, so thank you for leading us.
Item 16. Okay, after which? Okay, thank you again. Thank you again to the Lions Club of El Rio, and we miss Mr. Godinez, tell him that, but thank you again for being here today. It's really important to all of us. And we have a lot of veterans here, believe it or not. Thank you. Our next item is the item 7, consent items 11 to 33.
John, I need to.
Minus 25 and 16, and then we'll take 16, right? So what's the pleasure of the board?
I need to recuse myself on number 12, and I'd like to pull number 18 and ask.
18,
Yeah.
Okay.
That is.
so we'll just vote on those items, and then we'll take 18 and 16.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to, you got to pull, well, I'm just going to recuse myself.
You're going to recuse yourself from 18? Potential.
You're supposed to identify why you're recusing.
What your recusal is due to,
Oh, what's that?
You're supposed to
I just know those people.
okay, he knows the people. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Sir, for the record, this is item number 11, 13 through 15, 17, 19 through 24, and 26 through 33.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And 18, so we take 18. 16. Okay, item 16. Go ahead. We can go ahead and vote for let's vote for 18. Then. No? Yeah,
Was this one he wanted to comment on?
and the consent.
I just voted.
We're looking. 8. We need 18.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. We need a motion on that. Okay. And that's approved. Okay, and then we need item 16. Item 16, who's,
Yes, thank you,
CEO's
Chair
office.
Zaragoza, board members. I've asked Dr. Cho to come. This is just a really, I think, an important item, and we're looking at healthcare and the future of healthcare and your healthcare system, the kind
Okay.
of work it's going to do. So we asked Dr. Cho to give a rundown on that.
Good
Thank you.
morning.
good morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm here just to share with you about eye-to-eye software and how that will revolutionize the care for our physicians in the county. More and more in the healthcare landscape, our work as physicians is being measured by the quality of care that we deliver. So not necessarily the volume of patients, not necessarily how complex, but really how good the quality of the care is. And to date, our efforts to collect data on the quality of care has been a difficult task that requires much manpower and many hours, and ultimately the reports that we get are not truly actionable at the level of the physician and their staff in the clinics. So what the eye-to-eye product will bring to us is the ability to have data at the fingertips of the physician to actually carry out the actions needed to give the best care to patients. So thank you. So my example of that is when a patient comes to see me and I treat them for blood pressure or I make sure they get their flu vaccine, I have my mental list of the things I need to do for that patient. And I'm confident that all of the doctors in our system would think about how to best take care of a patient. But what we don't have is what happened to that patient that I started on a blood pressure medication 6 months ago? How are they doing? Is their blood pressure actually better? Do they need to come back in and get that rechecked? Did they get counseling to make sure they're not eating too much salt? How about that patient that I saw last year that was seen for an annual exam and hasn't come back to get their flu shot? How do I make sure that patient comes back in and gets the preventive health care that they would need? So what this tool does is it provides at the front-end user level that information at their fingertips. And it does so not only for the physician but their staff, so they can call in patients who have those gaps in care that are recognized by those reports. It allows for the team to huddle in the morning and recognize what gaps in care might exist for every individual patient that comes in, but also for their care managers to call patients and bring patients in for things that might be missing. And ultimately what it helps us do is to collect that data at an agency-wide level and see how we're performing compared to others. So these are just some screenshots and examples of how eye-to-eye reports would look. I would be able to look up under my name as a provider, all of my patients who have diabetes, and of those patients with diabetes, who are controlled and who are uncontrolled. So right at my fingertips, I could tell you that. And then I could click on that report and find for those who are not controlled, who exactly those patients are, when I last saw them, and how I could contact them to bring them in. So ultimately what this is a tool, just as a surgeon who would want the best a robotic knife or whatever is out there for, as a primary care physician, if I have a panel of 500 patients with diabetes, I want those 500 to be the best cared for diabetic patients that I can have. And that's something I think every physician would want. And this would allow us to be able to recognize how to get the care that they need without having to wait for reports that take much time. And
Do you text them or do you call them?
We call them. We
And
do have a
text
text messaging program as
Also.
well. So we have secure text messaging. We can also email patients through our electronic health record through what's called the secure portal. And then we can also call the traditional phone way.
We have, Supervisor Parks, you have questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett, no? Okay, Long? No? Any questions? Because I
No,
see.
I just, this is great. You know, one of the things that, it was interesting hearing some of the stuff they're looking at Washington to make some changes, not just to serve, to see people, but what is the results of what you saw?
Right.
And this is tremendous. We were, Sean Otten and I were talking about that last night at a meeting we were at. We hear a lot of comments being made, but not results.
Right.
And you know, we can serve a whole lot of people, but if we're not doing the right thing or we're not learning how to get them healthier and doing the right things, it's straight. Now, I appreciate what you're doing. This is really, really good. So great.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any other
so
questions?
we need a motion? No, thank you. Thank you so much. Please vote. It's item 16. 18?
Who's out here that could just talk on
18.
8? Oh, here she comes. Just trying to understand exactly what we're doing here.
Good morning, Elaine Crandall, Behavioral Health Department.
Hey, Elaine, maybe you could just give me a quick overview, exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
Sure, thank you very much. I'll just start by saying, as we know, the MHSA Innovation Funds are designed to provide, pardon my voice, I'm a little cold, to provide an innovative approach to mental health service that change the system of care. So as we work to provide service to our foster children, one of the things we wanted to know is, can we actually improve the outcomes, meaning the speed and the quality of the reunification with the family if we were to provide services differently. So in this particular grant, what we're looking to do is to provide full assessments for every child as opposed to screenings. Full assessments for every child, and to include a nurse practitioner to monitor the medication of children as they come through, both for the appropriateness, the duration, and the compliance of medication, which is above and beyond what we've been doing in the past. And then on top of that, we will be studying the results at the end. That's why it's a 3-year program, to see if these particular adjustments make a difference to the actual quality, the duration, and the speed of the reunification at the end of the study period.
So I guess before you were just screening people, and
We were screening.
if they had needs, then you dealt with them.
Mm-hmm.
So are you taking people now that don't have needs, or are you just making an assumption we're going to everybody?
Yeah, we're going to make the assumption that every child in the foster care system, due to the trauma that they excuse me, that they are experiencing as a result of being referred into the child welfare system, experience trauma. So we're going to do a full-on mental health assessment for every child, and then provide services to them. And also the timing. So when I say quicker, typically the timing would be anywhere from 60 to 75 days, and we're going to do 5 to 10 days.
Okay, I guess I'm just curious, is this because we have extra money we're doing this, or was there some analysis that came out that there was a need for this, or what?
So this is one of those above and beyond. CCR was something that mandated services to foster care children, and so what we're trying to see is, can we mandates have a certain threshold of quality, and we're trying to go beyond that and say, beyond doing what's expected, if we were to do these assessment and provide services earlier on, can we impact the result at the end? So it's an opportunity to make a true systemic change.
I think it would be valuable for you to hear from Barry
If
also.
Barry Zimmerman, yeah.
Would-
Thank you.
I think it would be valuable for you to hear
Barry.
from Barry
Okay,
also,
good,
if you
yeah.
have questions.
Could I also ask, Elaine, as I understand it, this will allow for an assessment of all the fostered children. But if they are found to not need mental health services, then you wouldn't be tracking them and continuing to bring any services. Is that right?
Well, the assumption is that they will need mental health
Yeah,
services.
see, that's the thing that's bothering more of this whole thing, is that comment right there. If I don't need something, you don't need to track me. And we're just making assumptions that everybody needs. Now, Barry may
Yeah,
be
there's
something
there's
different.
two things going on here, and this has been a partnership with us to come up with a program that would meet the needs of foster children. Now, we would say that if anyone goes through an assessment and does not need further treatment, obviously they would not be there. But we know an underlying condition of all foster children have some level of trauma associated with the events that occurred in their life for our intervention. So at a minimum, they would get a very light level of mental health treatment there. But the aspect of what we're doing here in CCR is we have a compliance aspect to offer all children mental health services as a baseline. So this is a way to attach them to mental health, to screen them, to fully assess what their needs are. More importantly, this project not only uploads or brings up front the assessment process early on, because in the child welfare system, this is what we worked on, has very rigid timetables associated with it. And so what we're trying to do is reunify a child into a family as quick as possible. But if we go to court, deal with the placement, have trauma occurred, and treatment doesn't occur for 2 to 3 months down the road, by the time we get treatment plans going, we're at a 6-month window, which is an evaluation period, which the child cannot be, more than likely, because it hasn't been through treatment long enough to stabilize the family and the child to reunify. So this whole project is to bring that up front in the process. So within the first 10 days of interaction, they will have an assessment, they will have a plan of action associated that will include mental health services, whether it's full specialty mental health, meaning a full battery of intervention, medications, and so forth, or very light counseling that is required based on a trauma that will occur with any child as you remove a child from their biological home.
So Barry's more of an assessment.
Yes, so that's part of the assessment period to do that.
Initial
and during the
assessment
assessments would be a 30-day period of assessment occurring. So that is the interaction of mental health is actually an assessment activity. And during that activity, there can be light counseling, there can be services rendered. After that period, a plan will be in place.
And you have that information for the future.
Yeah, and so the idea is to not, have a lag in the system, to have all systems working together. So when we come up with these milestones, so there's some triggers that occur. So at the 6-month period, which is a major court date period for this, things are working, things are put into place, and that's when reunification can occur, the goal.
I agree with where you're at. I mean, we should be quick, fast, do it, and help the kids as quick as we can. I guess I'm just at that point, like Supervisor Parks had said, is if I don't see anything, there's really not a need, and I just don't want us to be throwing that kind of stuff.
No, I agree.
Now, I mean, every kid, there's no question. You take a kid out of their home, it's a drop. Got a little bit of trauma to it. Some kids adapt to it differently than others. Everybody adapts different traumas differently, and I can understand there's a little bit of work. How you doing? What you go through your professional services. I was just the idea that we're just going to keep doing with these kids that before seemed like they're pretty good. I guess that's what I thought I was seeing in this thing.
Well, there is an underlying premise, and that's what you're having a little trouble with. Does all children need some kind of intervention associated with mental health? The assumption, and it's well documented, yes, every child in the foster care system has a level of need. And so that's why it's so important to get this assessment versus a screening doesn't necessarily indicate that need right off. And so that's why we're shifting a little bit to say we're doing the assessment because we know this population has certain characteristics to it other than the general population. A screening, and this is what the change is, a screening may not have picked up some of the underlying root causes and needs of a child. And what we find out is 3 months down the road, all of a sudden this manifests itself and we have trouble with placement, stability, and so forth, and then have to go through this whole process again.
Okay, I guess
that's the point.
That's a good key. That's a good point right there. You could say we went through the screening before, things looked fine, we let the kid go, and then 4 or 5 months from now we had a couple problems, that if we would have done this early, we could have caught some of those problems. That's a different explanation, I think, right
Moving
there.
it forward, that's what it's supposed to do.
Supervisor
And then also, when you're doing that assessment, you're helping them, so in the future, it's not going to get as bad. And that's what we've seen on case studies, is that if we don't address it right away, it just continues and multiplies and is worse. So we're having placement issues in houses and all sorts of things. So if we can do more preventative, and the screening doesn't really do the justice.
No,
the assessment actually is
assessment's actual treatment. Assessment is actual early intervention, and that's what we're going for at this. So we mitigate the greater chronic and more serious intervention later on.
And that will be documented?
That's the whole study, because this is, Elaine's put this forward as an innovations grant, which requires a look at how it's going today and then what the results are in a time period.
Which is a good point.
Yeah.
So if this program works, we could continue. And if it's not, then we can modify and do what's better. So we're not locked into it.
Right, and we don't have to wait the entire 3 years. As we're watching the program evolve, we can start looking at redesigning the entire system of care to move in that direction if it's trending that way.
We have Supervisor Bennett and then Parks.
Very fair questions, and that's exactly what our job is to ask those questions and make sure that everything's so really appropriate, and glad it's highlighted. I would offer this. I think that the greater risk is not that we're going to have a significant amount of waste because we're treating kids that shouldn't be treated. Certainly with the foster kid population, the greater risk has been we've been getting to them too late. We've been compounding our problems. And when you talk to the people at the state, they're desperate for these kinds of innovative programs because they want to change the way we're spending our money to make it more efficient. And so this is an innovative program, attempt, pilot to try to see, and it could have significant benefits.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, there's
so
no question that if we can do whatever we can do to change a kid's life, it's all good. I just also be careful with kids. It was tough. I went through it. It's going to be okay. One of the things too is I don't want kids to think, oh, you got problems because you keep talking to me. I know I got an issue, so I got to deal with it. And, so like I said, people deal with it differently. But if there is something we can do in a short period of time, they understand a little bit different. We get through it, and it saves them a whole lot of misery. And even the foster parents, because I know a lot of foster parents who tried it. I got some tough kids, and I just don't want to do foster parenting anymore.
That's
but
right.
I because some of the
And
tough
this
kids.
program does include the families as well. And I just want to say that, as part of the study, we'll be looking at the characteristics of the child and the results of the assessment and the treatment. So we may indeed find that under certain conditions and under certain assessment results that, a lower level or no treatment is better warranted, but that's part of the study.
Supervisor Parks or Bennett?
I was going to move the recommended action and also hope that Elaine gets better.
Yeah.
That
You need some water.
sounds terrible.
I know.
I do apologize to make
I
you
miss
talk.
talking.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. Let's vote. Thank you, Elaine, and get some water. All righty. Our next item is public comments. And I have 5, and we're going to limit that to 3 minutes. And the first person I have is Sergio Donis, followed by Alejandra Valdez. Sergio, and then Alejandra.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sergio Donis, and I am the Regional Director for Region 2. Proudly working for over 4,000 IHSS workers here in the county. And I just want to talk a little bit about, we're just starting negotiations, but more importantly, just some of the work we've been doing across the state in terms of the state budget. So SAU State Council, SAU Local 2015, our President, LaFonza Butler, have been working hard on negotiating with the state in partnership with counties and to make improvements to the state budget in order to protect programs such as IHSS and the consumers that it serves. We have reached out and partnered with CSAC and some public authorities across the state as well as individual counties to be part of these negotiations. We also came to the Board of Supervisors throughout the year that would take us and reached out in partnership. Other counties actually took our offer and wrote joint resolutions with us. It is because of all of our efforts that the May revise included improvements from the January budget, including a proposal to raise the state cap, reduce the shift in IHSS costs to all counties, and made improvements to the MOE structure. As you see, we at SAU Local 2015, our president, our staff, our members, in solidarity with their consumers, have done a lot of work, and that work would yield a better budget for the counties. At this point, what I'd like to say is that, life is right with choices. As you will hear from a few of our providers up next, the 5 of you are currently in a moment where you can make a choice that would impact the lives of these workers and their consumers. You have the power and that ability. The members here and those who you'll learn about a little bit later are witness to your decision and how that you make and how you decided to react in this moment. The question they will ask is if you decided to be their superheroes and decided to look for solutions to improve the lives of thousands of the most vulnerable in Ventura County, or if you simply made the choice not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. The next one is Alejandra Valdez, followed by Vicky Manning. And I think we have a mic down here, don't we, for Bien.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Alejandra Valdés.
Good morning, my name is Alejandra Valdez.
Les
Good
doy
morning.
las gracias por darme la oportunidad de platicarles un poquito mis
I
necesidades.
thank you for letting me speak, to let you know a little bit about my needs.
Y yo, mi situación fue hace 10 años, me dio un embolio. A partir de ese momento, mis
About 10 years
necesidades,
ago, I had a seizure, and at that point, my needs
mis necesidades cambiaron porque necesito de un cuidado diario las 24 horas del día.
at that time, my needs changed because now I need care 24 hours every day.
Me quedó un dolor de cabeza que yo duermo con él y despierto con él las 24 horas del día. Está conmigo ese
I
dolor.
have headaches every day. I wake up with a headache. I go to sleep with a headache. I have to function every day with that pain.
Y yo quisiera pedirles de favor que ustedes se tendrán el corazón para con las personas que estamos discapacitadas, nos dieran un apoyo lo más que
So
se
I
pudiera.
want you to understand that we need this help, and to touch your hearts to understand that we need this help, and if you could just help us with our needs.
Las personas que nos ayudan, en mi caso que es mi pareja, que está conmigo las 24 horas del día porque no sabemos en qué momento me dé muy exagerado el dolor, que ni el medicamento que tomo.
Please think about the people that are helping us. In this case, is my partner. He helps me 24 hours a day because I don't know when my pains become so bad that I need help.
Que necesito a fuerzas a ir al hospital a que me tranquilicen un poquito el dolor porque es muy fuerte, y la persona que nos asiste son como nuestras familias, porque ellos les duele vernos sufrir a nosotros en nuestros sufrimientos que tenemos.
At times the pain is great. It's so great that he needs to take me to the hospital, and we don't know when that is. But he's there 24 hours a day to help me, to assist, and he's there to see my pain all the time.
Yo para mí, yo les pido a ustedes de favor que traten de apoyar a las personas que nos ayudan, que nos asisten en la casa, porque de veras es para yo como enferma, para mí es una bendición que haya una persona conmigo las 24 horas del día
I
a
would like
cuidar.
you to please look for ways to help those that are helping us. People like me that need help at all times. Please try to find a way to help those people that are helping us. Like, for example, in my case, I need help all the time.
Alejandro, ¿necesita más tiempo? By the way, for translation, you got 6 minutes. We got 3 minutes, but under translation, you got 6 minutes. ¿Necesita más tiempo, señora?
Yo nada más
¿O ya acabó?
Una cosa más, yo nada más les pido que se tienten ustedes un poquito su corazón para nosotros, que los necesitamos a ustedes. Nosotros votamos por ustedes, estamos con ustedes. Yo trabajé mucho para mi país, porque este es mi país. Y yo nada más le pido que se tienten un poquito el corazón, porque de veras sabemos personas que sí necesitamos estos servicios, que duele mucho no poder ni ir a hacer sus necesidades sola.
Please find it in your heart to help us.
Gracias.
People like me that need help. We voted for you, and this is my country, and I work for this country as well, and I just want you to find it in your heart to assist us, to give us help, the help that we need.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
Que
you.
Dios los bendiga.
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Vicky Manning, followed by Maria Alvarez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to be here
Good morning.
this morning. I'm Vicki Manning. My son, some of you may know him, heard about him, or have family that has heard of him. He was a football all-star at Ventura High School, my alma mater. He was a Shriner Game participant. He was a Lung Association Hall of Famer, Wrestling Hall of Fame. He took third in state in wrestling at Ventura High School. And that wasn't even what he liked. He liked football, but the coach asked him to. He was a Koikan Karate Do instructor. He was a brown belt, honorary black belt, and did not take that test for the black belt due to epilepsy, which he had since preteen years. He loves Ventura. He loved his school, Ventura High School. He loves his 4 boys. He loves his family. He loves his country. And had they taken him, he would have died for you or I in the military. I introduce to you my son, Michael Antoine Hayes, born January 1st, 1966. He's 51 years old, and he is somebody, as my mom, his grandmother, used to say. She passed 8 years ago, and she too was a part of the IHSS program. We took care of her, me and my 3 siblings, and because convalescent homes were not an option for our family. Think about it. The financial aspect, $55,000 to $57,000 to house Michael or another client in a convalescent home versus what we're paid as home care workers. It would cost the country, the state, the government a small fortune. And secondly, there's not enough facilities actually to house all of these people such as Michael. Did anyone ever stop to do their homework before they started to jerk around home care workers? More importantly, our clients, like Michael, my son. $12.50 an hour for what we do is outrageous, truly outrageous, grossly offensive in the sense of right or decency. I cannot make it on such financial, this $12.50 an hour. Michael receives $800 a month from Social Security and SSI. And needless to say, had we not had the help of my daughter, we wouldn't be able to make it at all.
Thank
all
you.
of my colleagues are not blessed in
Vicki,
that area.
thank you so much for sharing.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
time. I appreciate it.
Our next person is...
Ma'am,
Vicki,
you're,
the supervisor wants to-
you're a very good speaker.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Alvarez, followed by Kimberly Evan. Maria Alvarez. Hi.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Maria Alvarez. I'm a care provider. I'm taking care of my son, Alex. He is 43 years old. 5 years ago, my son was eating, and he choked on food. He got lack of oxygen. At this point, my son is bedbound. He doesn't talk. He doesn't move. And he can't eat. He is in a G-tube. He needs 24/7 care. I don't choose this job. I used to work. But I decide to take care of my son because I believe there is nobody that is going to take care of my son better than me. I'm pretty sure in this room there's people with sons that can enjoy their grandkids, their daughters-in-law, because their sons are healthy. They can have their own family, not me, because my son, he can't. Even people in this room have the the choice to change your job if you don't like the job you have, not me. I have to be there taking care of my son because I decide to. I love my son. And I wanted to be close to him and make sure that he's okay. The rent where I live is $1,400 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. And I'm taking $1,200. I'm getting $12.50 an hour. We're going through a troubled time with the financial. And salary is not enough. I ask you to touch your heart and think of families like my family. I'm by myself. I'm a widow with my only son. And to think about my situation. And remember, my son can eat by mouth. He's in a G-tube, surviving for 5 years on a pure liquid through the stomach. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is Kimberly Yvonne, followed by Diane Goodrow.
It's Yvonne.
Yvonne, excuse me.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. I proudly serve as an officer of this union that represents both the 4,000 caregivers in Ventura County, but 325,000 caregivers across the state. And I think you can tell why I'm proud. These individuals have a boundless capacity for love and compassion and to fight and advocate for others who can't fight for themselves. And as Sergio said earlier, this day for me, this moment is about choices. There was a choice made on the first day of bargaining to pass a letter across the table and a message to our caregivers that simply stated the desire to reduce their compensation. That choice, I have to believe, was a mistake. That choice does not represent what I understand has been the demonstrated leadership of this body with these caregivers in the past. That choice, what is needed in this moment, is courageous and compassionate leadership from our public servants in this county. Everyone is facing hard choices, but these workers, these caregivers, make hard choices every day, and they made the choice to reach out with the counterparts in other county boards to initiate solutions to the problems facing our state and our county. They made that choice. The day we got that letter, the next day, 600 of these workers were in the Capitol advocating for a predictable funding mechanism for this county and all the other counties across the state. Doing what they do, the struggles that they face, they got on buses and rode for an entire day to lift their voices in partnership with other public servants. I'm asking this body to choose to lead in the way that I know that you have demonstrated over and over again in the past, to be the standard bearers on what it means to promote this program and its integrity and to promote the quality of life for these caregivers, not drive them further down into poverty, but lead them on a pathway out of poverty, this community, and to ensure the dignity of the care of the constituents they serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Goodrow. And I have a last speaker here, and it's Vicki Manning would be the last one after her. Diane.
Good morning. My name is Diana Goodrow, and I'm a member of the community. I had the privilege and the honor of serving this Board of Supervisors as a member of the Commission for Women for 17 years. And as you know, we did a study on the status of women in this county, and what we came up with is that most of the people in this county who are women are the ones who receive the lowest wages in this county. I'm here today to support the efforts of the SEIU as they negotiate with the county for a living wage for workers who take care of the most vulnerable people in our county. I want to urge you to negotiate in clear conscience to make that living wage a possibility. I think it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Vicki Manning. Oh, you're, okay, I had a couple of the same card, so, thank you. Okay, so, thank you so much, Michael, or Supervisor?
I would just say thank you very much for coming this morning, and Ms. Yvonne, that was very passionate, and I really appreciate your leadership. Definitely needed up there, particularly at the Capitol, and I know Mr. Powers has some status up for us on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks and board members and members of SEIU. Thank you for coming here today to share your stories with us and the importance of the work that you do. I think our board certainly appreciates and supports that. I think Ms. Yvonne did touch on it, and it's so important what happened to sort of both of us in a sense when the state eliminated the CCI and started down the path of a pretty devastating cost shift, basically, which is another way of saying cost cuts to critical social and health services for those most in need in our community. And that was a huge impact to us. Now, this board, our office, and I know SEIU, I think linked arms to work with the administration, to work with the legislature up there to try to roll that back. And they've made some progress, and we thank you for your partnership and advocacy. And I've seen you up there. I've watched you. It's very compelling, and we thank you. So I think we're arm in arm in terms of our legislative advocacy efforts with the state. As well, I see our HSA director, Barry Zimmerman, has been out there as well with the Welfare Directors Association, trying to make sure we get the message across of what these cuts would mean to us. And so we've made progress. We're not all the way there yet. There's still some cuts in these next couple of years, and the out years are even worse. So we've got a lot more work together to do with our partnership. The importance of your work is just unquestioned, and you can see it in the quality of the care, keeping people in their homes, those most in need in their homes and not in hospitals or skilled nursing facilities, critically important. I hope you can see that this board recognizes that importance, and you can see it because the rate is actually one of the highest in the state. It's in the top 10 of the state. And so that's just for overall perspective. And we'll just let you know that we really look forward to you all working with our labor team with a good, honest, healthy dialogue and developing a fair and sustainable agreement for you. So thank you again.
Thank you, Michael. I do want to thank you, for sharing today, and it's really emotional. And like Mike says, our CEO, I really support you. And I'm really, really grateful for the work that you do, taking care of your own people, taking care of your kids and your parents and vice versa. And I know it's tough work, and I met with you folks before, and I think it's important that we protect you, that we help you, and work with you. Thank you. Muchas gracias, señora, la señora que habló. And I'm thanking them on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for sharing, and we appreciate your efforts and your work. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for taking care of people on a day-to-day basis. It's just it's a real challenge to be out there day in and day out. Thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. Okay. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for being here today. Our next item is board comments. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I was able to attend a few things, including meetings the last week, and I wanted to bring it to your attention, a couple of them. One is we had a ride of silence that was in Thousand Oaks, and this is in memory of people who have ridden their bikes and been hit by cars, or in memory of people who have died. And we had about 100 cyclists out there. Thousand Oaks has been doing this annually. J.C. Simmons, as an avid cyclist out there who has arranged this. And what I noticed was almost everyone there was wearing a red ribbon, which signified that you've been hit by a car, and I have been. And last year, actually, my husband got hit by a car during a board meeting. So it's certainly something to bring attention to, both for cyclists to be as careful as they can, and also to bring attention to motorists to be careful where cyclists are on the road. Also was able to attend and give an introduction welcome at the May is Mental Health Conference, and the focus on this one was bipolar disease, and had a great keynote speaker, someone who had suffered from bipolar and is doing well and has her own company and has really worked to reduce the stigma of mental health. Last night at the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, we took a position on a bill, on a couple of assembly bills that I will ask if our board would like to take a position on next week. But specifically, it allows for development to occur when there is no water. You can develop homes if you can haul the water in, and that just doesn't seem like a really good plan overall. And then at LAFCO, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, we had finally the culmination of a couple of years' efforts to ask that the applicants, and those are mostly cities, consider agricultural mitigation measures in their EIRs when they're looking at taking out farmland, something that's required by CEQA. So that was good, healthy dialogue, and it was good to get a lot of input, and I think it was something that everyone, including CoLab, could support in terms of the wording and all. So that was a very positive thing. I would also, we had a great Amgen tour of California come through Ventura County. We were really excited to see that, and we were really impressed with the roads, how well they looked on camera, particularly when you were comparing it with other roads. We won't say where. So that was nice to see. And, you know, we talk about how well we've done increasing the pavement on our roads and all, and I think it really showed. And then I also wanted to point out that we're having a quarterly dinner event. I've put these on about quarterly of the year, and I wanted to invite the public as well as the members of the board and staff. Always a fun event. I'll pass them out. This one is on the pros and cons of wind turbines off the Central Coast, and I was interested to find out, and I was actually called by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And I didn't even know they existed, but they're out of Camarillo, and they oversee permitting for things like wind turbines off the coast. And they had an unsolicited proposal to put considerable amount, maybe 1,000 acres or so, of these wind turbines off the Central Coast, and so they opened up an RFP process and are getting proposals. And so this will discuss the pros and cons of having that kind of energy source and what that means. So it's at a wonderful restaurant, and people have an opportunity to socialize in an informal setting and get questions answered. So that will be on the last day of May, May 31st, and it's a $35, and that just pays for what the dinner is. And please contact Jennifer Ho in my office if you're interested, and I'll hand these out, and it's also on my webpage. I would also ask that, actually, I don't believe I have any closing in honor, so I will conclude my oh, I'm sorry. I do have one. I would ask that the board close in honor of the individual on this list, a Thousand Oaks resident who had served in the Army and was president of the Latino Behavioral Health Institute, a nonprofit organization, and ask that we remember Ambrosio Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. I also had the opportunity to attend the Management Council barbecue, always a nice event, Ojai Valley Community Hospital Foundation fundraiser, and a memorial for Pat Weinberger, who we've already adjourned in memory of here, but the memorial for Pat Weinberger reviewed all of the many contributions she made, particularly to Ventura County, protecting the environment, but particularly Ojai. I also spent some time at Camp Chafee Road, which I think I'll fill the board in on a little bit more, but it's an area where we still have rain blockage from the heavy rains that we had this winter, and a challenge. I was out there shoveling with some of the residents the other morning. A final thing I'd like to do is ask that the board adjourn in memory of the lives lost in Manchester, the 22 lives that were lost, 59 people that were injured in that attack, that bombing that took place last night. And then the other thing that is disturbing, I think that we should all be concerned about, is that the new federal budget was introduced yesterday afternoon, and it includes completely cutting out the CDBG grant funding. So the initial budget has no CDBG funding in it at all, which would be a significant impact on us and many of our nonprofit groups here in Ventura County. So it's something I wanted to get on the board's attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Long.
Hello, thank you very much. I just returned from Sacramento where we had a CSAC legislative meeting, which was very, very good. I did a PowerPoint for you, so apologize if it's out of order, but it should be good. Basically, wanted to sum it up and give you some pictures of what was going on. So we went on to have a legislative day. We went with Nora Lynn from Hannah Beth Jackson's office, Assembly Member Dante Acosta. We met with Jackie Irwin, Henry Stern, Monique Limon, and, thank you. And so what we were doing was making sure we went back and said thank you after our January meeting where we presented them our legislative platforms and was requesting more money for IHSS and for funding that we were hearing was going to be cut. And so we wanted to say thank you to all of them because they heard our message along with CSAC and the governor, and we were able to make some compromises on the IHSS, which was, not all the money, but a $1 million loss for this coming year is much better than an $8 million loss for this year. So we wanted to come and say thank you because many of our legislators, they're only receiving asks all the time. And we want to have a good partnership with them from the county. And they wanted to also say thank you because we've had many of our head of departments go up and speak on certain items. Sheriff Dean was there the day before, Barry Zimmerman, their list goes on, and they just appreciate the support from the county as to direction with the budget. So we also talked with them about cuts on CalFresh and CalWorks, which they had heard there were cuts because of caseload decreasing, but they didn't know actually what the details were. So they appreciated us going up and talking about that so that they could look at the budget and understand what's going on. Go next. Okay, so we had some great discussions on human health and human services. So we talked about the IHSS and CSAC approved the proposal that was provided by the governors and said thank you. However, we also discussed with the governor's office the fact that we need to start planning now for year 3. So what do we need to do to make this work so that we're not leaving our counties without any monetary money to support this program. So we're looking at after the budget is approved that then we'll be moving into a committee so that we could address how in the next year and a half, 2 years, what we can do. Not waiting to year 3, but being more proactive. We are still in discussion on child near fatality incident platform. What the discussion is between our supervisors is the language will be back. It's an issue of providing the original documentation of the original case. Some feel that that original case work isn't necessary to keep a child safe, only certain information. So it's a dialogue of what is that policy that we write so that we can protect our children. The CSAC, I provided you with a PDF, and I didn't copy it to you today because you can pick and choose what your interests are, but we also talked about the American Health Care Act, and we also talked about the whole person care, which Ventura County is part of the pilot, and I wanted to say thank you to that because it's an important way of looking where medicine is going. Our government finance and administration, the candy tax was approved by CSAC. So some say that our low economy will be hurt from that. But others in the hospital side would say this is actually good because I'd rather you buy an apple than a candy bar. So it goes back and forth on that one. CalPERS, diversement you've got in there. The Voting Modernization Bond Act, that will be hitting our June ballot, and that is to replace our aging voting system. And so that's something that we need to make sure, if we are all agreeing, that people understand what that is and what we're trying to do there. There was an equalization audit that was going on, and there's some corrective actions on that. And then also an interesting one on cannabis banking. So the CSAC has another nonprofit that is working on a collaborative trying to collect cash payments. What do we do? What is the system? Because some counties are going to be okay with having cannabis grown and sold in their counties. So they're being on top of it and proactive. Our transportation, I provided you an explanation of where the money is going and also what money will be funding into Ventura, which is important. And then there's also this road charge pilot program. Has anyone heard of this one? You guys know all about it? Okay, great. So it's just going off your odometer, and it's an intriguing discussion as to, is it your big brother, you're tracking my every single where I go, or are you charging me the same amount to, I live in the rural area and I drive 30 miles to my doctor versus I live in an urban area and I drive 5 miles to how's that relative? And then also for our economy, for business, if we're doing trucking, are they charged the same as our private cars? And then the huge thing is overhead. So before we have the tax at the gas pump, but this is at every single car. So how do you monitor how many millions of cars?
Supervisor, is that also being charged to the electric cars?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's on the electric cars. It's a odometer reader.
Okay.
Or they're trying to figure out how to do it. But government is not as good technology-wise. So how do we keep up with the technology and make sure it's in the car right? And their average was saying that they only drive 7 miles a year. But I think there's people that drive a lot more than that. And this program was also with Priuses and F-150s. They made a big deal out of making sure you knew that there were different types of cars. But I gave you information. It's still got a ways to go. But just interesting that they're looking at that on a state and federal. Oregon's looking at it and so forth. So the other items are just giving you the new update on new legislation bills for the Williamson Act, and then they approved the draft policy language for the cannabis language. That's a lot with the trailer bills that's going on from the Department of Finance. There's a lot of things that they're covering now that they hadn't just in the last few months. So that's always good to see. And that is it. I will pass on the county priorities for CSAC. It was something that we dropped off or we provided to our legislatives as well. Just a brief summary of what are the initiatives that CSAC is going to. So again, I provided the clerk of the board in case anyone is interested in reading the documents, or any of our executive board employees and so forth, or you, in case you have anything that we just talked about that you'd like to read more details. Didn't want to kill a tree. I figured a PDF is easier. Along with that, we had some good discussions with the Governor's Military Council on base partnership. We are in discussions with that with Amberl Lindsay down in San Diego. We've also got the support of our county council, our CEO's office, and so it's just taking a little bit to get the connections of who talks with who. Also, we were at Sheriff Dean's presentation at the Camarillo Chamber and his report and the rising crime and how as a community we can support that, try to decrease that. And then congratulations to Port of Hueneme for their World Trade Week. That was spectacular. There's such an economy coming into the port, and we completely support that. And then also congratulations to the Red Cross. We had a fabulous Port Hueneme day where we're putting smoke alarms, and so many thankful people for helping. There's just house fires happen way too often, and we just recently in Port Hueneme had some loss of life, and if we can prevent that with a smoke alarm, I think that's well done. Also, I will adjourn and on the memory of this list. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy.
I got to say, I'm glad that she is willing to put all the time and effort in there, so thank you very much for that. I want to adjourn the memory of people on this list, and I do appreciate you, John, all the talk you talked about the Memorial Day and where it started. It's been going on for a long time, so we just make sure that we honor the families of the men and women who died and everything, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I had spent a nice weekend with my family this weekend, but my wife says you're going to stay home once in a while, and I said okay. But I also want to thank the Boys and Girls Club of America. Recently honored the Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard and Wainimi. They had 2 National Merit Awards for program excellence, and they received a $5,000 award for the art category, movie production, Project Sunset Walk, and they also had a second award for character and leadership development for the evening reporting program for the Boys and Girls Club of Wainimi, so I want to commend them for that. And I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks in this list. Thank you. Michael?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, board members. Really appreciate Supervisor Long's leadership up in Sacramento, just hitting really the key points that we needed reinforced. On the transportation piece, I think what she was saying is that other government entities aren't as good with IT, certainly not our IT department, which is top shelf. That's what I heard. Again, want to thank Management Council and Christy for the barbecue, and the fire department for doing the barbecuing. Somehow that seems appropriate. And also Commander Wade got back there as well. On May 25th, County HR, United Way, and the county's work-life program are putting on the Family Care and Volunteer Resource Fair. That's Thursday, May 25th from 10 to 1 right out here in the main courtyard. Also, the district attorney is conducting some training and network opportunity for city and county partners on understanding Prop 64, 3-hour training on understanding legal marijuana on June 1st from 2 to 5 in the boardroom. And then lastly, I would just like to recognize some of our county leaders who participated in cohort 22 of the Ventura County Leadership Academy. You have a busy leadership team, and appreciate both the people who participated in this as well as their department heads for supporting them being out of the office to gain this additional leadership training. And so I'll just read the list very quickly. Myra Medina from Public Health, bless you, with California Children's Services. Jonalyn Cabarles from Ventura County Human Services. Kim Prilhart, of course, our planning director. Peter Shade from Civil Engineering from the Public Works Department. Heather Sumagasai from the Ventura County Fire Protection District, as well as Matt Guthrie from Supervisor Long's office. So congratulations and thank you to all those county leaders. That's it.
Also, if I could just tag on that the Leadership Academy is currently accepting applications for their next cohort, 23, and you need the deadline to apply is May 31st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item, let's see, item 43, Brian, regular agenda item, and that's Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. This item is to request that the board authorize our office to solicit and accept donations for the Senior Summit 2017, and that includes in-kind donations. We're expecting $30,000. And I just wanted to let you know the topic this year is Seniors in the Digital Age, Don't Be a Dinosaur in a Tech-Savvy World. The event will be October 21st at Cal State Channel Islands. It's free admission. It includes a continental breakfast, a brown bag lunch. We usually get around 300 senior citizens, and as well as free transportation. We partner with the healthcare agency and the Area Agency on Aging, and this year, because we're focusing on technology, we're also using some technology to do a survey in advance to get senior input. And then we're looking at doing some real-time surveying of the seniors. It's not every day you have 300 engaged seniors there that we can survey. Topics will include how-to demonstrations, and of course, since we're old, we need to bring in youngsters, so we'll have young students in there to assist the seniors with that. Technology and healthcare, looking at the latest healthcare technology and related technology, electronic health records, Also looking at independent technology for independent living. And you think about Uber and the 2-in-1 system, online banking and online shopping, Amazon groceries can be delivered to your home, GPS, those type of things. Technology in the home to make it easier, wireless home monitoring systems, medication dispensing appliances, and photo-enhanced phone dialers, and they also have abilities so you can have greater ability to hear when you're talking on the phone. Stove shut-off systems, great things for senior citizens, and they have some cool all-terrain wheelchairs too out there, and different kind of apps for seniors. And also looking at ways to keep in touch, not only keeping in touch as we do email, texting, video chat, social media, but also ways that their caregivers that can kind of be virtual caregiving off-site can keep in touch, and looking at types of medical advice that you can get, also the types of devices that you can learn what's available out there for them. And then also looking at addressing Alzheimer's and dementia with technology, and you just interesting ways to connect with people who otherwise aren't really communicative, and being smart with smart technology, making sure that we're not getting scammed and those type of things. With our district attorney has helped with that in the past, online identity theft type of issues. And we're just realizing that apps can change your life, and of course we'll have to have a tutorial on what those emojis mean. So with that, I would ask that the board support our requested recommendation, and I'll make a motion.
Okay, got a first and a second. Please vote. Okay.
And we'll be working with your offices, too, to make sure that the seniors in your district are notified and can come. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Our next item is item 44. This is CEO's office. Michael? Sean?
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Sean Otten. I'm here before you today to recommend the approval of a new provider and rates for the county-sponsored life insurance plan. After an RFP, we were successful in negotiating favorable rates to the county and recommend replacement of Minnesota Life for MetLife. The RFP essentially covered basic life insurance, accidental death and dismemberment, and optional life insurance. We were successful in negotiating rate decreases for most people in optional life insurance and basic AD&D, and maintaining the same rates for basic life insurance. This is important because we were adding 4,768 employees to the basic life insurance. Initially, we were quoted a significant rate increase, so we decided to go in RFP, and actually that was decreased obviously substantially and saves the county money. But also employees, we were successful in negotiating that all new employees can attain life insurance without evidence of insurability, and that we would have an open enrollment for all current county employees so that they could go up one level in their life insurance, optional life insurance, without evidence of insurability. So I think this is good news, and it's good news for the membership of the SEIU, IUOE, and VEA, because their membership gets the $50,000 term life insurance that some of the other groups have currently
And Sean, this is for all the employees, right?
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
This is for all the employees.
All the employees I just mentioned, management, CJAC, have currently have that benefit now. SEIU, IUOE, and VEA, which are, again, more than half the county population now have basic term life insurance.
Thank you. Okay, what's the pleasure
Sean,
of the
let me
board?
just ask real quick. The guarantee issue on this is what for the voluntary?
For voluntary, anyone can go up to 10,000. The rates are 10,000. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about what's the guarantee issue level?
I'm
This
not-
is it's just a big deal. Somebody who's sick and couldn't get life insurance now, this has opened up this opportunity.
This opens up for all
It's
new
a real
employees.
opportunity for people now to look at getting life they couldn't get.
Absolutely.
And this doesn't happen all the time because you're changing carriers, you get this opportunity. So I hope that's communicated
Absolutely. Regardless of health, everyone can go up, all current employees can go up one level. So if you just have 10,000, you can go up to at least 1 times your life insurance amount.
Good.
I mean, your
Okay, great.
salary
That's what-
amount.
okay, thanks.
Thank you. And what's the pleasure of the board? Need a motion? Get a second. Please vote. Thank you. So item 45 has been removed. Item 46, Supervisor Long.
We're recommending the appointment of Ron Mercourt to the Parks Advisory Commission for the term ending in January 4th, 2021. So I'd love to make
Okay.
a motion.
Okay, please vote. And that's approved. And we have item 50, an addendum HCA. Item 50. Who's up?
Is there someone coming down?
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Okay. We only have a whole team behind you and some other children, so.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oxford High School.
While the paperwork is being passed, good morning, Chair Zaragoza.
Good morning.
Supervisors and CEO Powers. My name is Johnson Gill. I'm with the Healthcare Agency, and while the paperwork is being passed, if, with your permission, I can just add a couple things to an item that you've already heard on. That was item 26 on the patient registry.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What?
I was saying, while the paperwork is being passed on, I would just like to add a little bit to
No, go ahead. No, go
item
ahead.
20, item 16, which is eye to eye. So the concept of the patient registry was introduced to the CEO's office late last year, and I just want to express my appreciation because when Mr. Powers heard about what we could do, the support was tremendous. And shortly thereafter, we figured out how to pay for that registry, which is a combination of monies we have already received from the CATCH grant, which many of you know about. It's taking care of the COPD folks in our community, and also HRSA monies. So I just want to thank Mike Powers, Catherine Rodriguez, HCA team, our IT team got together and made this happen in a very short period of time. This is going to have a very significant impact on how primary care is delivered, and we stay on top of many lifestyle diseases that can be prevented if interventions are introduced early on. So wanted to thank. Come back on this.
Only because if you turn around, there are a lot of kids behind you.
Okay, so.
Thank you so much.
We're going to go into the time certain, and this is a presentation of resolution honoring the Oxnard High School 2016-17 boys varsity basketball team. And I understand that we have Gina Johnson from probation, and also Jeff Stadlin, the head coach of Oxnard High School. And you come up and I'm just going to read a little bit of this. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very proud to share with you today that I'm also a Yellow Jacket. I graduated.
Oh, nice.
A couple of years ago. Thank you. And it's always nice to see the alma mater prosper. I'm extremely happy to see our young students today and to succeed under some great leadership and school teachers and individuals and agencies like the probation department. Go Yellow Jackets. Come on, guys, go Yellow Jackets. Hey. Thank you. Coach, I'd like to read a little bit of what you've done here. It says, whereas Oxnard High School 2016-17 boys varsity basketball team had a record-breaking season due to the hard work and dedication of Coach Jeff Stanlin, assistant coach Henry Lobo, Richard Collins, and Kevin Thompson. And I'm going to name the players real quick, if you don't mind, sir. We have Mason Johnson, number 20, Brayson White, I hope I pronounced that right, number 23. And then we also have Tanner Gray, number 3, Alex Lands, number 10, James Carper, 44, Edwin Magana, 33, Dustin Sanchez, 24, Nate Johnson, number 30, Josh Bibian, is that correct? 32, Dominic Brown, number 5, and Luis Cervantes, 31, Luis Nunes, number 1, and Joe Angel Avila, number 21. And I want to read it just a bit more. Whereas in one winning season, preseason, the 2016 Burbank Tournament champions, they were also the 23rd annual Kiwanis Tournament champions. Additionally, there were 2016 Clash on the Coast Tournament champions and the annual Warrior Classic champions with the most wins, 29, with the most points, 2,367 points. Is that correct? 2,000. Put your hands together for that. That's a lot of points. Whereas in one season, this team became the 5th team to reach the CIF semifinals and the first team to reach the CIF championship game at the Honda Center in Anaheim, and the first team to reach the CIF state regional semifinals. Whereas due to the outstanding performance of team players like Mason Johnson, who became the first all-time leading scorer with 681 points, and Tanner Gray, the all-time single game assistant leader with 17 assists, and the team finished the tournament as the undefeated Pacific View champions. Wow, that's fantastic. And we're not done yet. We're not done. Mason Johnson was named PVL Co-Player of the Year, first team All Ventura County, and first team CIF Division A. Bryson White was named PVL Co-Player of the Year, first team of Ventura County, and first team All CIF Division 2A. Alex Lands was named first team All PV and second team All Ventura County. Tanner Gray was named first team All PVL, and James Carper was named first team All PVL. Dominic Brown was named second team All PVL. Jesus, put your hands together again for this guy. And Coach, we're not done yet, but whereas Coach Jeff Stanlin was named the PVL Coach of the Year, Ventura County Coach of the Year, and Southern California Coach of the Year. Thank you. And for the character of the team, committed by coaches in support of the community, including motorcades escorted by Oxnard PD, made the season not only record-breaking, but also truly legendary. Put your hands together for that again. And finally, therefore, be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring the Oxnard High School 2016-17 boys varsity basketball team for their outstanding season as the undefeated champions of 2016-17 Pacific View League Tournament. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just real quick, I want to say thank you, Chair of the Board, Zaragoza, CEO Powers, fellow supervisors. Kids sitting right behind us right here, they're not only great basketball players, but just even better students, individuals. A lot of them are going to go on to local universities next year in college, some of which are fortunate enough to continue their basketball career. So, but just beyond the basketball court, these are going to be, young men that are going to come back and really shape, Ventura County's future and the years to come. So blessed to be able to coach them, be a part of their lives. And on behalf of Oxnard High School and our community, we just want to say thank you for having us here today and recognizing these accomplishments. So thank you very much.
Gina, to say anything? On behalf of probation? Yay.
Just excited. Thank you very much. And if we can get a picture, that'd be great. Oh. I just wanted to say thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Lourdes reached out to me, and so did Jesse, to honor them. I know Jesse's also an Oxnard High School graduate, so which is very exciting. So very proud of them.
Thank you.
And I graduated from Oxnard High School 10 years ago. Do you guys believe that? Come on, guys, let's take a picture. Come on, guys. Thank you. It's a pause. No wonder they want it. And by the way, we have other resolutions that they've been printed.
Sounds good.
Where is that? Here we go. Let's look at Tracy. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Okay, go Yellow Jackets. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No wonder you guys, look how tall these guys are.
Thanks again.
Absolutely. Good man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
John?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are seats up in the front if anyone wants to sit down.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. We need to vote on this? I don't think so. No. Yeah. Okay, our next item is Public Works. We have Mr. Jeff Pratt. I just want to share with you that I went out there this morning. Jeff, you know, and I understand that we have the City of Ventura is out there, Public Works, Gold Coast Transit is out there, the Sheriff's EOS is out there, HR is out there, and I understand you have a 1953 PW Wonder Truck that's been your pride and joy.
It is. We don't throw them away.
We don't throw them away. It's there. And also, my understanding is that we have 700 children attending this event.
Yes.
Today. This is fantastic. And I just, I'm not going to share too much because my understanding is that you want us to go out there and look at some of the displays that you have, and also to take some photos with the children that are here also to see what Public Works does. I had the opportunity to work with Public Works for decades in the city of Oxnard. And without Public Works, you know, you don't have water, you don't have sewer, you don't have trash. We have problems. And not only that, of course, engineering, the roads and so forth, and all the work that Public Works does is just fantastic. So I want to commend you. So I'm just going to read a couple of paragraphs and then go down, Jeff. It's just where this is Public Works Week, 22nd to 27. Whereas the Ventura County Public Works Agency provides service to our communities that are an essential part of our citizens' lives every day. The safety, public health, and comfort of our community is dependent on the quality and effectiveness of planning, design, operation, construction, maintenance, which are relied upon by the efforts and skills of qualified, dedicated employees of Public Works. And of course, whereas the efficient and effective operations of public works systems and programs such as flood control, streets, highway, water reclamation, water, sewer, solid waste collection, public works buildings, and the support of informed and appreciative citizenry who understand the importance of the work that is being done by Public Works is really committed and thankful. This year, Public Works connects us This year's theme of Public Work connects us, celebrate the vital public works role systems and programs played in connecting all of us together by providing, maintaining, and improving structured services and assure that the higher quality of life for our communities, that are our streets, our roads, our bridges, our public transportation, that keep us linked together from coast to coast, and clean water and sanitation services that keeps us all healthy and allow our communities to prosper and grow. I'm not going to read any more, so you take it over.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Zaragoza, Board, and CEO Powers. As you know, this is almost everybody's favorite day of the year, Public Works. And it's ironic that you put the short guy on after a basketball team. But with that said, we've got some special guests in the audience. I know City Christian School is here. We have 14 schools out there. We could only fit a couple. Wadimi High School was supposed to be. There they are. Cool. Of course, the purpose of today is to proclaim this as Public Works Week and raise the awareness of Public Works in everybody's eyes. It was signed into law by President Kennedy in 1962. We are the world's second oldest profession. We're ubiquitous. We are everywhere. We're essential for the quality of life. We are the skeletal structure of civilization, and it's done so well that nobody notices it unless it's broken. So we're hoping to recruit future employees, some of who I hope are sitting behind me today, and we will inform them of a wide variety of pursuits. There's a whole bunch of recruiting going on, and especially in STEM, the science, technology, engineering, math. People don't realize the wide variety of work that's done in public works. Not only are there engineers, but there's a lot of the scientists, environmental scientists, chemists, biologists, hydrologists, just to name a few. I want to also recognize some partners from this year: American Society of Civil Engineers, the General Services Agency, American Public Works Agency. You'll hear from them in a minute. CEOs, HR out in the parking lot, Sheriff's OES out in the parking lot. The City of Ventura's got a couple booths out there. And SoCal Edison has a neat display on how electricity gets to your house and the wires not to touch when you're working in your yard. What you'll see if you go outside are booths, tours, equipment demos, programs. There's lots of hands-on activities, and there's a lot of stuff going on inside the building with films and actually hands-on demonstrations. I pass out a map that shows you where most of the things are located, and I'll conclude quickly. 3 things I need to say. Thank you for the donations. We got donations from American Society of Civil Engineers. The Ojai Pixie Growers provided oranges for all, or tangerines, pixies, for all the students today, and Noah's Bagels for setup stuff. Now, 2 other things we do this time of year. We recognize our Employees of the Year, and I hope that the nominees are standing in the audience. And so first, in the category of field operations, if you're in the audience, would you please stand up? John Bryson with Transportation. Sky Stanley, Water and Sand. And Watershed Protection, Kirk Mattery. Kirk, you gotta come up. Dude. You gotta do it fast, too. You look sharp, baby. Good job. And the winner is John Bryson, Transportation. Office employees, please come down. Marianne Kovacs, Central Services. April Hernandez. Engineering Services. Sam Maria, Transportation. Dennis Wyden, Water and Sand. Oh, yeah. Patika Marsala, Transportation. Great job. I mean, this is an outstanding crowd, as it is every year. Very hard for the directors to pick, but the winner was Marianne Kovacs. And finally, in the category of, no, Oscar mistake. And in the management category, Catherine Pierce, Central Services. Thank you all very much. We need pictures of all you guys by the pergola. That's the thing that looks like Stonehenge in the central courtyard. That'll just after this, so be there with the directors. And then, finally, thank you. You guys can take your seats. One big round of applause for you guys. And finally, this year, Ventura County Public Works was lucky to receive 3 out of 4 Projects of the Year for the American Public Works Association. And here to present them, Scott Mexroth. I think, are you the president this year, Scott?
No, I'm the secretary.
Secretary, all right, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for having us.
Before I begin with the presentation of the awards to Jeff and his team, I would like to give a quick summary of the American Public Works Association. The APWA is a 28,000-member organization consisting of public works staff, management, consultants. The APWA's goal is to provide education, networking opportunities to help the public works professionals grow their professionalism and directly improve the quality of life in all the communities we serve. Our local Ventura chapter is comprised of 285 members, of which 50 are employees of the county. Our local chapter meets monthly with over a lunch forum, and we have well over 100 to 150 attendees at any given lunch. Based on percentage of attendees, the local Ventura County chapter, the APWA, is recognized as the most active branch of the 63 national branches. The activity of our branch and the involvement of the local public works professionals is indicative of the drive within this area and Ventura County itself to improve the built environment of our community. The following projects, which I am now going to present, highlight the goal of Jeff Pratt and the Ventura County Public Works Agency to improve our community. For the Transportation Project of the Year Award, I would like to acknowledge Transportation Director David Fleisch and Deputy Director Chris Hook for the Donlin Road Realignment Project. The Donlin Road Realignment Project, located at the intersection of 118 and Highway 34 in Somis, improved traffic safety and decreased traffic congestion in the Somis area. By realigning the Donlin Road to form a standard 4-way intersection, Ventura County Transportation Department has greatly improved the traffic flow in and out of Somis. For the Environmental Project of the Year Award, I would like to acknowledge Ventura County Director Glenn Shepard and Deputy Director Peter Shade for the Happy Valley Bioswale Project. The Happy Valley Bioswale is an engineered biological stormwater treatment system that removes urban pollutants and provides habitat for native flora and fauna. The Happy Valley Bioswale is situated on the Ojai Meadows Preserve and serves as a stormwater catchment for the area of approximately 70% of the Miners Oaks area. For the Structures Project of the Year Award, I would like to acknowledge Water and Sanitation Director Michaela Brown and Development Manager Susan Pan for the Moorpark Waterworks District. The new 5,000 square foot building houses a state-of-the-art laboratory for testing water quality and serves as the operations hub of Ventura County's Waterworks District Number 1, monitoring and controlling water distribution in the Moorpark area. The progressive facility uses alternative energy to supply most of the building's needs and uses dual-plumbed potable and recycled water for drinking and irrigation and sanitation needs, respectively. The success of all of these projects is based on teamwork, including the direction of Jeff Pratt, the management of the deputy directors and the directors, and the detailed design and implementation of the Public Works staff and their consultants. With that, I would like to congratulate Ventura Public Works Agency for receiving the 3 awards.
Jeff, I have the resolution I'd like to give you. And again, I want to thank all the recipients for all the great work that you've done and all the public works employees. Give yourselves a good hand. Thank you so much. We'll take a picture from up there. Where is Tracy? Where's?
We got a bunch of cameras, sir.
What do we take a picture from that, from
Come
top?
up here.
And facing this way? What do you think, Jeff?
That'd be great.
As opposed to, I don't think anybody fits in this way. But
Who do we have for photographers? Greg, you had
you guys want to go up to the dais and take a photo from that position this way?
Oh, Israel's up there. Oh, cool.
Israel? And well, let's do this routine.
Go.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
And what do you have out there?
Tons of stuff.
Okay. Invited for what, 10, 15 minutes?
If they would.
Okay? And how about all how about Dave? Come over here, Dave. And
The directors.
the guys that won the
awards.
With awards. Stand
The
right next.
Oscar winners, please.
The Oscar winners right next to us here. Congratulations. Okay.
Bien, Peter.
Even Jeff?
It's innocent.
I just shouldn't turn around. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Board members, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to go outside for some photos. 15-minute break. Yeah.
And just, because they are who they are.
So the Navy, they're going to come in. They're going to do something. So they're going to rally up.
Okay, we're going to resume our meeting, and this is at 10:30 time certain. And this is the presentation of resolution proclaiming the month of May 2017 as Military Appreciation Month in Ventura County. And Tammy Bender, come up but first of all, I want to thank all the veterans, all the people that are veterans. Please stand. If you're a veteran, stand. We want to congratulate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I have a little something I'd like to read, Tammy, before. We've had quite a few people here appreciating, Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and I just want to thank you so much for your service. And I think we have our Navy coming in. Let's put your hands together for the Navy coming in. Thank you. So I have a resolution that I'd like to read at this time. And this is whereas on April 6, 2017 marks the centennial of America's declaration of war against Imperial Germany and the Americas' entry into the First World War. And whereas the United States Congress had officially created the World War I Centennial Commission to educate, commemorate, and honor this event in our history. Whereas the centennial of World War I offers an opportunity for people in the United States to learn about and commemorate the sacrifices of their predecessors and to understand how the events 100 years ago have affected our nation as people in the world ever since. And whereas World War I Centennial Commission will commemorate the Great War, where more than 4 million men and women from the United States served our country among them. Among them were also two presidents, Harry S. Truman and Dwight D. Eisenhower. Whereas the men and women from Ventura County served with distinction in the armed forces for the Great War and the wars to follow, and they continue to serve in the defense of our freedom in our wars against terrorism. And whereas Ventura County is the home of Naval Base Ventura County, two National Guard armories, the 146th Air Wing, Channel Islands Air National Guard Station, with well over 40,000 veterans of all military branches, many of whom are currently employed by the County of Ventura. Now therefore be resolved, the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors honors the extraordinary sacrifices of all the service members, the centennial of World War I, and the proclamation of the month, and proclaim the month of 2017 as Military Appreciation Month on this day. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Look, those guys look great. Thank you. Thank you. Tammy?
Good morning. My name is Tammy Bender. I'm a retired Chief Hospital Corpsman, United States Navy. I'm here on behalf of our County Veteran Service Officer, Mr. Mike McManus, who is not able to be with us. I'd like to start by thanking Supervisor Zaragoza, the other members of the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers for honoring active duty, veterans, and family members of those who have chosen to serve today, and for your continued support. Mike has prepared some comments that I will share with you now. On behalf of the dedicated staff of the Veterans Service Office, I'd like to call attention to May, which is the Military Appreciation Month, which includes Victory in Europe Day, Military Spouse Appreciation Day, Armed Forces Day, and Memorial Day. This very important month honors and recognizes all military personnel, those men and women who have served and currently serve, their families who are left behind to often be both mother and father, as well as those Americans who have given their lives in defense of the freedoms you and I enjoy today. As we celebrate Military Appreciation Month, it is time for every American to recognize those who have answered the call to service. They deserve recognition and gratitude. They have endured the most difficult of conditions to protect America, with many making the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our nation for generations to come. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the U.S. entering World War I. It is one of the most pivotal events in American history. Even though we no longer have any living World War I veterans, their sacrifice is worth reflecting on because World War I was the defining event of the 20th century. The centennial of World War I offers an opportunity for people to commemorate the sacrifices of our predecessors and to understand how the events of 100 years ago have affected our nation and the world ever since. For the first time, technology of industrialized societies was lethally used on a scale never before seen. The war destroyed empires, created new nation states, forced America to become a world power, and led to Soviet communism, the rise of Hitler, the Second World War, and the Holocaust. The turmoil in the Middle East, as Americans' best and brightest have been fighting and dying in for decades, has its roots in the world shaped by the aftermath of World War I. America's entry into the war tipped the victory to the Allied side. More than 4 million men and women from the United States served during World War I, with 2 million serving overseas. The U.S. suffered 375,000 casualties, including 116,516 deaths. Overall casualties for the Allies was 22 million, with 5 million killed, and over 15 million casualties and 3.3 million killed for Central Powers. There were millions more civilians killed and injured as well. For all of the staggering loss, many advances too came out of World War I. Aviation and air traffic control, hydrophones, direction and distance of underwater objectives, leading to ultrasounds, mobile x-ray machines, synthetic rubber, blood banks, blood transfusions, and use of saline, smaller and lighter radios, plastic surgery and skin grafts, industrial fertilizer, prosthesis, and many, many more. The American Red Cross came into its own during World War I. May is the time to reflect. In the case of World War I, we must commemorate the great loss, appreciate the advances, and heed the lessons. One of those lessons is to honor our veterans, to never forget their sacrifice. We must keep the promises we have made to them. We must care for those who have been injured in the service of our country. We must honor and remember those who have died, and we must remember those whose fate is yet unknown. President Lincoln said it best, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan. On this day and every day, we must remember President Lincoln's words and fulfill our nation's obligations to all members of the armed forces. Thank you.
I know that we have some Vietnam veterans here today, too. Do you want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Ha. I'm the chaplain for the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County, and I personally want to extend not only my thanks on behalf of the Vietnam veterans, but your continued support for the things that you do, not only in May, but through the rest of the year, because we've been very, very blessed to have such good support from the Board of Supervisors. And I want to extend that thanks. We're very grateful for that, because issues continue past May, and I know you guys are on point when it comes to supporting veterans issues and initiatives and things like that over the years, not just in May. But I want to thank you again for your continued support of all the veterans in Ventura County, my brothers who are still on active duty, my brothers who are in harm's way, those that have gone to the eternal rest, and those that are still here representing this great nation. So I want to thank you again. Thank you very much.
I just want to share with you, too, this morning I was sharing that my dad started Second World War and had military family all the way through. My son was there, too, and currently my grandson is in the Navy, just for information, in Norfolk, Virginia. But thank you so mumuch. And I know we have Martins, also a Vietnam veteran, and Bill Gallagher from my office is a Vietnam veteran, and quite a few veterans that we have here today. Thank you so much, and I'd like to present this to you at this time. Maybe take some photos. Can you guys want to come behind us? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I wonder if she'd like to say anything. You'd like to say anything on behalf of the Navy? You want to say anything?
Just thank you.
And the mic, right here.
Thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you. Okay.
Where do you want us in the back? Or?
Yeah, right here behind us.
Behind this?
Yeah, behind us.
Got it.
Put out.
You can go behind the podium. Yeah.
John, get up there, John. Get over there. My son can take you, use your phone.
David, go down to the other end. That'd be the best. You.
Sorry. Steve Bennett's a school teacher, so you know. Okay. You want to come up? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate your service.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great work over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service.
So let me see, the time certain, let me see.
37?
It's not 11 o'clock. 37? Okay. 37 it is. Todd, and this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and go ahead, Todd.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Zaragoza, and Mr. Powers. Left the room. Anyways, Todd McNamee, your Director of Airports for the County of Ventura. So this is, as you can tell by the lack of attendance here, a very non-controversial rent and fee for the Department of Airports, applying the typical policy of 2 years' worth of CPI. So we're looking to raise hangar and tie-down rents, as well as landing fees by about 4.04%. If you were to look at Exhibit 2 in your packet, pages 8, 9, and 10, you would actually see some of our permit fees go down in cost. And that's a variance in our indirect cost recovery rate as well as variances in our labor rates. And really, that's all I have for you. Other than that, there were a few items of cleanup throughout the document.
And by the way, you know, Supervisor Long and I belong to the Airport Authority, and this was discussed at the Airport Authority. So, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Okay, let's vote.
Let me just say,
Go ahead,
I
Supervisor
appreciate this, and is getting to know a lot more people on the airport and doing some stuff, and Todd has a tremendous reputation down there. I do want to appreciate what you're doing and how things well they are. I mean, there's things everybody'd like to see, you know, in their favor, but overall, I got to say that they enjoy the airport, they like how you run it, and that kind of thing. So, and one of the other things, Todd and I have been having some conversations that maybe at some point come before the board on some philosophy issues of how to do things that we're currently doing, because we do have some, you know, this is one of the nicest airports in Southern California, probably around. And you'd probably say much bigger in California or the country, and it is. And there's some of the things I think that if we came up here with some policy ideas that would really help Todd, who manages this, to do some things even easier, that he would have the understanding from the Board of Supervisors what we want to do, how we want that airport to look and continue as he tries to balance all the different interests and everything else that he does, which he does a very good job at. So at some point, possibly, maybe, Todd, we could talk about some of the things we talked about before.
Happy to, and thank you for those kind words. And I also have to just recognize I've got a very talented and dedicated team that makes it all happen. So
We're going to share
kudos
that too,
them.
because I understand Rubio got an award, or he was.
So he recently obtained his accredited airport executive status with the American Association of Airport Executives. So.
Congratulations, Rubio. Thank you so much. Supervisor Long?
Thank you.
No? Okay, so we got a motion, and that's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And,
you.
I'm closing the public hearing because I don't have any speakers. Okay. Okay, item 38 is the public hearing, adoption of resolution for approving an engineering report, confirming a diagram assessment, and ordering a levy assessment at Oakview. And
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Greg Bergman from the General Services Agency.
And I want to open the public hearing. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Item 38 is part of the annual benefit assessment process for the Oakview School Preservation and Maintenance District. This is actually the 16th year that I've come before your board and ask that you conduct the public hearing concerning the adoption of the resolution. Also recommending today that you adopt the resolution approving the engineer's report. By adopting the resolution, you will be giving final approval to the engineer's report, confirming the diagram and assessment, and ordering the levy of the assessment for fiscal year 17-18. Can I answer
Thank
any
you.
questions?
I don't have any.
I have one question, if I might. I know, like, for the Santa Rosa Road traffic signals, we have an assessment district, but that has an end date. Does this have an end date?
It continues in perpetuity.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, if it's maintaining the building and all, that continues. Thank you.
I don't have any speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board? Get a first and a second. Let's please vote. And that's approved. Our next item, item 39, is this adoption of resolution ordering levy a special district for Ventura County Community District, Facility District, number 2015-01, Nyland Acres Community Center. And this is a really important one.
I'll be presenting this as well. Once again, Greg Bergman.
And nothing else is important?
No, this is a little bit more important. No, I don't. No, everything's important, but thank you. Go ahead.
For the record, Greg Bergman from the General Services Agency again. On October 20th of 2015, the board adopted Resolution 15-111 to establish the Ventura County Community Facilities District in Island Acres. On January 29th, a special election was conducted that passed with a percentage of about 71%. And on April 19th, 2016, your board adopted an ordinance 4490 to levy a special tax on parcels within the CFD. So this is the second year of the levying the parcels. There is a 1.9% 1.96% increase this year due to the Los Angeles CPI. And I'm available to answer any questions that you might have about this.
I just want to thank the people from Nyland Acres. As you know, they voted for this. It was a super majority, and they're very happy. You know, we went and had the ribbon cutting over at the Nyland Center, and I just want to thank you.
Are you sure there wasn't any undue influence by a supervisor over there?
You campaign, right, Supervisor? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
We closed.
Please vote.
There was no public hearing. No.
Everybody voted? Yeah. Okay, and that's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is item 50.
Are we having Melissa come up? Is that what's happening?
Was it? Here we go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
again.
Good morning.
Supervisor Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. My name is Johnson Gill with the Healthcare Agency. Do want to apologize for the late submission of this agenda item. It's been a lengthy discussion between us and Gold Coast to go over this this contract. Before you, in the board letter, there are 7 recommendations or requests that we are making. I don't want to read every single one of them, but I do want to say a few things. Our partnership with the Gold Coast Healthcare Plan continues. We are looking forward to more collaboration with them as the healthcare environment changes. We are shifting our focus from pay-for-performance, fee-for-service to pay-for-performance or value-based payment system. And in this contract negotiation, that was a key thing that we kept in mind as we move forward. That's where healthcare is going. That's where we as an agency are going, and we want to make sure that our payers are a partner in that. Gold Coast currently has about 205,000 lives that they take care of. Of those, we are the largest provider of care for the lives. We currently have about 88,000 lives assigned to our system that we take care of. The highlights of this contract, there are many, but there are 3 that I would like to quickly focus on. The specialty care that we provide in outpatient setting, the rate for that, we were able to negotiate a higher rate for specialty services. As you know, we're a Trauma 2 center. We are at this, just in this year, we're looking at about, we're trending towards about 1,300 trauma cases that will be seen by our physicians at VCMC. That rate also, trauma activation rate, we were able to negotiate a higher rate. Stop loss, which we, in our previous contract, did not have, we were able to negotiate stop loss with Gold Coast as well. Looking at just some recent cases, since April, there are 4 cases that have exceeded the threshold that is set in stop loss. So once they reach that threshold, we actually go to a different payment methodology. Previously, it was a set rate, and we ended up paying if the case ended up in our care for a longer period of time. Those are some of the highlights of this contract. I am more than happy to answer any questions about the request that we have in the board letter.
Thank you, Johnson. Any questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? The first and the second. Please vote. Okay, everybody voted? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council. All right, thank you.
I know it took a lot of behind-the-scenes work on this, but it's good to have it before us at this time, too. Thank you.
there are many people that I have to thank, but yes, you're absolutely right. A lot of work went into it.
And thank your people, that's important. Thank you so much. Okay. All righty, our next item is 11 o'clock time certain. This is receive and file fiscal year 2017 department budget presentations for the Department of Airport, and then followed by Human Services Agency. Airport first.
Good morning again. Todd McNamee, your Director of Airports for the County of Ventura. So if you would, I would like to, if you'd indulge me the time, just a recap of a large event that we recently hosted out at Camarillo Airport, but it actually had some spillover to Oxnard as well, which was one of the 4 Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association's regional fly-ins. We held that April 28th and 29th at the Camarillo Airport, and it was quite an event. We had about 425 aircraft arrive. We were expecting more, but if you remember that weekend, we had a lot of high winds, and so very turbulent conditions in the mountains around the airports. I hear an echo, so I'm going to lower those a little. And we did meet all of our other goals with 5,000 guests. That's I want to say close to, if not a new record for AOPA and those fly-ins. Their economic impact study reflects about 3,500 attendees.
And we had quite a few airports apply for that, right?
I'm sorry?
Quite a few airports that applied for that.
Yeah, it's ever since 2014, it's been a competitive process, and we've been pursuing this fly-in since then. But they had 2 others in California in 2015, 2014, so they moved it out of California in 2016 for the West Coast to Prescott, Arizona, and then they brought it back to Camarillo this time.
Great.
We had just under 100 folks camping right next to their airplanes. Then we actually had people camping out in the business park with RVs and tents, and about 1,000 vehicles. So a lot of those that didn't fly actually elected to drive in. Here's an aerial shot of the fly-in itself. You can see Show Center makes up the center of the picture there. You can see a lot of aircraft parked along the main taxiway because we just didn't have room to park them in normal parking places. And then if you look sort of in the upper left portion of the picture, you can see all the autos that brought attendees to the event. I mentioned that we had some folks visit Oxnard Airport. Some of those that didn't want to fly in the more congested airspace coming into Camarillo elected to go to Oxnard. And so we had close to 40 aircraft there that were part of the fly-in that still visited Camarillo but took advantage of Oxnard and brought some additional business there as well. A couple of the shots, they have a gentleman named Dave Tullis is one of the photographers for AOPA. So some of these shots are certainly credited to him.
Beautiful.
Here's one of the sunset pics. I believe that was Friday afternoon as the winds were starting to calm down as we got ready for one of my favorite events of all time at the Camarillo Airport. I've been there 16 years now. And the Barnstormers dinner, where we had World War II aircraft in the background, a glowing balloon, this gentleman, Jonathan Moody, playing some great music, and about 1,000 guests being served dinner out there on the ramp, and just a beautiful evening there at Camarillo Airport. And I know some of you were able to make it, so I hope you share in my enjoyment of that event. It was really something special. Then, of course, on Saturday, we closed the airspace for about an hour. We had our air show performer, Vicki Benzing. She performs for our annual air show in August every year. And then our local company, Skydive Coastal, did a parachute jump where Vicki actually circled him on his way down. And then our airport operations supervisor, Nick Martino, his wife was the person who sang the national anthem that day and did a fantastic job. So aside from having the opportunity to show off the airport to folks coming from all over the country, I think the farthest flight was from Connecticut. A gentleman named Mark who stayed there. He actually camped with his airplane and then went up north from our airport to enjoy more of the country. But the economic benefit just based on 3,500 attendees is somewhere just under $700,000 for the weekend. With 5,000, we're confident we were close to $750,000 of economic benefit to the local community for those 2 days that everyone was there. And then marketing and promotional value to Ventura County and the airport. AOPA is about a 400,000 member strong organization, and they distributed this magazine just before the fly-in, so we were front cover along with about a 7-page spread on all the really cool things to do in and around Ventura County, along with other things. And did you get those coins passed out.
Yeah, we got the
And so we wanted to provide something memorable to all the pilots that flew in, so we got those in all the pilots' hands, and we're still distributing those to our community partners, of which there were many, so we're still getting those out. And if I could, we've got a quick 2-minute video that AOPA published.
Good.
If I can get the folks upstairs to cue that up.
Much of our staff spent time with thousands of members at the AOPA fly-in to Camarillo, presented by California Aeronautical University. AOPA Live's Paul Harrop was there, and he has this look at what you might have missed.
Start with a great setting, bright sunshine, and really cool airplanes like Mike Patey's Turbulence from Salt Lake City. Add in several thousand of our closest friends and you've got an AOPA fly-in. This year we've reprogrammed our Fridays starting earlier with hands-on workshops like this one on owner maintenance. We had Paul New, Adrian Eichhorn, and Mike Bush teaching hands-on. Pilots loved it.
The information that I received today is invaluable.
Other workshops included Pilot Plus One with Jolie Lucas, and just next door, Tom Horn taught you all you needed to know on overwater flying. Did we mention they were hands-on? Saturday is what you've come to expect from AOPA fly-ins. There's airplanes and exhibits like this simulator bus from our presenting sponsor, California Aeronautical University.
So we have a campus located in Bakersfield, California, perfect, ideal flying conditions. We have a satellite location in Ventura, California.
They know what we all found out. SoCal is so sweet to fly in.
Good weather, we've got desert, we've got mountain, we've got busy airspace. We've got just a little bit of everything that pilot would want.
To cap it off, Vicki Benzing wows us with an aerobatic demonstration in her 450 horsepower Stearman. From the Camarillo Airport's drone, we can see what a great setting it is for an event out having fun in that warm Camarillo sun. Paul Harrop, AOPA Live.
Thanks. Great. Hey, Todd, not only did it help Camarillo, it helped the entire Ventura County,
It did. It brought benefit in so many ways to the entire county. In fact, they talk about a seminar on flying over water, and then they actually had what was called a fly out and took a small group out to Catalina Island, flying over water there, exercising those skills, and then they actually camped out for the evening and then departed the next day. So Catalina Airport as well realized some benefit from the AOPA fly-in that we
My understanding
here.
is that it helped the outlets, the collections, and also the Mill Shopping Center in Ventura.
It did. I don't think there was an available hotel room in all of Camarillo that weekend.
And then also Santa Paula Airport.
In Santa Paula.
Yeah.
That's right. Santa Paula helped too. Yeah. Good.
Okay. So thank you. So yeah, we're really excited. We realize if you were to buy advertising in AOPA magazine and ask for these kinds of videos, you're talking about $250,000 plus in advertising costs that we realized just by hosting one of these events. So now on to our budget discussion. I want to first start off by recognizing our very enthusiastic leadership team. And I have with me today Jorge Rubio and Jamal Ghazaleh. They are the brains behind this budget, so if you have any tough questions, you know where to direct them. So quickly walking through some of the highlights. The budget does reflect where we would potentially surrender our Part 139 certificate. That is the certificate that allows us to bring in airlines of 9 seats, well actually 10 seats or greater. But that doesn't mean we're giving up on airline service, and I'll explain more in just a minute. Adding 2 new positions, if you realize what we are, which is really a property management entity, we just happen to have airplanes coming and going. A lot of our time is devoted to that, and so we're looking to provide Mr. Rubio some assistance through a lease manager. And then as we continue to develop out at the airport, our maintenance responsibilities grow, and so we're looking to add a position to help address our maintenance with the new facilities that we take on as we continue to develop. Our revenue, we're showing up based on continuing to store autos. We're reflecting 6 months of storage at Camarillo and a full year at Oxnard. And you'll see in a couple slides this generates substantial revenue for us. So we've enjoyed that now for coming up on 3 years. We are getting ready to do new economic benefit studies at the cost of about $25,000 apiece. The last time we did this was 2008. It showed that we provided somewhere between $260 and $300 million of economic benefit to the local community from the two airports. And it's time to update that and see what those new numbers are.
Todd, how long
Yes,
are
sir.
we expecting the storage to continue?
So in discussions with Glovis, the auto processor, they're anticipating that they'll remove the autos from Camarillo by the end of the calendar year. And the reason for that is the cost. They actually truck those vehicles there from the port, and it costs them around $120, $130 per vehicle to do that, versus driving them to a parcel that's closer to the port is somewhere between $30 and $40 a vehicle. So they're trying to consolidate closer to the port. So anticipate them moving out of Camarillo before January of next year, but staying in Oxnard because it is closer to the port.
And that's good revenue for Oxnard, too.
It is. It generates close to $200,000 a year revenue, which gets the airport, frankly, to break even.
In Oxnard, yeah. It's good.
Then you'll see the $2.1 million once you pull depreciation out of net operating income. That's pretty much exclusively Camarillo, auto storage, and then revenues from the business park. And then we do anticipate finally breaking ground on the Northeast Hangar development with our first phase of 41 hangars. The only remaining items, there's two. One is to get the finding of no significant impact, hopefully, from the FAA through our federal environmental process, which we expect a verdict on that within the next 60 days. That then makes us eligible to accept a grant from the FAA. And of the $10 million program to build this first phase, including a large run of infrastructure that'll serve all phases, they're going to pay close to 40% of that, about $4 million. So I mentioned a little more detail on surrendering the Part 139 certificate. So it's not an easy decision. We've now been 7 years without an airline, and it comes at a cost to maintain that certificate with the different things we do. And so in a sense, we've already invested close to $1 million maintaining that certificate. We have a small community air service development grant for $500,000 to the Department of Transportation that allows us to incentivize and or revenue guarantee a startup airline. And the last airline to support an extension of that grant was Mokulele. You can see an aircraft here. That's a 9-seat Cessna Caravan, anticipating that they would do the shuttle service back to LAX like we used to have with United Express. And so with that in mind, they don't require the operating certificate to operate out of the airport. And the service for fire and rescue response, for the most part, is now handled through Oxnard Fire Department. We're first responders, and then once they arrive on scene, they take over as incident command. We would look at changing that some way in the future. And then giving up the certificate is really a paper exercise to get it back. And in fact, even if we didn't give it up, we'd still have to change some things in our airport certification manual, in particular to address the different kind of aircraft that might come serve the airport than what we used to have with the EMB 120, which was a 30-seat turboprop.
So the Mokulele, we can bring him at any time. We don't need the...
So they could start, it will take longer to get the TSA in the terminal than it would to get the Part 139 certificate, and Mokulele can operate without the certificate.
I don't know why, maybe it's because of the budget, but I'm getting a lot of calls of people wanting to find out when we're going to have the airline service there in Oxnard. And I know that Rubio can work in.
When we do the study, the demographics are very good. We're close to 1 million people in our county. The catchment are the people living close enough to the airport that they should be using it instead of driving to Burbank or LA or north to Santa Barbara is over 500,000 people. And economically, the numbers are better than Santa Barbara and Monterey.
They want it.
And I would just say they won't say it, but Todd and Mr. Rubio have traveled across the country trying to find many places, trying to find airline service here. So there's no stone has been left unturned, I can assure you.
But I thank Rubio for continuing to work on that, and you, of course.
And we will.
Yeah.
But we're going to hopefully do it at a reduced cost.
Yes.
But I also wanted to recognize Chief Lorenzen as part of his agreement with Oxnard Fire and the dispatch arrangement that they now have. That enables us to modify somewhat, if we need to, response with Oxnard Fire to support the Oxnard Airport at really no additional cost.
Great.
Performance measures, we historically show you our inspection and corrective actions. These are both FAA and Caltrans Division of Aeronautics, which we've enjoyed a good history of 0 corrective actions. Noise complaints, you have 2 busy airports that have a lot of downtown population very close to them, and we're budgeting 30 noise complaints per year and always falling within that performance measure. Other airports, similar in size, experience hundreds or sometimes thousands of these things in a month. So I really I base that on not only our outreach to the pilots, but also the way the tower managers handle the air traffic and making sure that they're reminding our pilots to fly friendly. And so it really is a good partnership there. Vehicle pedestrian deviations, these are when someone drives out onto a taxiway when they shouldn't be because they don't have permission. We're anticipating having 0 this year. We'll see how that goes. As part of your board's strategic planning, we've been doing the customer satisfaction surveys. A little surprised actually to see some of these where they disagree that we're not courteous, timely, or accessible. But this does fall on the heel of doing hangar inspections. And so there were a few people that weren't necessarily happy about having to do that. And so it's difficult to say if it's the same people or not, but we will certainly continue to improve those numbers. Our cash flow. When I started with the department back in 2001, our retained earnings was somewhere between $2 and $3 million, and that was really to get us through a rough patch of, say, 6 months of operating costs. And now we've grown it to almost $13 million. We're getting ready to do a large spend on this hangar project, so you'll see in our capital program when I get to that slide, we're going to spend close to $7 million. So we'll spend it down. And then, but you can see we rebuild it even with some large projects coming in the next few years with runway rehabilitations. Here's a summary of the 2 airports combined. You can see, for the most part, it's relatively flat with salaries and benefits, our services and supplies, depreciation expense, not a huge change. What you do see is a bit of a bump in revenue. Again, because of the additional months that we'll be storing cars based or over what we based last year's or this current year's budget on. And it does also reflect that we'd be going from 32 full-time equivalents to 34 with the addition of those 2 positions. So this is a slide that shows where our revenue comes from. You can see the vehicles alone is providing just under $1 million this year. And they've provided close to $4 million since we started storing them at the end of 2014. That pays a very large share of our new hangar project that we're looking to get started on later this year. You can also see that it's relatively well balanced. If you combine GA fees with hangars and tie downs, that makes up about 26%. Aeronautical service providers, those are aviation businesses like Air 7, Sun Air, Channel Islands Aviation, Golden West, Aspen Helicopters, etc. And you provide those or tie those in with miscellaneous aviation, which are supporters of those businesses. There's about 31%. So excluding the vehicles, we're pretty evenly balanced now between non-commercial, our hangars and tie downs, commercial businesses on the airport, such as the FBOs, and then the business park, which is something we've strived to do with that 5-year look that we do every year with our cost recovery analysis. Looking at it a different way in this graph, you can see no worrisome trends, basically a stable budget compared to last year, this current year, and what we're anticipating for next. Our organization, you can see where we're looking to add the 2 positions that I mentioned. And so the lease manager would report directly to the deputy director, and then 1 more maintenance worker position reporting to our maintenance supervisor to help with that additional work that we have. The 2 airports remain relatively strong in terms of general aviation operations, not quite to pre-recession numbers. Camarillo was for a long time about 170,000 takeoffs and landings, and then the recession hit, and we actually dropped down to about 130. We're now consistently above 150,000 operations and growing based on additional traffic and flight school activity. And Oxnard has actually rebounded quite well with the addition of California Aeronautical University, CAU. They were as you may have heard, the presenting sponsor for our AOPA fly-in. And so they've got a satellite operation there at Oxnard Airport. Great. And so we're about 85,000 operations a year there. Getting into our capital program, I mentioned we'd be spending a substantial amount of money. Most of this is for our hangar project. But you can see we've got a lot of other projects that we're embarking upon. Continuing to enhance the viewport there at Camarillo Airport, master plan the business park, so we accommodate not only consistent use out there at the airport for what surrounds it, but also we take advantage of the needs of the local community there in Camarillo. And so we're looking to master plan that. Some big roof replacements and a few other things there. The fun project at Oxnard is the solar installation. It's really just a matter of sizing it now as policy changes with Edison and how metering works. If you recall, for a long time, it used to be that you had to have the solar panels dedicated to a certain meter to take those credits. And then that has changed now where it can be multiple meters in the same location. So we can, in fact, take advantage of a single solar project at Oxnard Airport for the entire airport. And with any hope, we're still waiting for a read from Edison, but we might be able to do the same where we build this at Oxnard and we combine both Camarillo and Oxnard Airport credits because it's operating in one system as an enterprise.
Todd, or maybe Mike, does that give us a credit for the entire county, like also the one solar panels here?
Certainly in terms of our sustainability goals, it does. Okay. In terms of cost savings, I don't know. It's hard to say yet.
Maybe the cost savings, but the energy.
Yeah, this will be credited towards the climate action plan.
The climate action plan.
Right.
Good. Okay.
So we're pretty excited to finally get that one going. That's been on our books for a couple of years, but we've been working through these issues on policy before we embarked on the project itself. I think that is it for our budget presentation.
Okay, any questions? I know that this was thoroughly, expressed and shown and approved at the Airport Authority.
Right, and as we sit on the authority boards, just thank you very much for all the time that you and your staff have done for the AOPA and for every year trying to keep it maintained and look better every year so we have more people flying in. It's a wonderful airports and their value to Ventura County, so thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all your staff. I know Aaron's not here and Rubio's here and the rest of their managers are doing a good job there.
Thank you again. Yes, a talented and dedicated team.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, just real quick, I think the airport, as you can see over the last few years, has really done a great job of managing their costs. The revenues have grown, but, sometimes that can cause people to let that escalate as well. But they haven't done that. So by doing that, by that good fiscal management, now they're able to invest on their own without borrowing from the county, which we thought we were going to have to do several years ago. Now they can take that cash and invest it in making this already nice airport even nicer with these great hangars. So great job.
And it's an enterprise fund, too. People should know that. That's a self-supporting enterprise fund, which
Todd,
I think is important.
if I can ask, when you build your new hangars, you're going to build how many?
First phase will be 41.
41, and those will be completed in 2018, you think?
That's our goal. If we can break ground later this year, they should be close to completion by the end of next calendar year.
And because of your grant, you should be able to build those, no debt on them?
No debt at all. Yeah, we've been able to save the money for our portion of it over the years.
And what kind of revenue do you expect those to generate? Do you have
initially about $200,000 a year in rents from those first 41 hangars. That number is going to fluctuate depending on what rate we set. It'll definitely have a premium compared to the existing stock, but we don't want to set it so high that we won't get people to occupy them.
Sure. But I guess looking at that is, if you get the rest of this year with your vehicle storage, you make up some of this with some of these other things you'll have done in your revenues?
Yes. So, when the vehicles came to the airport, originally it was supposed to be temporary, a few months, and now we're coming up on a few years. And so we've enjoyed, I don't want to call it a windfall, but
I understand
a lot of additional revenue that we didn't anticipate. And so as it winds down, as you can see from our cash flow, we take a hit when we do the big spend this year, $6-7 million, but it stays pretty even and actually builds itself back up, even though we've got about a $50 million capital program over the next 5 years.
Right. And so you got 41 coming during 2018, 19. When do you expect to do your next?
So it's really going to be a matter of the demand. Right now, our wait list is about 130 deep, so we anticipate that we'll get a lot of people off of that wait list. It's about a 5-year wait currently. And for those that don't want to go into these new hangars, I anticipate people will move out of the existing hangar stock into the new modern hangar, and so that'll allow us to backfill some of that. So we really want to see how that all sort of shakes out before we make any solid predictions, but my guess is 5 years, somewhere in there. To where the demand would be regenerated. Some of that may come from Santa Monica Airport as they embark on closing that airport. We really haven't seen much from that yet. You know, it's not scheduled to close until 2028, I believe, so about 11 years from now. But they do have the ability to shorten the runway between now and then. So if anything, we may see an increase in some of the jet traffic because they'll be driven out of that airport. But there's other airports closer to Santa Monica that can accommodate some of that, Van Nuys, Torrance, Hawthorne. But we'll see some of that. Small general aviation probably on the heels of that, but that's 12 years out, 11, 12 years out.
Great. Supervisor Bennett.
Appreciate
it.
Excuse me. I don't sit on the airport advisory board, so I don't get to offer input very often in terms of doing this. And I appreciate exactly what our CEO said in terms of what you've done with budget. I'd just like to offer this as my own personal sort of vision for the airport in terms of where it goes. My experience comes mostly from Santa Paula Airport kind of people and that crowd that I'm pretty familiar with and stuff. And there's a tendency to have airports stay sort of funky and run down and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Camarillo Airport Camarillo Airport could really shine, and I just would like to see us try to, wherever we can, eliminate that sort of everybody does their own thing kind of thing and haphazard sort of look, and instead try to standardize it, have it look classy, and I think that will reflect well on the county and in the long run reflect well on just sort of the initial reaction people have when they see that airport, particularly as you talk about it becoming more and more obvious to people and stuff. So I know
those words are music to my ears. So that's what Todd and I have exactly what we're talking about. Because right now Todd has, if you look at some of the county hangars that he has, they're all painted, they're beautiful. Matt Carroll has one that's, and then right next to it is owned by somebody else or controlled, and it's not. Right. Part of our goal was these are still part of the county, and maybe there's a 10-year plan. Everyone's painted the same. If you want to be, it's part of it, so it all looks good. That's what we've been talking about. Great. You're right. Good.
Thank you.
And I want to add to that because it is, high class, both airports, Oxnard and Camarillo. And your staff is the one that does it. You're the one that promotes it. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. I very much appreciate those comments, Supervisor Bennett. Just so you're aware, we do have redevelopment opportunities at Oxnard Airport. We have a couple of older hangars that we're looking to do something with. Hopefully next year sometimes we'll go out with a request for proposal and maybe a partnership with somebody for some redevelopment there. And at Camarillo, some of the larger hangars that look a little bit long in the tooth, they've actually gotten some attention. The one right next to the restaurant currently got all new siding. It looks brand new and it looks beautiful. The one down at the east end, we refer to them as the alert hangars. That tenant is responsible to repaint and re-roof those hangars within the next 6 months to a year, if I'm not mistaken, and so on and so on. So there's a program in place, and certainly with our small hangars for the county that we own, we repaint a row of hangars every year to keep them looking nice. That's right. And we are looking at how we can do something with the small private hangar owners to do the same.
To the extent that when we're redoing leases, doing that kind of stuff, we can standardize some of that stuff. I think it's just better. In general, my experience has been that it's been a very independent crowd, and they really resist that. And we'd have to be assertive if you really want to get some standardization for the benefit of everybody at the airport to have things look, some standard colors, some, that kind of stuff. And so you have to be assertive to pull that off in terms of your leases and stuff. So thank you.
Forward to your board's support on that.
And you've been doing that. I think it's important. Supervisor Parks?
Yeah, I have had some visits at my office of concerned renters, but I do think, moving forward, trying to keep a really good look to the airport, but also the idea that it is a destination even for those who aren't flying, and the restaurant there, and I can see that being something that the millennials would love to come to, and it's, they've really done a great job there. So I like that idea of it becoming more of a hub, as you will.
I do want to just say that Santa Paula Airport is looking good, and they are making sure that everything is up to par, just like Camarillo and Oxnard. Just in case someone got the wrong idea of it, I just wanted to make sure we covered our bases here.
I didn't mean to criticize Santa Paula Airport.
It's a beautiful airport.
And this is an experience from more 20 and 25 years ago where I spent much more time out there.
Totally agree. That's why I wanted to make sure you covered that.
Well, thank you, Todd. You're doing an excellent job. Again, commend your staff and excellent presentation.
One other point from an economic, sorry.
No, I was going to say, Todd, you and I have talked, wonder where the board was. I think gives you an idea. Good.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you. I was just going to say from an economic vitality standpoint as well, in addition to the economic benefits you heard already presented, Todd and the airports have offered makerspace with some of the space they have out there for our startup weekend folks, for startup businesses here, so we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, and our next item is HSA. Thank you. And then we'll vote on the total package once at HSA.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Barry Zimmerman, Director of the Human Services Agency, here to present an overview of our budget. Thank you for putting that up.
Welcome. Welcome again.
Yes, thank you to having me here. I don't know where to begin, really. Our budget has been through quite a odyssey this year, and it might not seem like a very turbulent budget cycle, but for us it has been very turbulent and challenging in many respects. So we started off with an unexpected proposal from the governor that really kicked off our budget season on some initiatives that he put in the budget that otherwise we were not anticipating. One of the larger items was on the IHSS proposal that he put in, as well as additional cuts to the CalWorks and CalFresh programs. So that was the start of our budget in January. And then a lot of work progressed through the May revise. So we kind of have gone through a budget A and a budget B process with all the activity at the state level there. So I'll go cover that in detail and go through that and entertain your questions as it goes along. The budget composition is not very straightforward in our program areas, but I'll try to communicate that best possible. Where am I pointing? Up. There we go. All right. All right, this is a summary of the components of our budget today. We have a main program operation budget that houses the majority of our operations. That would be all the programs of adult protective services, children's, all our aid programs, Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and so forth there. This chart is more representative of the formal budget and the appropriations associated with the budget. So just because there's a variance off to the side, even one up or down, doesn't necessarily equate to general fund or net county cost. It's an appropriation activity to get the budget to where we can move forward on. I'll focus your attention really, which is the most relevant, is the last item, the NCC, or the net county cost portion of the budget. So as we work through all the manipulations of the programs and how they interact with one another, we've gone through an exercise then to determine what would be the relevant net county costs in order to balance the budget and operate the programs as shown. This year it's proposed for an increase of $4.9 million in the net county cost or general fund contribution. It is a hefty increase, about 19% there. We appreciate the effort and the time actually that Mr. Powers as well as Catherine Rodriguez has spent a lot of time and a lot of meetings with us to work through to get down to these numbers here, and we appreciate their effort in order to support and understand the dynamics of the budget. It is kind of an integrated activity that occurs, so even if one area loses appropriations and funding, that may be a small cost in our budget will have a ripple effect throughout the organization as a whole. The way that welfare financing occurs is an integrated package of all programs, and it goes up and down. So as one area gets impacted, the costs shift. And so that's where we had, when the governor proposed to take out costs in certain areas, it shifted costs to other areas that might have greater net county costs associated with them. So that was the balancing act, and that's the work that we worked with the CEO's office to understand and to come to this point here. So the contribution is about a $4.5 million for the operations as a whole, and $400,000 for the IHSS program is where we've ended up to date. The bottom is our position count in it, and thus far we have proposed next year will be a total of 30 positions that will be initially eliminated from day one. 10 of those positions we've already done throughout this year today, and we are proposing an actual reduction of 20 additional positions, which have resulted in reduction of staff. And so we are in a reduction phase right now.
Barry, is there an opportunity to place those individuals? Or
yeah, so the way it works is that program area that we did have to step down in costs, we're only option we had through after we did some other activities, and I'll explain those in details. So 20 were eliminated from next year's budget. It equates to 26 individuals actually impacted the way the bumping and the transferring of costs or transferring of positions work. And of those, 14 of them today, right now, are in a layoff status. And so we are waiting until we get to this point here to see, are there any other opportunities for them within our agency? And we're working with county human resources as well to say, are there other transfers or placement options within the county to try to place all of them throughout the organization.
And the bumping rights, are they within the agency?
The bumping rights are within the agency, so they do not bump outside the agency.
Outside of the agency.
Yeah, that's correct.
But you're trying to find work for those?
Yeah, we think we can, probably the majority of them, we can offer voluntarily demotions into other classifications that they would be qualified for.
Okay.
And so that would be forthcoming in the next week or so.
Good.
So that's our effort there.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of questions on that
Yes.
chart, but I know that you have a
Sure,
lot more
go
to go
ahead.
through. But I kind of looking, I didn't see that you may be going to the Workforce Development Board, seeing a $731,000 decrease. Could you mention how that's coming about?
Yeah, so the reduction in the Workforce Development Board is 100% federal funded, so our allocations have decreased associated with that.
So it's just specific to that?
So it's just specific to that
Okay.
organization. So some of the highlights up there, some of them are interrelated and some of them are not. Some are more grant standalone. The workforce is more of a grant standalone, so as it decreases, we're holding vacant positions and we're mining contracts to hold them at current levels to reduce the total cost.
And then I was also wondering if this is up to date with the recent kind of settlement that they had with IHSS or proposal.
Yeah, this budget presentation that you see today incorporates the May revise completely. So this would be, unless there's things that change in the state legislature on the budget, this is what would be coming to you for final approval.
And thank you. I was looking at the $8 million drop in IHSS. And wondering-
Right, and so then this also includes the CalFresh and CalWork, the larger cut than what was initially proposed, correct?
Yes, this incorporates those, the strategies. So the appropriations, this is appropriation budget here, shows the net of all those actions to get us to these final numbers here, is where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
There is some, I'll call it budget funkiness on the IHSS on how appropriations work relative to the cost to the general fund, and I'll explain that when we get to that
Thank
point there.
And then also, in the information that was provided to me last week, the negotiations, there might be some reduction of how large the
Yes.
CalFresh and CalWorks, but the IHSS doesn't seem to be moving.
No, IHSS is proposed, and I'll go into that detail.
Thank
It's
you.
very confusing. and complex proposal from the governor, but we do need to understand that. Yes,
Can I just
Supervisor.
ask real quick? This budget you're proposing is going to go for the 17-18 year. What impact does the federal budget going to have if something changes on their budget now going forward? Well, because a lot of this comes from federal money, right?
So yes, a good question there. The federal budget will have an impact, but probably in the next year is when it will happen. So the budget for approval will be the federal fiscal year October 1. And so some of the funding bills associated with it will be the following fiscal year. Some of it may be immediate, but the majority of it will be the following fiscal year.
18.
So there are some, depending on how that budget works out. And we are looking at that. I looked over it yesterday. So there are some significant impacts that would come down.
And it also sounds like the philosophy is a little bit different, is what I saw in some of that.
Yes.
Versus not how many people you see, but how, like in the welfare, how many people get off, how you're rewarded for that.
Right,
Different ways
so
of doing
it's
business.
performance outcome based in some regards, which I think we're moving our programs in the state to that more so that's in line with that. The question really is the federal government going to give a fair shake to the state of California in how they're going to finance these from the start? And that's where the concern is going to be.
Right.
And that's a really good point for us as board members to understand. The federal money, the budget is going to be changing, would be in 2018, not 2017, 18.
Yeah, so some of it, it depends. Some of it's lag funding and some of it is not. So in October 1's the pass of the federal fiscal year. They'll have some for immediate. Like, for example, CBDG funding, there is none in there. So the other bills, like there, even though the budget might pass a change associated with CalFresh or SNAP at the federal level, that's also tied up in the Ag Bill, which the Ag Bill has another year of reauthorization to it. So there's some lags that go in how the appropriations finally work out.
What it sounded was good is that philosophy of more outcome-based is where you're already starting that movement. You've already been, the state's moving that way, and you're moving that way too?
Yeah, in particular, like in our welfare to work programs.
Okay. So it's not quite a 180-degree change on you?
No, not 100 and 80, just 120. So, all right, so we did look at, since we were having some obviously loss of revenue and costs that go with the natural cost of doing business, we had to look at everything in the budget. And this highlights relative, so you get an understanding of, there's kind of multiple budgets here. We kind of have mandated entitlement programs that we run for the federal government and the state. We also have that are non-mandated programs that are vital for our community here. And these are these programs here. So like homeless services, veterans, workforce, and RAIN are all considered non-mandated but vital programs there. There was not much change there. We held those pretty constant throughout. To recognize, though, this current year, the RAIN net county costs did increase some $300,000 due to a shift of funds that were from HUD that no longer could go to transitional living but more focused to housing first options and so forth. So we're mindful of that and need to further explore our whole strategy around the homeless and how we work on that spectrum of services that are needed for the homeless population. So this is the state budget, and this is what happened throughout the year. The left side column there gives you the state impact statewide, and then what resulted in the local impact here. And I'll have some program-specific slides to also address that. So the governor's budget in January was a $200 million cut to the CalWorks program, and basically he justified it based on caseload decline associated with the program. That's about a 10% cut, is what it turned out. And then the May revise, he added another $50 million to the cut, saying that the caseload is continuing to decline there. So that resulted to us about a $3.5 million net county cost impact to us, the way the program was budgeted and operated. So we have to mitigate that amount of money. In addition, the CalFresh took a reasonably large cut for that program on the same principle at the state level. It was $67 million cut, and then basically in January it was $30 million, and then they doubled it in the May revise, which was very unexpected from anyone's standards there. So that equated to about an additional $1.2 million that needed to be made up. The IHSS, and you've heard a lot about that, about the shifting of the cost down. With this reflects here the governor's proposal would impact us. So January we were looking about over an $8 million net county cost impact. The governor's budget reduced that to about $1 million. We're showing a $400,000 impact to our net county cost portion of the budget, because with working with the CEO's office, $600,000 of that will also be financed through 2011 realignment coming into our budget at a greater rate to offset some of the general fund associated with that cost shift there. So that's why it's not showing $1 million, but only $400,000 associated with the general fund. So let me explain the IHSS proposal that the governor put on the table here, and I'll go through it real briefly because there's a lot of details to it. But originally there was a roughly $600 million shift of costs from the state to the local government there. When we were calculating in January, we were anticipating the full extent of that in 1 year, which would have been detrimental not only to our agency but to the county budget as a whole. The governor's proposal is to finance at the state level portions of that cost shift as it moves down, so the impact is not in 1 year. So this next year will be a $192 million shift to the county level, and then it increases until it pays off, basically, the $600 million there. The goal for this year's budget for the governor was to have the impact be near equivalent to what we would have had under the old agreement. So the old agreement, we were at an MOE, meaning we paid a certain amount of money, around $11 million is our contribution, and then there was an escalator to that at 3.5%. The goal of this proposal for the first year was to mimic that. And that's essentially what we see here, which would have been, if we hadn't changed anything, our MOE would have grown about $1 million to $1.8 million anyway, right? And so that was the objective of the governor's first year budget. So they're transferring costs to us. The new inflator is zero for this year to balance that out. So the question really is, okay, then how is this going to move forward into the future years? So the agreement is still to have an MOE structure in place, meaning that the counties will be responsible for a certain level of expenditures to pay, and some escalator would go from there. The escalators are shown there will be this year 0, next year will be 5%, and then third year and on it will be 7% growth on that MOE level. And so that's what we're still trying to calculate out, because it is unclear in the trailer bill language right now exactly what are the calculations to determine the MOE level. So we do know this year we're supposed to be within a tolerance zone of what we would have been either way there. So that's how the proposal works forward. It is a good thing, and CSAC and some of the county executive officers worked hard at that, was to come up with that we had some kind of protection through an MOE structure versus just a share of cost that you couldn't control the growth rate of that cost. And so CSAC was very successful in getting an MOE structure to that. So that was a positive, although at an adjusted MOE base level. To help mitigate or to keep the costs down, then the state also said they'll redirect realignment revenues into this program area to offset the costs at the local area. This is a realigned program, so under the statute, realignment should pay for the costs of this program and not burden unnecessarily the counties. So for the next 3 years, VLF, so realignment, this is 91 realignment. 91 realignment's broken up into two categories: sales tax revenue and vehicle licensing fee revenue. Sales tax revenue is already committed to this program. It already goes primarily to the social services, because that's what is earmarked for, and caseload growth in social services like child welfare, IHSS, gets first priority of sales tax at 91. So it's committed to that. VLF is another story. It wasn't committed 100% to social services, and the majority of the VLF revenue went to the other sub-accounts, which are known as health and behavioral health or mental health. And so that's where they received that, and there's also an indigent health account that was changed with AB 85 for the hospitals. But for lack of this, there's two main accounts, which is public health and mental health got VLF. The proposal here is to shift all the growth. They will still get base money. All the growth from here on out will go to IHSS to offset the costs that we saw that we're transferring down. So for next 3 years, no growth will go into those accounts. In years 4 and 5, 50% of the growth will go to IHSS, and they'll start to get 50%. Then in the 6th year out, then the growth will be distributed based on the new bases that are created after the 5-year window here. So that's how the state is financing some of the cost shift coming down.
And so that is shifting it from other programs of the county to IHSS. So that's something that our CEO needs to see how we make up that gap then, right?
Exactly. So what that amounts to is a gradual reduction, particularly in the mental health fund. Something to watch.
There's two things that will be going on with the VLF realignment accounts. The health account, which public health really gets VLF for community education programs, smoking cessation, those type things are those programs. They'll receive no help, I'll say at this point. Mental health is going to receive a waiver of a 3.5% fee. So right now, they pay a fee for mental health institutions of 3.5% on the realignment revenue. So that's going to be waived during this period of time. It may not offset what would have been the growth, but it will be some offset associated with the loss of revenue associated with it. But yes, you do need, because it's really not this year, it's next year when cost of business and so forth go, and these revenues don't keep up with the program, is the burden that's going to be on the system.
Supervisor Bennett.
But
yes.
Those programs are not going to be cut. They're just not going to grow.
That's
That
correct.
right? So those programs won't have the growth that was anticipated with those programs.
That's correct. They'll receive
My second
base.
question is, with the growth being redirected to IHSS, how much of the gap for the county do you anticipate that covering, roughly, percentage-wise?
That's what we're still, the first year's $1 million. Next year, we don't know yet.
Okay.
And so we're still, and I would, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead, Barry. Thank you.
I was going to say that those programs aren't, I want to phase them as being cut. They're not going to get revenue growth, which may result in cuts of the program there.
That's what I was
So it's not that they're protected from cuts. It's just they're not going to get growth associated with the revenue. All right.
Supervisor Bennett,
so
you're okay? You're okay, okay.
Yeah.
Lauren?
So the concern is if we have an older population and injured and the rise is at a 7%, we're only getting funding for 3%. That's what you have to make up. And
Right.
so projection is more like 15%, I think, of growth. So that's a huge issue for us as a county.
It's the future that we have to look at.
Right.
Yeah, so there's future risk associated with this deal, very much so, and that's some of it's unknown now, but we do need to be cautious of that. There's two other items that
The only
need
other
to be.
thing I'd
Go
say,
ahead.
not to try to
Go
get
ahead.
up, Barry, is that on that piece, after 2 years, there's a reopener, sort of almost in labor terms, because I think the governor recognized that that 7% cost escalator is going to be a huge impact to the county.
That's right. All right.
Anyway, and the other thing I will say about behavioral health is one of the initiatives they're working on is to increase their penetration rate, they call it. But what that means is increasing the number of Medi-Cal patients they have eligible. Because they do that drives up more access and
Right.
reduces a bit the need for the realignment and the Mental Health Services Act funding. So I think that initiative is paying off already.
So There's two more things associated with, on a high level, with the IHSS proposal. One is the state participation in wages. That was a big concern because the minimum wage by state law is going to be increasing over time. And so the question was, well, you're passing a cost increase to the counties and not sharing in it. So what the state has agreed to is that they'll participate in $1.10 above minimum wage, meaning that for any wage above the minimum wage, which is $10.50 right now. So let's say it goes to 12, right? That's easier because it's $12. When minimum wage goes to $12 now, the state will participate up to $13.10, meaning that they'll 50% federal. Then of the non-federal portion, it will be split between state 65 and 35 county, which equates to 17.5% for us. So that's ongoing for now on.
Superintendent.
The next time you come back, we're going to require you to do that $1.10 math faster on the $12.50 and all those different amounts.
That's right. We'll work on that. So that gives protection on the growth associated with minimum wage. There's a last provision that is somewhat confusing.
And Barry, it kind of helps the folks over here today too, the HSS,
Yeah, so we pay right now $12.50, which is higher than the state's participation by 40 cents today. And so that 40 cents, just to let you know, that 40 cents is already in our base MOE cost there. So under this new ruling, we would have that base cost going forward no matter what we do with the wages one way or the other. Yeah. But the 10% rule is to allow counties, and we're one of them, that pay beyond the cap today, the cap of participation. So if wages go up no more than 10% over the next 3 years, the state will participate in that cost increase of those wages. And that was part of the negotiation with SEIU and the administration to come up with that wages can increase with some participation. Whatever we do, and then after 3 years, actually the minimum wage will be up to $15 in 2020. And so that then would go on from there on the participation of minimum wage. Okay. So there's a lot of different little scenarios associated. That's the highlight of it, to try to shift the cost to the counties with mitigating the costs all at once throughout. We are going to see costs increase because there's going to be an escalator on a base for here on out, and 7% third year, that starts to add up pretty fast, pretty quickly. So the second year reopener is going to be important to discuss with the administration. So that's IHSS. So worst case scenario was we were going to have to bear 8.5, and growing exponentially into the future years. Now we're starting with roughly about $1 million net county cost. Associated with that, we financed that for $400,000 of the general fund for this next year. So these are the local strategies that we've invoked to balance the budget based on the parameters of what we've been able to agree on financing, which would include the contribution. So we received an enhanced contribution from the CEO's office on the general fund, which I showed you earlier on that. We've reduced contracts significantly in those areas that are receiving reductions. In particular, the CalFresh, we reduced a contract there, which was on food share. We also reduced 5 other contracts associated with CalWorks programs. And we've reduced some of our Casa Pacifica contracts associated with children's for a total of about $2.8 million in reductions of contracts. We're reducing staff immediately, so we have a reduction in staff of 20. We've already eliminated 10 positions. And based on the impact of the May revise, we will be continuing to reduce staff through attrition for the rest of the next year. And that could equate to as high as, depending on the rate in which people leave, we average anywhere from 2 to 3 individuals in the program areas we need attrition per month. So
how many? 2 to 3?
2 to 3 per month, and so based on that, we could be seeing anywhere from mid-20s to mid-30 positions being constricted throughout the year.
Okay.
So we've met with management and said anticipation is that you'll be shrinking your resources as we move through the year and do that. So we'll have to move staff around to make sure it hits the right areas of costs that we need. We've reduced a lot of internal costs. We've delayed some IT upgrades, those type things for about $500,000. We've have a hiring freeze at this point in time in which we evaluate each position, whether or not it is critical need and financed in that regard. And we've reorganized one of our departments. We've collapsed the employment services and workforce into adult services and eliminated a deputy position in order to address some of that. So that's all the activities we've been doing since the January budget to come up to this point here.
And I just wanted to say that from what I understand, like, for example, Santa Barbara County is being hit even harder. Just it sounds like we have more ability to absorb. Is that part
Yeah,
of the case?
each county's in a little bit different circumstances, and yeah, they're laying off on the upwards of close to 70 positions, and they're about 2/3 our size. They're not quite half, but yeah, so quite a bit different. I think we've managed well in order to manage that. I think we have greater support, from your board as well as the CEO's office in managing the operations as well.
Supervisor Long?
Just one real quick, I did have a discussion with, I forget her name, Diane Cummings with
Yes,
the
Director of
governor's
Finance.
office, and we had a good discussion in regards to case study versus funding, and what is that formulation. So I think they're looking at that as well. I'm not promising anything for the approval of the budget, but I do know that they are discussing that. Just because case load decreases, it doesn't mean that our employees should, because there should be a balance.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so that's a lot of discussion of the state, and I have a little bit to add to that because, the Department of Finance right now, and this is what transpired. So the graph at the top is where our starting point was in the sense of what was the January budget. So we had to close that gap, and we've done that through reductions in staff as well as contracts and so forth to bring that down. You can see the caseload is dropping associated with that. We're down to 11,000 individuals in the CalWorks program, which is the lowest in 7 years associated with the program. So it is a decline. We anticipate that to continue to decline, and so that's why we're going to continue to work on mitigating costs as we move forward through attrition and activities such as that. We've also seen a decrease in the application rate for CalWorks over the last months. And so in particular, last month, we were at half of what we're normally at. So normally we get about 1,000 applications coming a month. We're at 500. So the growth rate going in, or the need, is also diminishing. The discussions at the state level is very much, though, that the programs are hard to run these programs in the sense that we're developing what I was talking earlier, these outcome-based programs. When you keep on, ramping up the revenue really high and then taking it away really quickly, it makes it difficult to maintain a core program. So that's what's being recognized at the state, is saying that there needs to be a new methodology in order to address how we're going to operate a core CalWorks program.
So Barry, the decrease is because people had found work, or?
Well, there's people exiting. We do have a low unemployment rate here. We don't have exactly all the information of why they're exiting. Yeah. We do know that there are some that are electing not to apply for aid in fear of share of information and those type things. So we have seen a general downturn. I don't have an explanation for the cause, but those are some.
And our unemployment rate is, what, about 4.7 or so? Which is really low, right?
Yeah, so we do have some positive news that in the legislature, and Supervisor Long referred to this. In the Senate they have voted in their budget committee to restore some of the cut to CalWorks, and in the Assembly, they have a little bit higher restoration on that. So in Budget Committee, we are anticipating some restoration of it. In addition to that, I think it was the Assembly Budget Chair did direct the Department of Social Services to come up with a new methodology on how to allocate funds to the county that would be more equitable with the fluctuation of the economy. So that's the CalWORKS. IHSS, I did cover that a little bit. So we did have a gap, and in the governor's proposal will narrow that gap significantly there. What I wanted to show was really representation of the participants there. We have 5,600 participants at this rate. We do know that the population within Ventura County is continuing to age. And so right now, the universe associated with individuals that are eligible for the services is growing. So we anticipate that to continue to grow, and we will have to monitor that throughout time. Right now, from I think it was 5 years, over 5 years ago, the program has grown 38%. So it's been very difficult to manage, and it's the last 2 years is about a 10% growth is what it turns out to be. We have worked with the state on trying to understand relative to the financing that they give for our administration and the program itself. The state does monitor us and come down and validate whether or not we are doing the assessment correctly, whether we're doing it timely, and so forth. 3 years ago, we were not meeting thresholds, and we were on a corrective action plan, which can mean a sanction of costs to the county, is the way that they work those programs. So we did, over 2 years ago, your board authorized the increase of staff to get us up to the operating level and the compliant. We passed this last cycle. We were at 99% timely in our reassessments, which turned out to be one of the best in the state, and now they're using that as a best practice model of how we corrected the program to that level. So that was a good turnaround, but at the same vein, the state is trying to cap the contribution that they're paying to the services out of the county. And so we're saying you can't have it both ways, where you're going to penalize us for performance and yet not finance it and put that on the county. That is still a debate that is going on today with that program.
Yeah, okay.
The CalFresh budget was a similar situation to the CalWORKS budget there. We did have a gap due to the cuts. There, we do have a decline just recently in the caseload, a decrease of 5%. And so that will be on the same management cycle as the CalWORKS budget through attrition and managing and watching that caseload decline over time. I just wanted to give you some other highlights. So that's the primary aspects of the budget and what's going on financially to get us to our point in time. I did want to give some overview of some of the other programs just real quickly so you have an understanding. This is the Medi-Cal program. If you can see, in April of 2013 is really the start of ACA. And so the growth of the program basically doubled to where we're at today. The growth over last year to this year is about 1%, just very, very minor. So we feel our penetration has been very good in those that were eligible for the Medi-Cal program for a time period. This right now is probably the high watermark associated with individuals that are Medi-Cal eligible for services. Now the federal, as Supervisor Foy brought in earlier, the federal government's proposed plan here is to, in 2020, to roll back what is called the expanded Medi-Cal population, which equates to about half of that caseload. So about 100,000 individuals are considered expanded in the population, and along with the budget on Medicaid as well as the reforms to the ACA hit, that would be the impact associated with that caseload there.
That's pretty significant.
It is very significant, but that's today. There's a whole legislative cycle to go through in that regard. So these are some of the strategies and challenges that we've been undertaking. One is that we do have a low unemployment rate here. but the majority of the job base in our welfare to work program are for very low wage jobs that make it very difficult with our standard of living to here. And so it's been a struggle in creating stability associated with that population. However, we have opened up the America's Job Center in Oxnard, which is a very nice one. It is a one that EDD has come down. Their regional directors come down to see how we've modeled the integration with EDD and other partners that other areas can't seem to come about. And so we have a lot of hope in working with other entities over time to also utilize that facility
And
to
very,
have people come in.
that's a great location.
Yeah,
Really,
it's very
really,
nice, isn't it?
Really nice.
So
Nice
there,
partnerships.
we've consolidated all our operations in Simi Valley into one location, which has made it very beneficial for especially individuals that are touched by multiple systems. And we're very happy to have that collaboration amongst the different segments of the organization together there.
Mm-hmm.
We continue to support the United Way by being the grant recipient for IRS funding to do the VITA program, which is Voluntary Income Tax Association or Assistance Program. And we've helped over 2,100 individuals in that last year along with United Way. We're very happy on there. There's a specialized program in CalWorks that will continue to be funded through the governor's budget on housing. So those that are found homeless and on CalWorks, we have special provisions to work with them, and 83% of all those that we worked with have been successfully housed for 6 months or longer there. So I'll make it more exciting. Just wanted to give you the trend chart associated with child welfare. Our caseload has dropped a little bit, which is very positive, and that's what we're hoping for. So as you know, over the last number of years, we were on an increased path, and so we've plateaued there. So the number of children in care have almost dropped by 80 some individuals, which is very, very positive. That is the objective of the CCR, is to provide wrap services around them so they don't have out-of-home care, and that we can reunite them with families there.
Could I ask why the number of cases increases even though the number of children decreases? Oh, I'm sorry. Read it wrong. Good,
Yeah,
good. It's all consistent.
It is consistent, hopefully. The last I want to highlight, one of our goals was, directed by your board, was keeping sibling sets together. That's where we are in our measure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hard measure because it's kind of a point-in-time measure, to measure that out. We still have it as a primary focus in all our meetings and that on working with resources to place as many siblings together. So more than 2/3 are placed today, which we feel is positive. We want to do better. Complexity associated with that is with multiple sibling sets. If you have stepchildren, half siblings, and so forth, the rights of where they can be placed changes. And so if a mother is where the children are living and there's 2 children and they might be by different fathers, then when the children are removed, the rights go to the fathers, and so those siblings would be broken up unless we can get the adults to say it's better to have them placed here or there. So there is some inherent dynamics associated with this goal, but it is not something we need to shy away with and continually to have monitored.
I just want to pass on, certainly in the last 6 months, year, as I've been talking to people, this idea of trying to, get them over the hump in terms of saying yes, identifying that, you might be the one that keeps 2 siblings together. People identify with that.
Right.
They identify with the last thing you want to have happen when you're going into a strange home is to be also separated. So for whatever it's worth, I just want to get it out there. I've mentioned it to Elizabeth and stuff, but it is a good recruitment tool. Having that goal is a good recruitment tool for us to get more foster
It is.
families.
People resonate with that, and we try to do that. Also, we're trying to get larger, as you know, larger homes that can, handle 4 children. And so we are making some progress incremental with that. I would say, as we're doing, which is family resource approval process, we are one of the advanced. We were early implementer, and we are doing fairly well compared to the other states. This is a huge cultural change that I appreciate the support for that. So CCR is the other main priority that we're working on in children's. We've implemented family team structures, which is very important, very structured around multi-inputs into a plan around a child. We are collaborating with Casa Pacifica in transitioning them from a shelter into what's a short-term residential program, and that's going well. We've worked with the state to get licensing with them, and so we hope by the start of January they will be fully licensed and ready to go as a short-term residential treatment center, and we will not have a shelter any longer. So emergency placement, as you heard last week with a caregiver here who is a foster home emergency placement environment, that's where on an emergency basis children will go. And very limited will go to the Casa Pacifica only under very extreme circumstances in which their behavior warrants that type of a placement. So that is a very positive, huge amount of work to continue to grow the emergency foster home market. The transforming services and strategy in mental health, and I appreciate your board's passing Ms. Crandall's item today, because that's where we've been partnership very much so with mental health and integrating with CCR and getting mental health services most timely for the children. So this just give you some overview, and I'll click through these pretty quickly. This is adult protective services. As our population ages, caseload per worker, we haven't increased the resources there, but to be mindful, the caseload is growing associated with adult protective issues. The primary issue is financial abuse, very difficult to manage and to deal with, and that is one of the areas of concerns of our focus into the future. Housing and homeless has been a highlighted one, and we've been working with the CEO's office very much with strategies associated with it. In a nutshell, with all the programs we run between the CalWorks, HPRP, and RAIN, Transitional Housing, we served 211 households last year, meaning that they were successfully housed and stable placing with that's about 790 individuals associated with each household, the composition there. Very successful in doing that, and that's really based on the philosophy and approach that the county has taken around housing the homeless. We are working on the Choices program. It's more of what you've heard in the healthcare world, like a whole person approach environment to address multiple aspects of an individual's life, which is not just the aiding them for income, but also addressing their education, career, and other aspects with their life to give them more of a chance of success of moving on from their current situation. Emerging issues here is on the federal government changes in Medicaid and CalFresh are going to be the federal issues that will be coming down to us there. Escalating IHSS will be a future issue, in particular after this next year there. The state realignment funding we're dependent on it, so the economy is key in order for realignment to continue. There are some backstops associated with the agreement if the economy doesn't grow, but nevertheless, right now, realignment doesn't pick up the full share of the cost of the state's programs that they have realigned down to us. So that is it. So that's where we're at. We have some highlights that we're trying to work on. We're advocating the state for some funding, which has gotten good review for what's called Safe Home Housing Pilot Project. And this is housing for those that are in an elder abuse situation. So, for example, someone that can't escape the elder abuse environment without being homeless usually doesn't leave. And so this program will help that bridging an individual that otherwise would be homeless in that abuse situation out. We're favorable that will come to fruition, and that we'll go for that, as well as the emergency child care bridging for foster children, and giving that for the foster parents dealing with foster children and their health child care needs. So that was basically it. That was restating what we've done and
good job.
what we're going to do. So thank you for
any additional questions,
participating.
I do, just real quick.
Yeah.
Two questions real quick. And I know your team did a great job on the very challenging issue of reducing the revenues and the costs and so forth, and starting with the freeze and the contracts, and then getting to the staffing. Even after those staffing cuts, they did not impact Children and Family Services, is that correct? So CPS?
That's correct. There's no reductions in child welfare. The only thing that we'll be doing is really just holding current costs. So
Sure.
any cost increase, we'll have to find how to level that out.
Okay.
So that they're part of the assessment on hiring staff and so forth, but no program cuts necessarily to that area.
Great. Thank you. And then just lastly, I know this board and your department has worked steadily over the last several years to increase the staffing in Children and Family Services, Child Protective Services, that being a public safety issue of our most vulnerable children. Could you comment just briefly on those staffing increase and the caseloads?
Yeah, so a number of years ago, we did come to the board demonstrating that the caseload and resources to manage those caseload was out of balance. And so with your board's approval, we went with a strategy to increase staff to lower those caseloads to what is known as 2030 standards. They're very optimistic standards, but we did successfully move those downward. And so today we are within a tolerance zone that would say our caseloads are within a band of acceptability there. It would have been difficult to get to the 2030 standards, let's put it that way. So 2030 standards with like an ER referral would be like 14, caseload of 14. We average around 15, 16 right now. So, we're not at 14, but we're not 23. So I think when I came to the board, we were at about 23, 25 for an ER worker. And so we did increase, and we increased some 50-some positions or so, or
maybe
even higher.
70, 80, yeah.
Numbers are kind of swimming here. There to reduce those caseloads. So that's in the ER arena, and then you can bring that over to the whole system, to the ongoing and so forth there. There'll always be, from a staff's perspective, pressure to say we need more resources there. That's not my first reaction to that is, okay, well, let's look at the root cause of why workload appears to be heavy. We do have some with CCR, and this is a discussion with the state right now, that they're imposing a lot more programmatic duties on us that otherwise we wouldn't take on. And so there's some bidding that's going on to say, state can't impose mandated services on us, and how do we balance that out? But yes, in general, the support of the board has put us in a very reasonable and caseload standard that I would say is good.
And those 2030 are best practice standards.
Yes, best practice standards.
Yeah, so we're right there, very close.
We're very close, very close.
I want to thank you for excellent presentation. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
No, and I just want to, people were working on budgets all the time this year. This was an unusually difficult year and a complicated budget area, so I do want to thank Barry and Brian and Helena and Mel and Sally and Kay and Catherine for just really slogging through this nights and weekends to lay it out and figure it out and really so they can present it in an understandable way and have a really clear action plan. So just a ton of work, and just thank you.
That's exactly what I
would say. It's tough. I mean, because in your job, you can see what happens. It touches. You can see the people you touch almost. It's a little bit tougher to do that. So, but I appreciate all the hard work that's gone through. Barry uses good words. He doesn't say I came for more money. He says I just had to get it back in balance. He knows how to do this. I caught you on that. That's good. But anyway, I appreciate the hard work.
I'm glad you're listening to me.
Supervisor Long. Supervisor Bennett.
I just wanted to say I particularly appreciate, we worked hard and took a long time. We worked hard to get those child protective service ratios proper, and it would have been devastating if this year, when we were having a difficult time. I know this is a push from the CEO's office in terms of the funding. I know it's a push for you guys to absorb this. So it's a 19% increase from that side, but it's still a big, 30 people laid off. Everybody sharing in the pain. Everybody had to work really hard to make that happen. And I just think that the priorities of the Board of Supervisors are pretty fairly reflected here as you went forward with that.
Yeah.
So thank you, and keep up the good work, and we're all going to have to cross our fingers for the next few years.
Yeah, I appreciate that recognition. I appreciate Catherine's work and Brian's work in particular when the demands were there to keep these priorities where we needed them. I do appreciate that you recognize this is this year. And that just talking to Catherine out in the foyer there, that we're already starting, speculating and working on what is next year and the year after, and that's where we're going to have some work ahead of us.
Supervisor Parks, and then Long.
Well, one of my thoughts is, there's good news in here too, and that is that there are less people needing services. The child welfare trend's going down, the homeless trend's going down. Those are good news, and I would think some of that is the fact that we did increase services and we're able to place more people. As I look at this situation, it's still fluid, and I would wonder if instead of looking at 1-2 year trends, we, particularly with what's happening with IHSS, we really need to start budgeting farther out into the future to look to see where we might need to start pulling together some reserves and all to see that we can meet the contingencies of what happens next, essentially.
Very good. Supervisor Long.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, before they do that, go ahead and make the motion. I just want to thank you again for, especially taking care of those 30 layoffs. I think this is extremely important that you work on that, and because like you said, have some people that might take some demotions, or you'll find a place for them. Sure. But I want to thank your staff. That's a big agency, and you've done an excellent job making the presentation, and I just want to commend you and your staff again for an excellent job.
And that is definitely the goal, to see that we don't have to do the layoffs.
Exactly
possible.
right. That's important.
I know that's a hard one.
So let's vote. Receive and file for both the airport and the HSA.
Sir, you can balance. Rebalance it.
Okay, and that's approved?
Yep.
Closed session, and we'll be back at 1:30, and are we going to have any announcements, Leroy?
Should be no announcements.
No announcements? Okay. Thank you. We're going to resume our board meeting. And Leroy, do we have anything to report?
Mr. Chair, we have no announcements out of closed session.
Okay. Our next item is item 41. This is a receive and file report on the progress of the Cycle California Coast bicycle tourism effort in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. And Bennett, Supervisor Bennett.
Great. Hey, thank you very much, and board, thank you. I've mentioned to you this effort that's been going on between Ventura County and Santa Barbara County residents. But in the past, but with us doing the shoulder item today, it seemed like the appropriate time to give an update, because we've kind of accomplished a major milestone in terms of Cycle California Coast also. So what's a little bit confusing for the public out there is that we have item 41, which is basically the board adopting a resolution identifying Ventura County as a bike-friendly county. And then we have item 42, which is the bike lane study. And I know some of you may want to comment on both of those items. And some of you may want to stay here for 42, hear the whole study before you formulate your comments. But others of you may have some brief comments about 42, like I know Marlis is here from the Convention Bureau, and I'm not sure you can stay for the whole bike lane study. So if you have comments about the bike lane study that you want to make while you're up on 41, I'm sure we're all smart enough to be able to remember it until we get to item 42. But those of you that have put in cards for 42 still speak on 42 when it comes up. But That's what I would suggest in terms of being able to give your input about the concept of us becoming a bike-friendly county, and then also about the bike lane study and the specifics that are going to come up with that. So to kick this off for the benefit of the board, I have a PowerPoint to introduce Cycle California Coast. And there's our first slide right there. So Cycle California Coast got started when this is the Pacific Coast Bike Lane, and this was the day that they had the dedication of this Pacific Coast Bike Lane. There were lots of people there, hundreds of people there. They took this picture. Supervisor Carbajal came down, and Supervisor, the other supervisors from... Kathy Long and the other supervisor from Santa Barbara County, Janet Wolf. I'm sorry, yeah, Supervisor Janet Wolf. And we were talking about how this was such a valuable link between Ventura and Santa Barbara counties that maybe this is the right time for us to actually kick an effort off to join the two counties in an effort to try to promote Ventura and Santa Barbara counties as premier bicycling tourist destinations. And there are a lot of advantages for our own residents. There's certainly the economic benefit of having more tourists come here, but there's also the benefit that if we have more tourists here for bicycling and we try to make this bicycle-friendly county, then the county is also more bicycle-friendly for the people that live here also. And so a group of volunteers got together. Supervisor Carbajal and Wolf contacted people up in Santa Barbara County, and we started meeting in Carpinteria a couple of years ago. And I just want to show you where we've gotten from now. And we now have a website up, Ride from the Beach to the Mountains. This is actually, truly is, Ventura and Santa Barbara counties truly are classic premier bicycle riding places in the world. I mean, if you go to southern France and you ride, it's not anything better than what you have here. You can go from the beach to 9,000 feet by only going 13, 14 miles inland, for example. So this is the part of the component that I would like to call your attention to the most. And this is Rabelais' restaurant in Santa Paula, because one of the big components to doing this is to create a link between the bicycling community and the people that could potentially benefit or profit from bicyclists coming. This is Rabelais' restaurant in Santa Paula. As a result of us kicking off this effort, some of the people in this effort approached Rabelais about putting in places to lock your bikes so that people could see the bikes while they're actually eating in the restaurant. And now, oftentimes, when you go by Rabelais, you're going to see this kind of turnout of people at the restaurant. Now, that's a huge benefit to the business of Rabelais and lots of other businesses. So a big component of this effort is to try to get bike-friendly businesses. This is in Ojai, self-locking bike rack installed by a business. This is the Mad West Brewery, where they actually have a place for you to hang your bikes inside. This is the Emporium in the Ojai Valley and all the bicycles that are able to stop there. And then I'd like to ask your indulgence. This is Bike Friendly Oregon. And Bike Friendly Oregon has gone beyond anybody else in the country in terms of actually trying to attract tourism. And this is a video that is designed for businesses and why businesses should become bike-friendly businesses and what we are launching here in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. So if we could have the video play, and there you go. Here comes the video, the business case. How about the sound? You got the sound there, Cruz. Can you go back and try to get sound first?
Our state on two wheels.
All right. Can you start it over again?
Recent study done by-
All right, here we go.
Riding a bicycle has never been more popular in Oregon. Whether it's road riding, mountain biking, or traveling by bike, more and more people are exploring our state on two wheels. A recent study done by the Outdoor Industry Association shows that 4 out of 5 Americans own a bike. More Americans bicycle than golf, ski, and play tennis combined. In Oregon, bicycling is a quickly growing segment of our travel market. 31% of all leisure visitors to Oregon rode a bike at some point during their stay, oftentimes as part of a trip with other recreational activities. In 2012, bicycle travel contributed $400 million to Oregon's tourism economy. On average, the bicycle traveler spends 20% more than a typical visitor. People enjoy visiting Oregon and they love biking here. Bicycling is great for our tourism economy and great for business.
People show up here for the experience of riding by bike. It's great to see tourists that come to visit, rent a bicycle at their hotel, and are told either at the hotel or a bike shop or something that one of the things to do is to pedal here, sit out on the patio, and enjoy a beer and be part of the scene.
I can't believe the number of people that cycle as a hobby or it's their passion, and they have routes specifically that they're coming either to do again or that they've never done or they've heard about through friends, that kind of thing. So it's pretty cool, whether they're mountain biking or road biking or just pleasure.
It's growing. The number of cyclists that cycle for recreation and camaraderie kind of thing, there's more of them coming all the time.
You know, any small town, any chamber of commerce will tell you the same thing. Tourists are awesome for local businesses. Cyclists are very good at that. They need information, they use services, they get hotels, they help out restaurants, breweries, whatever it is.
In my experience, they are incredibly loyal people. I think working in the cycling industry, I find that people are very loyal to brands, and they're very loyal to their community, and they're very loyal to anybody who supports them.
Well, for one thing, they're just a very good crowd to work with, in particular. And it's a kind of a tight community with bicyclists. If you make one person happy, you're going to make 10 people happy.
We've had months or weeks where out of 8 or 10 people here, half of them are here for at least their second time. We've had people that have returned 4 times with the same friends or with different friends and brought other friends with them. There's really no downside to it. If you're a business, you want more customers, this is how you can have more customers.
Being bike-friendly is an easy step to more business in Oregon's booming bicycle tourism economy.
You know, they're on a mission. They're here to really get their passion fulfilled, their cup filled up while they're here. They go and they're out most of the day, and then they come back and they're like every other guest. They want to relax at a nice place and go have some fun.
They'll spend more, I think, typically than you would expect, because a lot of people, this is their passion. And I'm sure everybody knows you spend more money on your passion than you do on your obligations.
I think it's important for everybody to feel welcome here. Just giving them the olive branch, say, hey, you're welcome here. You're opening yourself up to a whole new element of people who will come and enjoy your business and be loyal customers.
Because bicycle-related tourism is important to Oregon's economy, businesses and communities around the state want to reach this market. Travel Oregon has developed the nation's first statewide bike-friendly business recognition program targeting travelers. The Oregon Bike-Friendly Business Program will help you reach cyclists, as well as give you the tools you need to cater to this growing segment of our tourism economy. Become a bike-friendly business today.
So this is a logo that if you become a bike-friendly business in Ventura County, you can put this logo up in your business. And so I mentioned that we have this website, and I'm going to show you a few of the pages on the website that we've created with this organization, Cycle California Coast. This is called the Grand Loop, and it's a loop that links Santa Barbara and Ventura counties together. This isn't the only thing that this effort does, but we wanted to try to pick something to focus on so that we could get some businesses, hooked up on one route. But certainly the whole rest of eastern Ventura County is available, and you can certainly go much further into Santa Barbara County. But this is a link that actually takes that Pacific Coast Bike Trail and shows you how much it's opened up, the link between our two counties. The city of Ventura has installed Grand Loop signs there, so that's the Grand Loop sign as it's being advertised, and then the GSA Parks installed a sign, and that sign is simply talks about what services are available in Oakview if you're going down the Ojai Trail. This is the County Fire Repair Station. Supervisor Parks highlighted this a week ago out in Lake Sherwood area at the fire station there. So we have these county bike repair stations, which also create that friendly atmosphere. Now we're coming up on the this is the website itself. And I want to just try to show you what's been done, almost all with volunteer labor here. These are just volunteers that are passionate about this. So you can ride, this is the website, Ride Miles of Beachfront Bike Paths. Figueroa Mountain Road, Santa Ynez Valley, next. Ride from the mountains to the beach. And then they've got all the different rides, ride through the wine country. And then you're going to see, there's the Grand Loop again. Next. All righty. And I think so that's taken us through essentially those. And I just want to give you an example of what else we've been able to be accomplished. What's that? Yeah, the Grand Loop. So this is the Grand Loop, and if you take a look here at the Grand Loop, this is just one ride, and it gives you a picture of the ride, it gives you the elevation, and then it gives you things like degree of difficulty and all of that. And I want to show you another one. All of these, by the way, this is all under, and Frank is down here. Frank, would you put your hand up, please, for everybody to see? Frank's the person that's been putting an enormous amount of volunteer time putting this website together. Here's Ojai Sulphur Mountain Road. It's a dirt road, for those of you that haven't been on it, but this is the kind of thing that can happen. Some people did this themselves.
And today we're going to ride one of the classic mixed frame rides. And good morning, Pat Bus Peddlers. Today we are in Ojai, and today we're going to ride one of the classic mixed frame rides in the area, the Sulphur Mountain Loop. Anyone interested in gravel grinding in the area, they always bring up Sulphur Mountain. So today we're going to ride it, film it, narrate it, and share it with you guys.
And the video goes on for 3 or 4
more videos like this to subscribe and give it a thumbs up.
It goes on for 3 or 4 minutes and shows you the ride itself. But this is the kind of thing that you can have. So this is back to Rabelais. This is on the website. But if you want to become a bike-friendly business, then we have on here the information about becoming a bike-friendly business. You can apply right online to be a bike-friendly business. And people complete all that. And then if we go to the next slide, you will see the list. And those are businesses that have already become bike-friendly businesses here in Ventura County that have moved forward. And it's something that can certainly expand. And what will happen is on those maps, all of these businesses will be flagged on the map. So you can go and say, hey, we're going to be riding this part of the loop. Where are the bike-friendly businesses in this part of the loop or in that part of the loop as this goes forward? So with that, I know we've got some speakers. Appreciate having that. I think there's one more slide there, I think. And that's, this comes from the Economic Development Collaborative. This sector is underperforming in travel-related impacts relative to the state and to competitor regions. There's an opportunity for growth both in leisure and hospitality sector, and our regional economic sustainability depends on the tourist and travel industry being successful. So I know we have some speakers, and I really, this is just an opportunity to try to honor a really hard work and effort by a whole lot of volunteers. It's easily the most positive effort that I've ever focused on. There hasn't been any negatives there. Everybody likes this, is supportive of this, and it's just a great bunch of volunteers trying to make it happen.
Thank you.
No, I think
any questions?
Yeah, just real quick. I think it's great. Matter of fact, people were talking about it because you had this on the agenda. I was asking it. One of the things that this bike-friendly thing I think is really key, because a couple of people were asking me, they were concerned about going in a restaurant, leaving their expensive bike out front and all that stuff. I don't know, maybe these guys know if we've had a lot of people stealing bikes or not, but hopefully not, and that this is really going to help that side of it. Everybody wants a real nice bike, but I don't know what the deal is.
When you're talking about $5,000 bikes, people want to be able to keep their eyes on them.
Exactly.
And it does make a difference.
And I think that was the
people.
key that people were asking me, are people really going to come here unless there's a place where I mean, they may come ride, but is it really going to help the economy? I thought it did, and what I'm hearing is all these new friendly place where they can keep their eye, those bikes can be locked or whatever, so they can go spend their money and enjoy it up here too.
Well, if you ask the people at Rabelais, they'll certainly tell you. I mean, it's had a significant impact. And if you ask the people in those other places in southern France and Italy, et cetera, where bike tourism is really strong, it really can make a difference. And there's just no reason why Ventura and Santa Barbara counties can't be that. So I agree. The other thing I would offer, we have bike-friendly businesses, but we also are talking about in the group having business-friendly bicyclists. And and that is bicyclists that know, hey, we want to support these businesses that are if a business is out there taking care of bicyclists, we want to keep that business around. So it's a great setup and stuff.
And I think the important thing is too that we're working with the county of Santa Barbara, like we have for, many other issues, with the beacon is a good example, and now biking is an excellent example.
And Supervisor Parks in East County has organized some people down there, also had some conversations with Los Angeles County. I think the uniqueness of Ventura and Santa Barbara County linked in such similar semi-rural kind of feel to the counties make them a real natural for this combination.
So I have some speaker cards, and we're going to go 3 minutes. And like the supervisor mentioned, if you want to share something about 42, you can also share that too. We're going to start off with Tom Stark and followed by Jim White for 3 minutes. Tom first and then Jim White by 3 minutes. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board, for allowing us to address these issues, in particular Steve Bennett. We are obviously a bike club. We represent 350 bicycle riders, mostly from Ventura County. We support any and all effort to make bike safety a priority. And that's done with infrastructure. It's done with paving. It's done with design that takes the bicyclist in mind, because we do compete with automobiles. There's no way that we can ride the distances we ride without competing with cars. And we lose. When we meet up, the bike always loses. We're no match. So paving is a big issue. We see oftentimes Public Works paves the road, but does not pave the, what I call the bike lane, which is really the shoulder. It's not designed as a bike lane. We ride it on the shoulder. The problem when they don't pave that shoulder is there's a lip between the pavement of the roadway and the shoulder has a lower elevation. That lip, even though it may be only 2 inches tall, is extremely dangerous to bicyclists. You hit that lip on a slight angle, you're down. I know I've done it too many times, frankly. You think you get smarter, but it's easy to do because you're not paying attention. So anytime you can have Public Works pave the entire roadway, including the shoulder, it makes it much safer for us. Now, I'll tell you something else that happens. Bicyclists are not stupid. They'd rather ride on the smooth pavement than on the shoulder, which is rough, right? So what do? Here's the roadway, pavement, smooth. We go there. We're looking in our rearview mirror for cars. The minute a car shows up, we have to come off and go to the shoulder. Then what happens? The car's gone. Where are we going to go again? Back to the smooth road. So we create our own danger, but the pavement is the issue. So we wish you, as a board, would support Public Works paving the entire roadway so we don't have this dangerous situation. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tom. Jim White, followed by Sherry Mullen. Mullen, right. Jim.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's everybody today? Afternoon, Chair Zaragoza and the members of the board and staff, all of here. I'm not going to go on for a long time because I want to talk on 42. But basically, I just want to let you know that I do serve on the Transportation Commission. There's a lot of stuff going on, obviously, with transportation and bicycles. Also, the Ventura Visitors Bureau, I serve on that, and I see there's a huge potential to bring money into the city of Ventura as well as other cities. And a member of the Channel Islands Bike Club, but I don't have my shirt on today. But most importantly, I'm an avid bicyclist. I just want to voice my support for in declaring Ventura County to be a bicycle-friendly county. The MGen Bike Tour recently went through here, and I think the reason they go through Ventura County is because of the great routes. There are some tremendous routes we already have in Ventura County. We have, obviously, from Ventura Marina to Emma Wood State Beach, the beautiful three-mile bike path to Bates Road that Supervisor Bennett talked about earlier. That is hundreds and hundreds of people go there every week. And I think it's just important that we let the community know that we are a bike-friendly community, and there's a lot of potential to bring in dollars and cents to us. So let's finish our job and encourage safe routes through our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Sherry Mullen, followed by Shelley Sun.
And you know, while she's coming up, Marlis, I don't see your name on the list. Have you submitted a card to speak for 41 or for 42? I don't see her on there. There you
We
go.
can add her in. Sherry?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sherry Mullen. My husband Patrick and I live in Oxnard. For 5 years, I was employed at the Oxnard Visitors Convention and Visitors Bureau, and then the California Welcome Center. And he was a hotel manager, so we are pretty versed in tourism and hospitality. The tourists who visited the California Welcome Center when I was there, and that was in the very first years, and they still are, travelers from all over the world. I took a tally for my boss of the countries that were represented, and the top 3 countries of origin at that time were Germany, England, and Australia. And of course, you know, we know all of Europe is pretty bike friendly, and Australia, it just makes sense to lure those people with their bikes or to rent the bikes here. My husband and I have participated in a bike ride across Iowa, a 7-day bike ride for the past 20 years. And it's the largest bike ride across a country or state, and the oldest and the largest, as I said. It gets 10,000 riders. But in the process, and we go through all these small towns, the money that they get from this group of cyclists, they're buying fire engines and swimming pools, and it bolsters their economy greatly. We also vacation in Maui, where we rent bikes and enjoy their beautifully manicured bike lanes. They, of course, have tourism down to a fine whatever. We, like other tourists, spend money at restaurants and hotels and souvenirs and artwork, and we just feel that in this beautiful county of ours, we have a viable economic opportunity to be a cycling destination. Thank you.
Sherry, is Patrick Mullen, your husband, the planner for Oxnard in the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Oh, well.
He's still on the Planning Commission.
We'll say hello to Pat.
No, I'm sorry, he's not on the Planning Commission.
He was in the planning.
He was for 8
He was in the
years.
planning now with the Chamber of Commerce, right?
Still with the chamber, right now is at Rotary.
Rotary, yeah.
I
Okay,
can't keep
Rotary's
track of
the one.
being.
Thank you.
She's too busy
Thank-
biking.
Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
Okay, Shelley Sun, followed by Jimmy Young.
Afternoon, my name is Shelley Sund. I'm the owner of Ventura Bike Depot. I saw you on the ride Monday last week, yeah. to open up the fire station at Sherwood. Like, that was really neat. Anyway, I've been in the business since 1984, importing and renting and selling bicycles. Currently, both in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. I'm really glad to see them linking up. Thank you, Steve Bennett. He's been a real inspiration and keeps the meetings moving positively and smoothly. I just love the way he kind of conducts the orchestra, because he doesn't let anyone get off track. And boy, that room gets a lot done. So those meetings have been going on for a couple of years, and I've been to, I think, all of them but one. So it's really exciting to see what's happening there. One thing they asked me to bring up was that I'm right on the bike path where you have to go from, my current shop is Ventura Bike Depot, where you have to get off of the beach bike path and go to the Ojai bike path. So when they needed content on the website they were showing you earlier, on like long distance cyclists that have the panniers on, and I've met them going from Alaska to Argentina. I kid you not. And it's funny that most of those people are European or from somewhere else in the country, the world. They're not necessarily from here. So I guess that's a testimony. When they told me to get some videos of them, I was able to get 2 a day. To my surprise, I knew they were there, but they're there in pretty good numbers, and they're global travelers, and they're really dedicated to the sport or just the way of traveling, because you get to see and absorb so much more at that bicycle speed than you do in a car. If you've driven your car from Santa Barbara to Ventura for 30 years, do it once on a bike and you'll see stuff you've never seen before and enjoy it so much more. So that was my input, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on the committee and committing all your time to that.
Jimmy Young, followed by Tobias Smith.
Howdy. My name is Jimmy Young. I'm a local businessman. I own McConnell's Ice Cream on Main, but I'm an active bike rider, mountain bike rider. I really support the efforts of the Channel Islands Bike Group and people like Toby of the Bike Hub and the other bike stores here today. It's really about safety, isn't it? I never allowed my children to ride to school their bike. It was too dangerous, raising them in the city. This is a positive message, though. I strongly support everything that you're doing, Mr. Bennett, and all the supporters. Really hope we'll keep it focused on safety. Wonderful idea to pave all the way to the end of the apron, and we can turn those into more safety zones. Would love to continue seeing the decriminalization of riding on sidewalks, if that's the safest place to put our children. If they happen to be on wheels or walking, I believe the police should continue to decriminalize using sidewalks. I don't see a lot of people using them, and that's the ultimate goal, I believe, is to get our citizens out and enjoying this wonderful city and county, and have them come home alive that night. Again, it really is about safety, because you can't enjoy yourself if you don't make it home. And I strongly encourage this great forward thinking of this group and these wonderful people behind us and the people they represent, and our citizens that can't be here today, like little Anthony Navarro, who passed away on Thanksgiving Day 5 years ago in Oxnard. And we just completed the memorial ride for little Tony. I've been involved with that and the Ghost Bikes organization. But I'd love to see this county continue to think in terms of Vision Zero, the great group that Toby Smith taught me about, and that LA is onto it, and major cities across America, patterning after Western Europe, to visualize zero deaths. That's what Vision Zero means. And we're forming up a coalition. We super hope this great body of leaders will support it when we come out. We have Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Safe Routes to Schools, the Chief of Police, many people I see here in front of me and behind me, and we hope to galvanize this great effort you folks have been making with the, which is good for business, but it's really about safety, isn't it? And the enjoyment of our streets and protected safe zones to walk, first of all.
I want to tell you guys an inspiring story about Jimmy Young. You know, he mentioned he owns McConnell's Ice Cream, but somebody approached him about becoming a bike-friendly business. But he's so committed to bike safety that he said no. He said, my place isn't a great location for bicyclists. And so he sacrificed something that's for his own business because he only wants to have this be bike safety oriented. So good luck with McConnell's Ice Cream. I hope it goes well, even though you're not going out there to become a bike-friendly business.
We're
Thanks for all
working
your
on it.
support with all this other stuff.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Jimmy. And what location is that in Thompson? Your ice cream?
The ice cream store? McConnell's on Main.
On Main?
Yeah.
I don't know, John. I think you're chair. You should have ice cream here every week.
I
man.
know.
Some people pretend they're not coming. That's okay.
Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, Tobias Smith, and followed by Marlis Oster.
Greetings, honorable supervisors. My name is Tobias Smith. I'm the program director for a bicycle advocacy group called Bike Ventura, and we also have a community bicycle shop where we teach people how to fix bicycles. We just came today to support. We have a 900-person mailing list, and we got a bunch of people that mailed us in letters to support this effort. And so we just wanted to speak on how proud we are that this is moving forward and how important it is for the bicycle community, because it speaks a lot not only to bicycle tourists, but also to local bicyclists, as well as people who don't ride, for the ride curious. Because projects like this can really put a push on what the standard is, what infrastructure we build, and what else can be done so that other people can have safe routes to ride. You know, we're looking at more protected bicycle lanes. We're looking at more paths. Anything like that really improves quality of life for people in the county. It improves, you know, the unmeasurable costs of what it costs to live here. You know, and these are the things that make life very special. So I just wanted to applaud everyone and thank them and just give my support, and then also speak a little bit on 42 after 42. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Tobias. Okay, Marlis Oster, the last speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me today. I'm really pleased to be in front of the Board of Supervisors and staff today wearing two different hats. My name is Marlis Oster. I'm the CEO and president of Visit Ventura, the Ventura Visitors and Convention Bureau. The first hat is I was part of this group from the beginning, and I didn't know a lot about the bicycling community, so we took our team and we went to a conference in San Diego and said, okay, if we're going to dedicate time and energy towards this effort, let's find out a little bit more. So a few nuggets of information. There's been an 85% increase since the year 2000 in business bike-friendly communities, so that is growing tremendously. It's an $81 billion industry with 770,000 jobs impacted and $10 billion to state and local economy. Those were numbers that made me go, maybe we need to pay attention just a little bit more, because of course my role is to drive tourism, and how can I do that with my neighboring cities and counties? So this was a perfect opportunity to do just that. I'm really proud of how far we've come. My second hat is a mom. These riders all have road bikes. Mine has tassels and a bell. But I have two sons that ride behind me and a husband, and infrastructure is just as important to me. We do ride that beautiful coast. We do ride up to Ojai. I know it's crazy. I've ridden it on a beach cruiser, but you know, that's all right. We are cyclists in a different realm, and those people come and visit our communities too, in our county and the bi-counties. So I stand here today to ask your support and continued efforts for Cycle Cal Coast, so we can move this along and grow the economy through bicycle tourism, and then also as a resident of Ventura County to support the infrastructure that is already being built on and to see it grow further. Thank you.
Marlis, I want to thank you. I just want to share with the folks that you did an excellent job at ADCBC the other day.
Thank you. I
They're
appreciate that, Chair.
You know, that's Economic Development Corporation for Ventura County, and you and the young lady from
Adriana from Camarillo.
Wizard from Camarillo.
Yes, yes.
Excellent job.
And Marlis partners with the Santa Barbara Visitors and Convention Bureau Executive Director also, and the two of them serve on the marketing committee of Cycle California Coast.
She made an excellent presentation.
And she's the one that's smart enough to keep saying Cycle California Coast. We're trying to brand that name and logo out there, and she got it in there a couple times. Thank you very much, Marlis.
That was my last speaker, Supervisor Bennett. Any additional? or
I think it looks like Supervisor.
Yeah,
Or is it
I
Parks?
just, I wanted to compliment the effort and Supervisor Bennett for moving forward on this with Supervisor at the time, Carbajal, in Santa Barbara County. It really, it's been going on a couple of years, but it was a model that we used in the East County for the Santa Monica Mountains bicycle tourism roundtable that we have. And it's really interesting because the type of tourism can differ. We see a lot of professional cyclists using the Santa Monica Mountains and training up there and getting races. And I know we have a similar makeup on the roundtable that you do out here on your committee. But it's interesting to see that just, calling and getting speakers. And we called one individual to talk about, the racing aspect. And he goes, we haven't had a race in your area for a while. I think we're going to do that. So just being able to make those contacts, you can get more support and more people out there. And I think overall the goals have been the same too, which is not only increasing tourism, but making it safer out there for the cyclists, helping to get better infrastructure out there. The one out also in the East County is with the Los Angeles County and Supervisor Kuehl's office, but also because the Conejo Valley is made up of cities that are on both sides of the border. So we have the city of Agoura Hills, the city of Westlake Village, and the city of Thousand Oaks. Mayor Claudia Bill de la Peña and I have pretty much led the one out there. And we also have the Chamber of Commerce, which is the Greater Conejo Chamber that oversees that whole area. But I think it's wonderful to be able to connect both sides of our county as well as our neighboring counties, because that's really is where the bicycling is. So just wanted to give my lauding to you for putting this together and also showing that we can really increase the amount of bicycle tourism, but also the facilities, which we'll go into item 42 here.
Supervisor Long? No.
No.
I know, I see your...
You see my mind thinking and turning. I get it.
And your light's on too.
My light's on? I didn't know I pushed that one. Anyways, so this is great. I really do appreciate it. I'm looking at the resolution, and I see that it encourages local cities and neighboring counties to do the same where practical, develop bicycle infrastructure, encourage bicycle-friendly business, and promote our region as a world-class destination for bicycle tourism. And I appreciate this, and what I'm thinking is I just don't want this to get lost. So how do we implement that? And if I have to make a motion, I will, to include bicycle-friendly into our strategic plan for Ventura County or our economic vitality plan. So it's something that we're looking at. Maybe even our general plan, I don't know, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't get lost. So if we're going to make this big decision and we have our constituents backing this and we see all this research, then let's make sure we don't lose this message so that when we're all not here, it still continues. So that's just a question I have.
Mr. Bennett?
Why don't we simply add to the motion direction of the CEO to make sure that he talks to staff about where are the most appropriate places to put this so that it continues as part of the county planning effort.
And I'd be fine with that.
Great.
Okay. Michael?
And Supervisor Long's request too, I did touch base with Chris Stevens on this, and he sees it tying into the general plan for the healthy communities piece. So,
Okay, so that was a motion, you said?
So I'd like to move the bicycle-friendly, move the recommended action, which is receive and file the report, and appreciate all the people part of Cycle California Coast that came out today to help us make this report, and then also to adopt a resolution identifying Ventura County as a bicycle-friendly resolution with the additional information of making sure that asking the CEO to be sure it gets embedded in the appropriate places after he consults with staff. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, got a first and a second. Let's vote. Okay.
And I hope that you'll stay around because the next item is the item that most of you are talking about, which is infrastructure, if you can, to hear this conversation about infrastructure.
And that's approved. And item 42 is a study session regarding the bike lanes, provide guidance, suggestions, standards for prioritizing construction of future bike lanes improvements. Mr. Dave?
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, CEO Powers. For the record, I'm Dave Fleisch with the Public Works Agency. What a great intro that we just had to what this item is today. And the purpose today is to bring to you quite a bit of information about bike lanes and seek your guidance in 3 areas. Before I get started, I would like to thank 2 of my staff, Anitha Ballin, who's my permits and planning manager, recently been promoted into that position, and Howard DeLeon, an engineer who works with her, for doing all of the work that's here. I'm really the talking head up here. They've actually done all the hard work on this. So I'd like to thank
they're
them for all the work.
all part of the Public Works plan that we have out there. They still have the equipment out there?
I think we finished at 2, but I'm sure most of it's still there. So.
Just for information, if you came in, we have millions of dollars of equipment out there that for Public Works. So thank you anyway. And thank you, Jeff.
Okay. So these are the items that we'll cover today. There are 3 decision points in this presentation, and they're on those last 3 items that you see there. And the presentation is structured that when we get through each one of those, we'll pause and provide the opportunity for your board to provide the guidance at that time, and then we can recap those at the end. I want to make sure we get, I'm clear on where we're going on each one of those, so we'll have that opportunity as we go through. First, let's talk a little bit about the different kinds of bike lanes. This is a refresher for those who are very familiar with this. I apologize, but it's a good thing to go through just to make sure everybody's on the same page with where we are. There are 4 types or 4 classes of bike lanes. We have 3 of those that we currently have in Ventura County, and the 4th is a relatively new one that I will talk about. Class 1 are shared use paths, and these are separated from the street and exclusively for the use of bikes and pedestrians and sometimes equestrians. And I know in the Santa Rosa Trail Plan we have a couple of these that are equestrian as well as bike as well as pedestrian. We don't have much of this in the county. The largest amount that we have is the roughly 15 and a half miles of the Ojai Valley Trail, as you see the map that's up there. In addition, we have about a mile out in Piru, and we have 1.2 miles on Canaan Road between Lindero Canyon and Oak Hills, which is a separated bike lane away from the road. These are currently not maintained by Public Works Transportation because they're outside of the road right-of-way, and our limitations on our funding are that it must be used on things that are within the road right-of-way. 2 of them are maintained by the Parks Department, and then the Lindero one on Canaan Road is maintained by an association that's up there. Class 2 bike lanes, and this is what most of our existing bike lanes are within the county. These are paths or lanes that are on a road, as you see in the map, on the graphic that's here. It's a 4 to 6 foot wide lane adjacent typically to the curb. It's got signing and striping to go along with it. Examples of this we have as portions of Las Posas, Hueneme Road, Lewis Road, again, most all of the lanes that we have within the county. The third type is a Class 3 bike route, and these are areas where there is not enough pavement or shoulder currently for there to be a bike lane. Actually, it's most often seen in a city where they have limitations on how much they can add in order to be able to allow the bikes to travel. So what's most commonly seen here, as you see, is the Sharrow marking that's up there. That's the bike with the chevron. A common place where you would see this is like Seaward Avenue in Ventura as you're coming up from Harbor up into town is an area where they don't have enough space for there to be full bike lanes, but they use the Class 2. The only Class 2 that we have on county roads right now is 2.4 miles on that same stretch of Canaan Road between Lindero and Oak Hills. When we did a paving project recently, we were asked to put bike lanes in there, even though there's a separated Class 1 bike path, and because we didn't have enough space to do that, we were able to put in the Sharrows there to make sure that was annotated for the bicycles.
And that separated bike path, as I understand, is basically like a sidewalk that you can ride your bike on. It's raised above the street.
Yes, it's right. What you have in that particular area is there's the road and then the sidewalk and then a median and then a separate path beyond the sidewalk. So it's a completely separate one. So, and I think it's 8 feet wide, if I recall.
Works good for the kids riding to school, for example.
Yes. The fourth class, and I don't have a slide for this because this is relatively new, is what's called a cycle track or a Class 4 bike path, and they're essentially on the pavement but separated from the pavement by some sort of physical separation. The place you can see that right now is on Telephone Road east of Johnson. The city of Ventura is doing a test of that where they have some stanchions along between the roadway, the vehicle travel way and the bike travel way. That's an experiment they're doing. Should that work out, I believe they're going to go to a more permanent thing than the stanchions that are there. So in some research that we did for the study session, we went to take a look at what are all the standards that are available out there for bike lanes. And the standard that pretty much everyone uses as the minimum is from the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO. And that's what you see on the left of this chart. The remaining ones for the National Association of City Transportation Officials, or NACTO, and then we looked at Caltrans and also the City of Los Angeles. If you look at this chart, you see they all pretty much deviate from the AASHTO standard, primarily making the widths of the paths wider than what AASHTO has, generally for safety purposes. And you'll notice those primarily, the City of LA, their minimum is 5 instead of 4 feet. And then across the bottom, you can see most all of them have recommendations for greater widths at higher speeds.
Could I ask a question? Do you know if they have a requirement for wider bike paths when you have rumble strips?
I'm not aware that they do. The bike path is separate from that, as far as I know. The other thing that's important, and I'm not a cyclist, is if you look at the graphic that's on the left-hand side of this, just the physical space that a bicycle requires is about 3 feet from edge of handlebar to edge of handlebar. So it's 30 inches there, but about 3 feet. So if you look and think for a minute about those widths of bike lanes, 4, 5, 6 feet, there needs to be room for the bike to operate in a safe manner. And so I thought that was a really good graphic just for those who might not be the most familiar with what it takes to ride a bike. So transitioning now to what we currently have on county roads in terms of bike lanes. We have about 88.5 miles of bike lanes. And as a reminder, there's for almost everything except for a separated path, for every mile of road, there's 2 miles of bike lanes because there's a bike lane on each side going in each direction. So that means about 44 miles of the roads that we have in the county have bike lanes on both sides. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, but compared to where we've been in the not-too-distant past, that's quite a bit more. As I mentioned, there's about 17.5 miles of separated Class 1 bike paths, and those are not shown in this chart. Since 2012, we've constructed 38.5 miles of bike lanes. So of that 88.5 I just mentioned, 38.5 of those have been constructed since 2012. So about 45% of the bike paths are either have been or are under construction now. And this list shows you the ones that have been completed in the top portion of it there, and then those that are currently under construction in the bottom portion. And so we've come quite a long way, and the primary reason we've been able to do that is being able to aggressively go after and receive grant funding either through the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program or the Active Transportation Program. And that's where essentially all of these have come from. None of them were funded directly just from road fund. So as your board is familiar, the Transportation Commission approved in March of this year the bicycle wayfinding plan that they spent about a year doing, and it was very instructive. And I think hearing what I heard today right before this, it was a well-timed and much needed in that its purpose was to identify those regional routes to get across the county or through parts of the county, and how to get those connected together, identify where the gaps are, and as was pointed out in Supervisor Bennett's presentation, some consistent signage so that as you're moving from one city to an unincorporated area to another city, that there's consistency in how we sign. How many signs, what they look like, what they say are all part of that. And the signage that was approved, you see on the right-hand side of this slide, And one of the things that we did with this is it's a buildable sign. The basic Ventura County bike route, and then underneath you can add destination information, you can add information about businesses that are there, you can put, for example, the Grand Loop designation on a placard above that, and it gives a lot of flexibility to have some consistency throughout the county, yet have a common thread in the signage. And that was one of the big pieces. In the study, they identified 17 regional routes throughout the county, and 11 of those are in the county public road right-of-way, and there are actually 3 additional ones that are in the county but not in the public road right-of-way.
And if I may, our roundtable, the Santa Monica Mountains Bicycle Tourism Roundtable, did send a letter, and Ventura County Transportation Commission agreed to include in the bicycle signage, where appropriate, the gradient. So even if so that's something that the cyclists found to be really important too, because you could go on a route and you don't realize it's going to get really steep in 3 miles, or also going downhill when it's really steep. So I didn't see in your presentation, but you will be including these type of signage in with their projects in the future?
Where appropriate, yes, ma'am. And when I talk to the routes and in what the projects are, we have some routes that are not, or we have quite a bit of bike lane that we have in our lists that are not part of these regional routes. We will try to use these where appropriate. That's one of the beauties when talking about the putting the gradient in. That's one of the beauties with this buildable sign, is that can go on the bottom of the sign very easily. They're each individual pieces that you can add. So these are the 17 routes, and I also provided to you, in addition to the slides, the full page maps of these. It's probably easier to talk about which ones are not in the county than are, because there's only 3 that are not, and those are primarily on state highways that are there. But the majority of these, there are some measures of them that are within Ventura County, the unincorporated county. In addition, you have this map, and this shows the same routes, but shows where the routes are existing, where there's proposed, and where there's gaps. And this is really from the perspective of trying to sort out where do we need to put lanes and what do we need to do, very instructive for us as to where those are. So, pending any questions about the wayfinding plan, I will move on.
Any questions of Dave? Go ahead, Dave.
So the first decision point is for us to take a look at those things that we have, and I'll talk to what we have currently as listed roads in a little bit later, but is to look at how we want to approach prioritizing all of the various projects for bike lanes for those areas in the county. So we did a comparison between what was the criteria in the bike wayfinding plan and what we used in our strategic master plan that your board approved for the Transportation Department in January 2013. And we're recommending the criteria that you see at the bottom there as we evaluate each of the projects. One of the important things is as we go across these, is you see they're divided into 5 categories. The route readiness is really the difficulty, the difficulty of building. There are some places where there are bicyclists that ride, for example, the roads that we have up in the Malibu Mountains, that it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to do anything other than have the road that's there. There's no way we can, without a huge amount of moving the side of the mountain, be able to actually build a bike lane. So although it might be an appropriate route, it would be very difficult for us to build anything. It would take a significant amount of money. Whether or not it's identified in one of the plans, of course, we want to focus on those places where people ride, just because it's not for me to decide, oh, that might be nice to have a bike lane there. It's either in this plan or a plan previously approved or something that we need to add because there's been quite a bit of interest in it. We were asked, we sent this information out to your staffs about a month ago to get some comment and feedback before we came. And as part of that study, one of the things I was requested to add as a criteria was the volume of traffic. Is it being used, and by how many bicycles? And so we've added that criteria. It's not something we've done before, but we've checked with one of our consultants that we use to do some traffic counts for vehicles, and they have a process for doing that and can support us to do those bike counts. It's not an insignificant cost, so I'm proposing that we wouldn't necessarily do that for every single bike lane, but at least the higher priority ones that we want to do that to get a second cut on the ones that we know are important to see what kind of volume we have. From a safety perspective, whether the two things is what's the speed of the road and what kind of collisions and information that are there relative to the existing traffic. For need and user benefit, again, you see there what's the population density on either side of the bike lane. Does it connect to other modes of transportation, i.e. A train station, another transit center, another bike lane, a hub to go somewhere? Is it connect to regional destinations, and what is its route or proximity? What is its proximity to public facilities, schools, places that might be destinations for people, not only for leisure riding, but for purpose as well, for business or what have you. And then finally, and very importantly, is public outreach, understanding what the public's interest is in those particular routes.
I have a question. Number one, I appreciate the way you laid this out so we can see what was in the bicycle, wayfinding plan, what was in the strategic master plan. I certainly support the two additions. I think counts of bicycle traffic makes a lot of sense for us to have that. Things that are heavily used, it makes a difference in your decision making and connecting to other modes of transportation. But my question is, when I first looked at this, and I realized now as you were talking, under constructability, I had in my head, if something's already receiving funding, if it's got funding, some other funding source besides what we have, it seemed that would be a positive in my mind, in terms of going forward with a project, if it's got some partial funding or whatever. Would that fall under constructability, or should that be a separate category?
It could be either way. For the purposes of these criteria, other than right now where we have a little bit of money, going forward, we don't typically have a project that has a little bit of money and we're trying to get more, but we could certainly add a criteria for that.
But there are some projects that are out there that have some funding already associated with them, or that we've started on them or whatever. And there are projects that I could see we get a grant. For example, we just got a grant from the state, and it's to do a study. It's not to do a bike lane thing, but it's to do a study. And so there could, out of grants, somebody, you could have a group come forward and apply for a grant and come up with grant funding. So it sounds like that should be separate from constructability. Sure. Would you think, right? So board members, I mean, if we have a project that we've already started, or that's got partial funding, it seems like it's one criteria. It's not the only criteria by any means. Yeah, to add, I would suggest that would be add to criteria. Right?
I can see that certainly if there's funding available, and it's something that the board supports putting funding towards, that should be a criteria. I'd like to also look at another one, too. I was the one that added bicycle traffic. But as I look through your report, you did, as I also requested, looking at those lanes that are substandard and unpaved shoulders. And I think when we're looking at where to place our funding and what roads should have bicycle lanes, ones that certainly are popular, that don't have a bike lane already, and that have substandard lanes. And this goes to a recent report that you gave to us, that if a lane is substandard, then bicyclists can ride in the middle of it. They can, quote, take the lane because they don't have a place to ride when cars pass them. So to me, that it becomes a real safety issue. And when I look at criteria, safety is number one in my mind. And when I'm looking at the criteria you have for safety, it doesn't include pointing out whether that road is, an A challenge or a B challenge, how you have done that. But to me, when you have a popular road, and that's what I would ask as a criteria, if it's a popular road with no paved shoulder and it's a substandard lane, that should rise to our attention.
So when you say a substandard lane, you mean less than the 12 feet in width?
Correct. Less than 12 feet, unpaved shoulder, and a popular cycling route. which you would get from your traffic study.
Makes sense to me. The one question I have is, even if it's not a substandard lane, if it doesn't have a shoulder, bicyclists can ride in the middle of the lane, correct?
Currently, vehicle code, a bicycle has the same right to be in the lane as a car. The information I sent you, Supervisor Parks, dealt with if there's not enough width for the bike and the car, then the bike's allowed to take the lane and the car has to wait until it can pass. So that's the terminology, take the lane.
But that's true
anywhere.
That's true whether the road is
yes, sir.
more than 12. If the road doesn't have a shoulder and it's 12 feet wide,
this is only applies to less than 12 feet, right. 12 feet or less.
I agree, but I'm just saying, I'm not sure I see the distinction if you can also take the lane if it's 12 feet.
If I can offer a suggestion, when we look at constructability, and I'm going to get to this just a little bit later in the brief, we've categorized each road as either A, B, or C in terms of the constructability, and it gets to exactly what you're talking about. And so in my mind, the A and Bs are going to get much higher priority because they are the ones that are constructible. Category C are those that are very difficult, and unfortunately, the things that you're talking about are predominantly in the category C, and it's not possible to pave a shoulder because there is no way to do that, and the lanes are less than 12 feet in width because we can't make them any wider.
And I guess what I'm looking at are Bs with substandard lanes.
Yeah, I'll have to, I can get back to you at how many of those we have. I don't believe we have that many, but I can certainly get back to you, and if that becomes an appropriate criteria.
You did mark them on the sheet of our Exhibit 2.
But those are not substandard lanes. Those are
the ones in pink, it says that they are less than 12 inches in width. So that's what the pink ones are.
Okay.
So this marks the substandard Bs are already listed in here. And
we can certainly take a look at those.
Right, because those are the ones where, when it's a popularly driven road, to make sure that, and by cyclists, to make sure that those rise to the top.
Right.
Supervisor Bennett, I could just follow up on that. And obviously, if there must be some constructability challenges there, because if you could get the road to be 12 feet, you would have, right? I mean, the reason the road is substandard, is that because there's a shoulder problem, or is there some other reason?
It's either because we can't, or it's a low enough volume road that we haven't had safety issues, and 10 or 11 foot lanes are appropriate width in that case.
Okay. Not enough room. Supervisor Long.
I was just going to ask, I know we're going over this recommendations right now, but to help me, it would be helpful to go through the rest of the presentation so I get an understanding of your A's, B's, C's. So when we're talking about the criteria, we understand, and it might help everyone else also. Even though I do like to jump to the chase most of the time.
And I would also ask, I have a PowerPoint too where I went over your questions and giving my perspective on it. So instead of stopping in the middle and getting us to weigh in on it, I too would like to see it.
How much more do you have?
Yeah.
I'm about a little less than
halfway. Yeah, so let's let him finish, and then we'll hit you up with the questions after.
Thank you.
Those are good questions.
I think that's a good idea.
So, to just follow up on this, the expectation as we get to the finish of this and you provide the guidance on the criteria is we'll have to take that back, put numbers to the criteria, and then take the list of projects, rank them, and then we will return to your board with the proposed list and say, this is what the ranking came out, what do you think? And you can make adjustments to the list at that time. So this is not, the intent today is not to rank everything now, it's to get guidance on the criteria and then come back.
It's a study session.
Thank you.
So
and it was you originally wanted us to actually give you at each point, when you stopped us, you wanted us to do that, but now what you're hearing from us
I'm
is
okay with
we're
waiting
fine
till the
going
end.
with
I just wanted to make sure we knew at each one of those that there is a decision associated with each one.
And you might want to point that out without having us actually stop and give the input.
But it's a study session. That's what we're doing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So this now I want to take a look at what are the proposed bike lane improvements by district. Now, when I sent initially to your staffs, I went through what's in both our plan and the bike wayfinding plan, what's in one and not the other in reverse, and then we had those that were on neither. I took those that were not on either out because I have no justification for why they're there. And we have a large enough group of projects here. We'll go back and look at those, and as appropriate, we'll bring those back in. But I wanted to focus on those that were either one or both of the plans for this particular presentation. So what this shows you is the bike lane improvements that are proposed by supervisorial district, and I believe that's orange, I'm colorblind. The orange dot that you see up there is the number of center line miles of road. So just for example, in District 2, there's roughly 50 miles of bike lanes proposed. That's 25 miles of road with bike lanes on both sides, and 143 center line miles of road. So you have to divide the bar on the bottom in half for the number of roads, and I apologize for the math. So as was mentioned, the list that is attached as exhibit in the board letter has each of these identified. So of the total 192 bike lane miles that are proposed for improvements, so that's about 100 miles of roads we'll put them on. You can see here there were 80 miles of those that are both in the wayfinding plan and the Transportation Department Strategic Master Plan approved by your board. There were 38 miles that were in the wayfinding plan and not in our plan. And the reason for that is if you look at that list, there are several of those that already have paved shoulders. They just don't have the signage and striping. And so that's what we would call a Category A, fairly simple to do. And I think they didn't list them in the wayfinding plan just because they weren't a gap because there's already a shoulder there, although we have to finish the project. And as I looked at this, I was surprised that we had that much of that. And so one of the things I've already talked to staff about is we're doing resurfacing projects, it ought to be a no-brainer to stripe and symbol and sign when we're doing those shoulders that are already there. And I don't know why we haven't been doing that, quite frankly. So that will be something that we will add. And then we had about 75 miles or so, a little more than 74 miles that were in our plan, but not in the wayfinding plan. And the reason for those is...
Supervisor Bennett. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to let him, okay. So you've already made the decision that when we go to repave a road, we are going to pave the shoulder?
No, sir, it's already paved. It's
not pave, you're going to restripe.
Stripe and sign and make it a bike lane. Yes,
exactly,
sir.
That's what I meant.
Santa Clara Avenue is a good example
So
of
that's already done. Okay.
Yes, that's already been direction given. I was surprised we weren't doing that. So the 74 plus miles that are in our master plan but not in the wayfinding plan, as you recall, the wayfinding plan is regional routes. And so these are all routes, if you look at the list of them that are within a given area that don't necessarily connect to another regional route, but they're important bike lanes for people within the county to want to go from one, within their area. How they'll score, obviously when you look at the criteria, because they don't connect to something, they may or may not score as high.
I just had the thought, you say that you haven't been striping lanes that are sufficient to be a bike lane as bike lanes. So you're going to do that from now on. I wonder if that will double the number of bike lanes you have out there. I mean, just the idea that you have a lot of roads with major...
According to this, it's about 40 miles.
40 miles are okay. That are equivalent to a bike lane but aren't striped that.
As I understand this, I've not gone back to look at every single one, but my expectation is this is the majority of them. So you might also notice that in the District 3, there's a substantial number more of those routes that are in the wayfinding plan. And if you look at District 3, there's it covers a lot of different areas, and therefore a lot of the connectors are between them. So that's why you see a fairly substantial number that are in District 3. So one of the things that we've had some discussion previously about is all of these that I'm addressing to you right now are areas or places where bike lanes would go in the road right-of-way. What I'm not addressing here is there are 3 routes that are in the wayfinding study and other things that I know your board has talked about in the past that are outside the road right-of-way, but there's some interest in putting some bike lanes. We don't have those in this plan. We can certainly add those. The only caution is there's no ability to spend road fund money on those to either design them or construct them or any of that, but we can certainly add those into the plan and make it a full-scoped plan that includes all of those.
And the name of the plan is the Bicycle Master Plan?
My expectation is we will come back to you with the list and then create a bicycle master plan, so it would make sense to do that.
Okay, it does make sense. Thank you.
So I'm only aware of a couple of those, and so I will need some guidance as to which ones of those there are. So as we look at the county roads and that the list that we provided to you of all of the places that are proposed improvement projects, we've grouped them into three categories, A, B, and C. Category A are those that have an existing paved shoulder, and there's it meets the minimum width for a Class 2 bike lane, so 4 feet generally, and only needs the pavement marking, striping, and signage. And that, as I said, we will do without any guidance. As we move forward, we will do those. I will also go back and take a look at those roads that we've recently resurfaced and not wait 20 years to resurface them to do that. Those are relatively simple things that we can do. And that's about 46 miles, 45.5 miles worth of bike lane miles. That's about 22-ish miles of road. Category B are those that have an existing shoulder that's gravel or dirt that's sufficiently wide but currently gravel, but currently unpaved. And so what it would require is removing the shoulder, putting base down, putting asphalt down and signage and striping to create a bike lane. And then category C are those that are typically have a very narrow shoulder, have drainage ditches, obstructions, there's realignments required right away, and we have the majority of them are in that category. 104 miles of the bike lanes proposed on the list are in category C. And that's important to understand that it's the nature of the rural roads that we have in the county, that to put bike lanes on a rural road that's been there for 100 years is a challenge. Not that we can't do it, but in terms of resources, where do we want to get the most bang for the buck in terms of...
And Dave, that's where they compete with the cars, right?
I'm sorry?
That's where they compete with the cars. MC.
Can be, yes. Typically,
yes.
they are lower volume roads,
Yeah.
but hazardous because just the fact that they're narrow, they tend to be windy and have trees and so forth.
And it's a lot more expensive
Yeah.
to
Very
be able
much
to sustain that width for the road and so
Yeah.
forth.
So the A's already paved shoulders, the B's can be paved without the encumbrance of C.
In
How
C,
many
yeah.
miles of A and B are you looking at doing in your plan?
Well, what's proposed here
Yes.
is 45 and a half miles of A and roughly 43 miles of B.
So altogether, 88,
About, yeah, right
roughly.
short of 90 miles.
90 miles.
So that's 45 miles of road, 90 miles of bike lane.
R and B or less.
I don't have an exact cost. If I can go to the next slide, I can explain category B fairly easily. So category B, your board asked when we were here for our paving plan in April for us to take a look at what it would cost and if we should go about paving those shoulders that already are there. And so this graphic shows you what it would look like if we had enough unpaved shoulder there to pave at least 4 feet and do the striping and signage. The cost for that 4 feet of pavement and the base associated with it and the signage and striping is $175,000 per bike lane mile, or $350,000 per center line mile.
It's interesting, your map there says bike lane both sides of the street equals 175,000. You really mean?
Per bike lane mile.
Oh, okay.
It says per bike lane mile.
The other
So
one's a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I see I have an error in the slide. I apologize. I had to make a change to that. It's per bike. The 175 is per one side. It's 350 per boat. So apologize for the error in the slide. One of the things I did do is go back and take a look at what are the minimum shoulder width requirements that different entities use. And again, AASHTO is the guideline. And with the exception of extremely low volume roads, those under 400 trips per day, which is a very low volume road, the minimum shoulder width that they have is 5 feet or greater. Our county road standard that your board approved last week, our minimum standard width for a shoulder is 4 feet. So our minimum width is, I believe, appropriate because that's what our standard has and your board approved, and that's what we would be doing by putting a 4-foot shoulder for a bike lane here. So I went back then to take a look at the paving plan that your board approved in April, and those roads that are in priority 1 and 2, so those would be the roads that we would do in the next 2 years. So the $9 million worth of paving that your board approved in that paving plan. And those are the roads that you see here. The total cost for adding bike lanes on both sides for those roads is about $2 million. So that would presumably come from the existing paving budget. So instead of doing $9 million worth of paving, we would do $7 million worth of paving. So that's, and from a guidance perspective, it's much preferred to come to you with a list and say, what do you want me to do with the list this year, than to have general guidance, because with A, B, and C categories and the difficulty of figuring out which one, it's much easier to come with the list of B every time we bring you the paving plan and say, which ones do you want us to do?
Supervisor Bennett?
I can appreciate that we want to wait till the end, but I don't know that it's appropriate to have this wait. I'm not. I know that Rose, in another place in your report, it identifies Rose as being a regional connector, but it identifies Laguna as non-regional. And
Correct.
so I really want to ask Supervisor Long, how, with it being non-regional, so it's not as much of a connector, is it still important to do this bike lane? I think we need to do, I think all the A's and B's, we ought to do all those lanes. I'm just asking what order should we do them in? And so is Laguna Road, Rose fits under the regional connector. We have a big responsibility to connect all of these cities, with the county roads. We have the same responsibility with the bike lanes. So really, I'm just asking a question. I'm not trying to go after it or anything else, but is it, I don't have that much experience with Laguna Road.
Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to ask those that ride it, right?
Right.
Certain people, that's never their path. Others, it's always their path. I think it's precedence right now as to the steps he'll be taking to choose roads as we continue, not to keep picking and choosing which ones we do. That's my only concern here. If we say, well, I like your list, but I'm not going to take this one. We'll come back later. Well, the next time you come later is 15 years from now or something like that. So I am sensitive to his position in bringing this list together, knowing that these are the roads you're going to be paving. And with the request that we have made as a board, I would keep it. But I currently don't ride on that road. But I'm sure there are others that are out there that do ride it.
I certainly agree with you. I think that it's been helpful for this board for the time that I've been here. The board has let the professionals, we give them the criteria and let the professionals sit there and do their ranking. In the only place where we've deviated from that is when it's within your district. Like if there's 2 of them in your district and you say, hey, I'm getting input from people in my district and I want to flip this order, that's, we've done that, but we haven't flipped from, one supervisor and, project going in front of another supervisor's project.
I did not ask my constituents, would you not want this road paved?
Sure. Yeah.
I did not ask that. My assumption
get any
on
feedback.
Camarillo and all the people that I know for biking is that as much roads as you can get paved for biking, the better.
Got it.
So.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I could offer, your board asked for us to bring this, and it doesn't mean that won't get done until it gets repaved again. It just means that would then go into the mill of those that would be waiting for grant funding as opposed to being handled as part of a paving project.
But that's got to be a very expensive way to come back and do that later,
Yes.
isn't it?
If you put it in the plan, that's what you're doing, right?
Some of the people
You're
behind
adding
you are
it to the
shaking
plan.
their head on your staff.
What's a very, very expensive undertaking? I'm sure
Well, what I meant is, it's easier to do it right then when you're out there doing the road, right? There's gotta
To an
be some-
extent, I mean, the adding the 4 feet by itself, that 175,000 is assuming I just go out and do that. It's not when I'm resurfacing the road.
Oh, okay, I thought you were saying going and coming back to.
No, that's assuming I were to go out and pave a shoulder, put a bike lane in where there's dirt now without resurfacing the road. That's where that cost is.
Okay.
So they're all Bs. They're all.
So this is not the cost if you were actually paving that road. And do you have the cost if you happen to be repaving that road?
I don't directly, but I can get that.
But it would be significantly less.
It'd be less. I'm not sure how much significantly. I would need to bring you that
Great,
number.
okay, good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Dave, let's go ahead and continue.
Uh-oh. What did I do? There we go. So then the final item is, as your board is aware, at the last VCTC meeting, the commission approved the CMAQ call for projects, congestion mitigation and air quality funding. Those applications are due in August. And rather than to try to hurry this process, what I thought would be appropriate is to bring you the current list of projects that we have, which are greater than the money available, and seek your guidance on which projects you want us to submit applications for during this cycle. And then by the time the next cycle comes around, we will have reprioritized. So what you have up here is from our strategic master plan, the list of projects, and I gave you two things in the exhibit for this. One was the list of 1 to 20 out of the strategic master plan, and the second was this recommended list. And you'll see holes in this, like from 1 to 3 and 3 to 6 and 6 to 10. That's because projects 2, 4, and 5 have been completed. Project 7, actually, we discovered as we were looking at it, is in the Caltrans right-of-way, and so it's not something we normally would do. And then 8, 9, and 11 are Category C projects that are very complex, and we would not be prepared to go forward with a grant application at this time because we're not sure exactly the cost of the project. So what you see here is roughly, there's about $5.8 million worth of CMAQ money available. That's countywide for the 10 cities in the county. Just so happens there's about $5.8 million in this list of projects. Typically, we apply for about half of what the CMAQ pot is, or that's around what we normally get, is about somewhere between 40 and 50% of the CMAQ pot.
Okay, so somebody else gets, the rest of it goes to
The cities, correct.
And
so we can apply for as many as we want, but the likelihood of us getting 100% of the funding.
So you'll probably get $3 million of that.
If we get more than that, I'd be surprised.
Okay, so let's just say you get $3 million, and then we got to put in half of the 3. We put in another $375,000 ourselves to do the match.
Yeah, what this shows is the expected local match. So it's about 12% is what we're required to match. And so that's the $754,000 that
So
you
if we
see there.
wanted to, we could say we'll apply for the whole 5.8, we get 3, we put our match in, we could do half of those, or we could decide we'll put up the additional 3 and finish all these projects at once and be done with this.
Did you hear him? I know you were stunned over there. I'm just checking.
The applications are by individual project, not by total amount of money.
Table,
So we could certainly apply for everyone that's up there, but the likelihood of getting all of those would be slim.
So Dave, you know, the Real Mesa one is really important because
Yes.
we've had major problems with.
Right. If you notice, there's 3 of them that are colored blue up there. Those 3, we have partial funding already. Goes to the question
To the
earlier
question that
about
Bennett was-
partial funding. We have Transportation Development Act funding in a fairly small amount for those. What you see here is what's remaining that we need. As your board may recall, when they brought this to the commission, they're combining the TDA and the CMAQ this time. So there's not a separate thing. So my suggestion would be those 3 at a minimum, and then the rest of them, however you'd like us to, and whatever you'd like us to apply for, because those we need to do, and based upon our current funding situation, it'd be a whole lot better to not have to try to figure out where the money's going to come from.
Okay, and then I agree with that. I do the ones that are safe, and I think those are important. How long, if we said, if you got the $3 million and we gave you the other $3 million, how long would it take to do all that work? Because don't you have to go through some planning?
I don't want to be vague in answering, but if it's got federal funding, there's a whole process that we have to go through. So if, for example, we got 3 and you gave us 3, my preference would be to fully fund some projects with the money you gave us to get out of the federal process because it would happen a whole lot quicker. We have environmental and a whole bunch of things that we have to jump through Caltrans's hoops to do without the federal funding. So generally about 18 to 24 months is what it takes us to do a project, assuming there's not any severe problems with the environmental and what have you.
And I guess that's what I was asking. So if we said we wanted to go forward and as a board, we said, okay, we're going to make a commitment to this by, it doesn't even affect Mr. Powers' budget this year. It's going to affect it in 2018-19 year because you might have some planning money.
I would defer to the CEO to answer that question.
Supervisor Long, after she, go ahead, Mike.
I thought you had an appointment to go to.
I was
concerned about your schedule.
Before I left, I'm making some comments.
Well, it's our budget, it's not my budget.
Supervisor
The
Long.
question I was going to ask is then why wouldn't we look at this list as more bang for your buck? Number 12, you got 10.6 miles for 1.8 versus 13 where you've got, 6 miles. Are we trying to do as many miles as possible? I'm just trying to get the objective of what it is. Because, if I looked at that, I want as many bike lane miles as possible. But Portero Road could be more ridden, more people on it. So I'm just trying to understand if you're going to ask us to pick and choose.
Well, yeah,
I get concerned.
The bike, my only comment, most people say, well, you're not a big supporter. I'm trying to go back to this idea that we're using the opportunity for bike lanes. We have people out here that ride, but also as a support to our economy and to do those kind of things is why I'm looking. Is there anything we can do to help drive jobs, economy by doing this? And just if we have to spend an extra couple $1 million. But I agree with you. But I think these are lists for a purpose. You have a reason on these top for a purpose.
Correct.
Let me real quick, we're talking about miles, and right there in Real Mesa, we're talking about 0.37 miles. But there's hundreds of kids that ride bikes and people right there
and he's saying to do it.
I want to share that as an example.
That's where I was coming from my comment. There's a purpose in your list the way you have it set up.
Correct. Two comments. One to Supervisor Long. That's the purpose of the criteria we talked about earlier, but we're not going to be able to rack everything in time to bring them back to you in time to do the applications. These are already ranked based upon criteria.
That's right.
The list that you see here, and so that's why I'm bringing them to you to verify that what your board wants us to do. What I could tell you, there's a portion of Hueneme Road, and that's the stretch from the Oxnard city limit to Rice, that I believe in the next less than 10 years we're going to widen because of the freight corridor and what have you. So I would probably not recommend to put bike lanes there right now because we're going to widen the road anyway.
That's right.
And that's only a portion of that 10.66 miles, but it is a portion. And I would, from a bang for the buck perspective, I would probably choose not to do that just because that's information 3 years ago that we were not as privy to as we are now.
And that's information we need to know.
Well, I think that goes back to Steve's point. Let the professionals who know this information do the right choosing of this.
But Steve, thank you. I think just hearing that just reminds me of just the benefits of doing that. I did want to respond when Supervisor Long said, let's get as many miles per. It's more than miles. It's the other criteria. It's how often. So that's why we have it. But I do think there are some real value to having our professionals do that and keep us from getting involved in too much in the specifics of that. But I am very intrigued by your idea of saying, well, let's talk about committing $6 million. Let's apply. So my question is, do we have to rank them when we apply? Do we have to rank them in order when we apply, or do we let them?
No, sir. They get scored by a criteria that was approved, and so we submit applications, and they score them.
Okay. So we could apply for all of these, although would you really apply for Hueneme Road if you think, do you really recommend still Hueneme Road now?
I would consider applying for the portion from Rice.
Great.
That's
okay.
south.
That makes sense to me. So if you're at least open to it, I know Mr. Powers is having a heart attack while we're talking about doing this, but we're talking about applying for all of them, seeing what happens, and coming up with a match and
Michael,
stuff.
is your heart okay?
No, I'm good. It's only mild.
I realize that.
But I think we could include this as, after this as part of capital projects.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we did it. I mean, this is going to take him time to get some done.
Exactly. So let's see what happens. I think I would only have this thing: as long as he, as a professional, thinks it makes sense to make this application, and we just trust his judgment. If he goes, hey, I think by applying for this we'll actually hurt ourselves from getting these 4. Well, then I don't want him to do it. Or I think if we apply for this, it wouldn't be a good bang for the buck because we're going to repave the road, in 10 years.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I know those are comments that he says, look, as a taxpayer, I want to save money too, and I think he's making the right comments.
But that way, everything on this list, if he put it on this list, this is stuff you would like to consider. This is stuff you eventually would like to apply for CMAQ funding, correct?
No, sir. These are the projects that are on the master plan that
Already.
are bike lanes that your board has prioritized. They could go for many different kinds of grants, not just CMAQ. Could be ATP, could be HSIP.
But you do, for example, if, let's say you got half of those, would the other half be ones you would be applying for CMAQ during the next cycle?
Or ATP or HSIP,
Sure,
whichever one comes next.
Yeah, exactly. So this would be, I mean, we've heard about all of these roads, being, there's a reason why these roads all got here. I would take Supervisor Foy in a rare moment of weakness and say, if I can get him to approve this extra funding, I'd like to take it and go. That'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, because like you said, 24, 18, 36 months it may be an additional $1.5 million a year out of our budget. But
right.
I think it gives us part of this whole thing that we've talked about here is what are we going to do to drive revenue if we're going to be this biking area and that's going to drive revenue, do those. So you got to have these kind of things done.
And I want to be
money in the long run.
I want to be upfront with you about the other side of what I would be bringing up, and that is this is CMAQ, which is for the local match. I mean, if we got maybe we get the grant in 2 cycles, it's less than $1 million. Right. The other thing that he talked about, all the A's and B's, the way I've calculated it is if we did all the A's and B's at the cost he talked about, that's $14 million. Now that's $14 million, I'm not talking about next year, but $14 million is not, I don't think, an unreasonable commitment because it would make literally all of our A and B connector roads bicycle friendly as we can practically make them. And so it would be a commitment. So besides this commitment, it would be a commitment that down the road, we want to do that over a 5-year period of time.
I was just going to say, you committed $2 million a year.
Exactly.
5 or 6 years.
And you said, we want to get there. Then you really have a bicycle-friendly county, and you did it in a practical way. And
Board members, can I share something? How much more do you have to go? I don't want to lose Supervisor Foy.
I got to go real quick.
How much more do you have to go?
Other than the pictures of these, which I was asked to put in the presentation, I'm just looking for your guidance.
Because I have some speakers here too that.
Yeah, okay, but I think you understand where I'm coming from, and I'd commit, and I think Mr. Powers would give him time over the next years to find $1 million or $2 million here or there, or whatever we're doing, without just drowning us, in this. But it also gives you the time to plan how we would get those connectors done and to do that.
And I appreciate the photos too, something I did request because sometimes you don't know what you're getting. So seeing the actual roads and Supervisor Long's comment, why is Wainimi so less costly? You can take a look at it. It's paved. It's got a line already. It's got the shoulder. So you can see the ones that are a little bit more expensive than others. And I too support doing the A's and B's and. That's something I think if we are able to put funds to, we'll be able to do it in 2 years instead of several years. So finding those, I think that won't get those CMAQ funds or aren't getting the ATP funds, that we should be able to fund those ourselves because they're still highly used roads and that need it.
So we have some recommendations up on the board, but before we do that, I have some speakers that I'd like to call up. We've got 3 minutes. You don't have to use all your 3 minutes, but first of all, we have Michael Bass, followed by Jim White. Michael Bass, followed by Jim White.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Michael Bass. I'm from Thousand Oaks. I'm representing the Amgen Cycling Club, as well as the City of Thousand Oaks. I'm on their bicycle advisory team. I'm actually quite happy to hear all the remarks on the board. I'm in favor of the improved bike lanes. It sounds like you guys are. Let me just bring a couple things up there. In the recent Bicycling magazine, they ran an expose on cycling safety. They said in almost all of the cities that they outlined, putting in bike lanes reduced bike-involved accidents. And it had the consequence of increasing ridership. So if you ever have a worry about if we build it, will they come? They probably will come. I like specific projects like the Potrero Road path that's up in our area. And the Moore Park Road One, those things are going to make things not only safer for cyclists, they're also going to make it more inviting for cyclotourism. And the thing about the whole bicycle wayfinding path, the signs that were presented, I think that's going to really improve in tourism in the county. It's going to make the county much more inviting for exploring different parts of the county rather than it's a place to transit across to get from one place to another. And so with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Jim White, followed by Marlis Oster. I don't see Marlis Oster. She left. So it'll be Jim White, followed by Patricia Matthew.
Thank you. Again, I'm still Jim White from the first time around. And again, I'm kind of blown away by your discussion. This is amazing. Amazing. Mr. Foy said what he said. I'm just...
That's why you left.
I had to take a deep breath there. Something I noticed on the agenda today is that this conversation is time certain. It's a time certain item. I think it should be a time-sensitive item.
Oh, the time certain for the presentation.
No, I understand that. I'm just kind of making a little joke.
I'm sorry.
Time-sensitive, because this is so time-sensitive that we can't wait 5-10 years for this to happen. People are riding bikes and picking up bicycles and doing things constantly. So I just want to make that note that we need to get moving on this thing and not keep pushing and pushing and pushing. I wanted to show you a couple of things before I leave. This is my safety equipment. This is it. If I'm on the road and someone nudges me, this is it. This is all I have. So I think you need to think about safety. And with that in mind, I brought something for each and every one of you. I noticed some of you have pins that you wear a lot. Well, I'm going to give you your own safety pin. And I think you need to wear it and remind yourselves that safety is probably the most important thing in this whole thing.
I agree.
So I'm going to hand it.
Thank you, Jim. Agree.
You can keep that and wear it in pride. And every time you look at it, it's a safety pin. It's a safety. Very important stuff. So, again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Patricia Matthew, followed by Casey Erickson.
It's a safety pin.
Thank you.
He actually gave us a safety
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board
Welcome.
of Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak. I was going to give you a very emotional, human interest story about why you should pave all the shoulders of the roads, because I don't want to be run off the road or hit or whatever. And you've done a very brilliant job of listening to everybody's needs and desires and taking care of the county. So thank you very much for making the decisions you've made today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, Erickson, followed by Shelley Sun. Casey Erickson. I'm sorry. Followed by Sun. Mm-hmm.
I'm Cassie Erickson, and I frequently ride in the western part of Ventura County. And I like what I've heard today, and I think I can add no more to it at this time. But I'll tell you, it's a big sigh of relief when you get from riding on a road with no paved shoulder to a paved shoulder. Is a huge difference in your riding experience. Thank you for considering these matters.
Thank you. Shelley Sun, followed by Teresa Setterfield? No. No? Okay. Teresa, are you here? And followed by Tobias Smith.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to talk. I'm a member of the Channel Islands Bike Club, hence the vest, for almost 30 years now. Ventura County is the best place to ride a bike. I just want to thank you all for taking the time to do what you've done today and to assure us that we're going to have safer roads to ride on. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Tobias Smith, followed by Myron Lieberman. Tobias Smith. Mm-hmm.
All right. Still Tobias Smith. A copy.
Welcome again.
No, I just wanted to take the time. Thank you again. I really liked what I saw in the presentation from the Public Works. Thank you very much. It was nice to see that there's a good priority system going in way. I look forward to seeing a bicycle master plan from the county that's freshened up. And, again, I just like to repeat that's very important that we take our time, pave whatever shoulders, do whatever we can to relieve points of collision or any kind of tensions between the multiple road users we have. Anything we can do like that increases quality of life, makes people feel safer and happier. For example, my wife was driving on Foothill the other day, and there was a guy kind of riding a bike real slow on the shoulder, and it was all through a tight section, and it made her a little scared. So there was enough kind of gravel shoulder there where if that section was paved, it would have been a nice passing zone to get through and relieve any kind of tension, because I'm sure that guy was freaked out too with having a car right behind him. I would also like to push that with the Public Works, we look at any opportunities for Class 4 separated bikeways get added on, and anytime we're repaving or making a shoulder wider, anytime we can kind of add some kind of physical separation, it'll definitely increase the ridership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tobias. Miriam Lieberman, followed by Linda Colburn.
Thank you. I've been really impressed by everything I've been hearing today. I've been riding an electric bike from living in Newberry Park and working in Westlake Village for the last 35 years. I encourage my patients to ride, and they're afraid. I had to get over a lot of fears commuting on Potrero. And I'm here to put a human face on trying to make that road safe. There always are many bikers on that road. I ride in the rain, I ride all year, and in the worst weather, in the worst rains that we've had, there are still always bikers on that road. There always will be. It's the most sensible connection from the Newberry Park area to the Westlake area. Since I've been riding, I've enjoyed my community more and see it not only as a mode of transportation for working, but a mode of the city, our area, becoming a vacation and recreational spot, because I see so much and experience so much. Potrero is absolutely frightening because they're gravel shoulders. There's just nowhere to go. But the bikers will be there, so I'm here to really implore paving bike lane shoulders on the Hidden Valley bed. So thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. Linda Colburn. And I think that's the last one, right?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for spending so much time on this really important issue. Mm-hmm. I am the owner of Pedigo Electric Bikes in Westlake Village. I'm a cyclist myself, and I'm also trying to start the Ventura Conejo Bike Coalition so we can get more advocacy for the Conejo end of the county. I wanted to just mention that bike lanes are not just for people who are riding on the weekends in their spandex and their cleats and their fancy $5,000 bicycles. We're talking about people trying to get to work. We're talking about kids trying to get to school. We're talking about trying to make our communities safer. The roads are safer for everybody when the bicyclists are safer. That means traffic deaths go down. That means pedestrian deaths go down. So these bike lanes, it's not just about people on bicycles. It's about the overall safety of the roads in general. Anytime we can avoid having someone not have to go around a bicyclist because they're going too slow, that's going to create more safety for everybody that's on the road. And it's also about our environment. If we can get more people to ride bikes, which they will do if they feel safe doing it, then we make our air quality better. We increase the health of our citizens. We do so much more than just generate revenue. I know that's a very important issue, but this is about making life healthier and safer for everybody, which in the end makes us richer. not just in money, but in health and happiness. So I'd like to just have you think about that when you think about bike lanes, that it's more than just, people riding on the side of the road. It's real human beings trying to get where they want to go. And as a person that runs a bike shop, I have more than enough people come in my shop and say, I really want to ride a bike, but there's no bike path. I can't ride on the road with the cars. I'm terrified to do that. I won't let my kids ride their bikes to school because I'm terrified to do that. So my only issue with using data counts of bicyclists is that you're not really going to see a number that makes a lot of sense. Right now, you're going to see a ton of people riding on Potrero Road, which is great, and that's because there's a lot of people ride there on the weekends. But you're not going to get the people that are trying to ride to work. You're not going to get the people that would ride if it wasn't a terrifying journey. So please take that into consideration also in your criteria. Thank you very
Linda.
much.
Thank you for sharing.
And also, thank you for
Thank
the
you.
group that you're starting, Conejo Valley Ventura Cyclists.
Something like that.
Yes, coalition.
Coalition. Decided yet?
I also have a PowerPoint when I have an opportunity. Do you
Okay,
have a?
does Dave, you have anything else? Or
And it might be good.
Supervisor?
If he can respond to that.
You want to
too.
respond to Dave? Anything else? We're good? Okay, the master
Thank you.
plan and the whole, okay, so Linda?
I've been looking forward to this study session, and I know, so which button gets me forward? The top one? The red one? The right one, okay. And just looking forward to this, both being an avid cyclist and also being a transportation planner by trade. So seeing this all come together, I just really want to laud staff. I was thrilled with the wayfinding study, so glad that we were able to incorporate that into the information. And I think this work session, this study session has been really beneficial. Looking at a priority for new bicycle lanes, we have many criteria that have been suggested to us. My number one criteria would be safety. And I say there's the less risk to cyclists from being hit by cars, the more they will ride, right? If you're not worried, and I live probably 8 miles or so from my office, I would ride my bike, but it's not safe. And so having a bike lane would make a huge difference. And of course, that means less injuries, less deaths. And there's a surprising amount of injuries and deaths in Ventura County each year from bicyclists being hit by cars. Obviously, healthier communities in our county has a health and all policies policy that we want to make sure we can do all we can to make our communities healthier. Cleaner air, less traffic, and really less transportation costs when you think about how much it costs to do a bike lane versus a travel lane or other modes. So to make roads safer, I see there are different methods, and some have been discussed here. Road safety features. We had a young woman get hit by a car on Santa Rosa Road, and so they put in these rumble strips. And the rumble strips are there to alert the drivers that you are going off of the road. There are other measures to protect cyclists. For example, to put what we now are calling flying wedges. We learned about this at the Transportation Commission. Caltrans was told about these, and they started to implement them. So this is something that our county is looking at doing, but it's interesting. This flying wedge is warning the cyclists of an obstacle coming before them, which is a rumble strip. And so that's something I think our transportation department's looking at doing, is adding flying wedges to areas where there are obstacles in the bike lane. And if the people up above could do the next slide for me, as I can't.
It won't work.
Thank you. And the next slide. And in addition to flying wedges, if we can go to the next slide, there's something called, another wonderful name called cookies. And Brian, are they able to go to the next slide?
It's spinning.
Yeah.
Oh, it's spinning.
Yeah.
Okay. Cookies are basically like box dots, the round dots in the road. And instead of using rumble strips, they put these dots every few feet away from each other. So Cars still get notified if they're going off of the road. They get the da-da-da-da noise. But the cyclist isn't caught in a rumble strip. And that's a part of the problem. If you're on a bicycle and there's an obstacle in front of you, it's possible that you could hit the obstacle, so you move out of the way and you get caught in the rumble strip, and that could knock you off your bike. Whereas these BOTS dots, which are called cookies, along a strip of the road allow you to get out without having to hit anything, and so that makes it a safer mode. So the cookies is one example of another feature for road safety. And can I get the PowerPoint up at all? And okay, there's a cookie. There's more cookies as I was describing them. And if you can go on to the next slide too, if it's possible. I think the next slide shows the cookies being put on. Oh, and it's actually a video too. So, and it's got sound, but you don't need it. So as it gets applied by a machine, and it goes pretty quick and easy. And now I'll show you the end result here. So in addition to this mode, which makes it better than rumble strip, using this method, it's something that, while we may not want to replace our rumble strips with, our county may not be comfortable with that yet, but the idea that you could just put that along a bike lane too adds that extra feature of having the cars know when they're getting off of the road. And if you're getting hit on a bike in a bike lane, it's because cars have swerved over into the bike lane. So that, I think, is a good added feature. Maintenance, street sweeping is particularly beneficial. Now, our county does do street sweeping. We do it and charge residents, and so it's usually in residential communities. For example, I have street sweeping is paid for through an assessment district in Lynn Ranch, in Oak Park, and the Casa Caneo. The street sweeping comes twice a month. And just doing that, and I'm thinking if we did street sweeping on popular routes twice a month, we would have also safer bike lanes. So if you can go to the next slide. And then again, if you could see closely, there's a lot of just road debris, basically in that road. If it was swept, it would be better. If you could go on to the next one. As mentioned by our transportation director, we don't have separated bike lanes in our master plan, but we actually have some that the board has been involved in supporting. We actually, in 2013, directed the Transportation Department to add the Casa Caneo South Branch of the Arroyo Caneo multi-use pathway into the master plan. And so that is, as I understand them, would be the first one that would be a separated bike path. And this runs along the flood control channel in the Newberry Park area, and we're looking at getting this in. It's not open yet for the public. Then there's another path between Cal State University Channel Islands and the Metrolink station that we have supported as a board that was pushed by the university to get a grant, which they haven't received yet. But that's still a really good, viable path if the funding were available and the land could be acquired. And then we've also had grants for the Santa Paula branch line, which follows the railroad right-of-way. So one of the recommendations I would ask also is that we add new separated bike path proposals to our bicycle master plan. And those are the three that I know of. Maybe other supervisors know of others. The next one is what we just had this discussion about, paving the shoulders for cyclists. And I believe we should prioritize the most popular routes and the ones with substandard lanes. And that's what I was mentioning before. Caltrans has a standard that talks about why you need bike lanes. But for the separated bike paths, I just wanted to quote, Caltrans design manual states that bike lanes are intended to delineate the right-of-way assigned to bicyclists and motorists and to provide for more predictable movements by each. But a more important reason for constructing bike lanes is to better accommodate bicyclists through corridors where insufficient room exists for existing bicycling and existing streets, on existing streets. So it's just so important to be able to have the room available to begin with. So if we could go to the next slide. We have heard from people today. We got a dozen emails and some people have spoke, but we've also received, we went and applied for grant funds, and these are all letters that we've received also from cyclists, if you don't mind, Supervisor Bennett, from also Conejo Valley Cyclists 350-member bike club also. And so we've received, many requests for the bike lane, the paved shoulders on Hidden Valley on Potrero Road. And it's interesting that the residents, we've received letters from them also because they don't like having the cyclist smack in the middle of their lane. When they're driving, they're worried that, they don't want to hit a cyclist. So having the ability to have a paved shoulder there would be safe for both the commuter and the cyclists in that area. The California Vehicle Code, I thought this was really helpful to see. The Section 201202 of the California Vehicle Code basically talks that cyclists, they can be in the lane and they are regular vehicle traffic, but they must ride as close as practicable to the right-hand curb or edge of the roadway, with several exceptions. And one such exception is if the lane has a substandard width, which means it is not safe for a bicycle and a vehicle to travel side by side within that lane. And for Potrero Road and other roads, and we've seen other roads in our county too that do not have bicycle lanes, cyclists have the right to take the lane in the substandard lane portions of those roads. And I've had people call me and ask me, are they allowed to ride in the middle of the road? Well, guess what? They are, because there isn't any room. And there were some pretty compelling letters that we received today also in the last few days. And one is saying, I guess I just wasn't far enough into the dirt for them. I got flipped off, and here I am riding on Potrero, and as far as close to the dirt as they can. But just not having that area. So Section 21208 states that if there is a bicycle lane available, any cyclist traveling at slower than regular vehicles traffic must ride in the bicycle lane. So I see real benefits to having that available. And this Miriam Lieberman, Dr. Lieberman, I think she's the one who provided me this. And this is Potrero Road, Hidden Valley, and if you could start the video. She's on her bicycle.
Uh-oh. Sheesh.
I mean, is that crazy driving or what?
It's a double yellow line.
I know it.
It is, this is what you're supposed to do. You have to cross over the double line. I mean, I don't know if that's legal, but they did kind of get that license plate if people saw that, but that's what, to pass a rider on a bicycle, you have to cross the lane to the other side because there isn't enough room, there isn't enough width, and that's where you get into this substandard lane widths. It is a very popular road. I think Supervisor Bennett said, well, wouldn't the B roads, the ones that they may have some kind of reason why they can't have paved shoulders. And Mr. Fleisch answered, too, that some of them are just not well-used roads, so there's no reason to have the paved shoulders. But in this case, I think there are more cyclists that use Potrero Road than there are cars. We get a lot of cyclists, and certainly, close to 1,000 on the weekends. So here's something I wanted to bring to your attention, because this is the latest bicycle lane that we have added. It's a $690,000 bicycle money that went for putting a bike lane on Las Posas Road. What you're looking at here is before the bike lane. And I bring this up because the $690,000, which could have been used to pave shoulders, for example, will go to, because it hasn't been done yet, widen, can't get it, sorry. The fog line, essentially, right? On the right side isn't the width of what you would have if you were striping for a bike lane. So it's going to be, the whole road will be repaved. We'll widen that fog line and add some signage for bicycle lane. So I just think in those cases, this would be a Class A or an A road. It's already paved. It's already got the shoulders. And I think, and Mr. Fleisch can correct me, this is one of those examples in the future when they are already building, paving a road, and it has certainly wide enough area for a bike lane to just go ahead and stripe it, call it a bike lane, because that's what it is. And I just think what low priority I would have given this, and we're still about ready to go to construction on this. But I think it was a good use of funds if your goal was to pave the road. Here's some available funds to do a slurry seal, and so that's what occurred here, is that we're putting a slurry seal on this road. When we talk about criteria, the Transportation Commission just approved criteria for the CMAQ funds, the Congestion Management Air Quality funds, that we're going to apply for. And when you look at the criteria, they gave 10 points for safety, but up to 25 points if it's better transportation, up to 20 points if it reduces air quality, up to 25 points if it's multimodal. To me, those aren't as important as safety, whether it's multimodal or not, to me, if you've got a lot of people using it and there's not a bike lane, that should be number one. My priority for looking at prioritizing safety to encourage cycling, here's some recommendations that I would look at. Let's have our staff come back to us, study the design for using I guess if we're already using flying wedges, study the design of studying using cookies as a safety feature. I'd like to see that we consider which roads are the most used by cyclists. They're usually major arterials as opposed to, residential roads, so we don't have a funding source that we can use again for residents to pay an assessment. So I think we should consider street sweeping as we do in other areas every other week, and consider what kind of funding we would use for that. Bringing to your attention, of course, that the state of California just approved the SB1, which will bring $10.5 million a year to our county in transportation funds, if that could be used for maintenance, if street sweeping qualifies for that. I think we need to add the separated bike lanes and bike trails that we've already at least supported here at the board, the one from Cal State Channel Islands, Casa Caneo, and Santa Paula branch line, to our bicycle master plan as proposed separated bike lanes. If others know of others, we should include those too. And then finally, pave the shoulders for bicycling. And again, I would prioritize those popular routes that have the substandard lanes. And I would add that as a criteria, as I requested earlier. And then finally, looking at the bike lane on Potrero Road in Hidden Valley, we know it's more cost-effective, to be able to add bicycle lanes by paving a shoulder when you're already out there paving. Even if it's not a full bicycle lane, just having even 3 feet would be helpful. So I just, if we can't get all the way out there to do 4, 5, 8-foot bike lane, I think we need to get something out there so that the bicyclists are safer. And then I would just ask that we consider these additions, and I'm glad to hear that we're already looking at having a bicycle sign, doing the bicycle signs as requested. And then a final note, I think infrastructure is key. Maintenance as far as sweeping is key. I look at the city of Thousand Oaks that has a bicycle coordinator. Can you imagine? They have a position on their staff that looks at bicycles and where they can do more towards adding bicycles. I know that's a pretty big wish list for the county, but at this point, I just throw that out there too. If we wanted to go hog wild, I would throw in a bicycle coordinator also. So I just wanted to give my thoughts on what to prioritize, what criteria we'd use. I don't think Potrero is going to get CMAQ funds, so maybe that might be one of the roads that we could put aside for just funding. It was really thrilling to find out when they looked at the costs for adding bike lanes on there, it was half of what they thought it would be, so I was thrilled to see that. And then I just want to conclude with the Star editorial of talking about pedestrians, bikes, merit gas tax funds. And they concluded, we believe that more and wider bike lanes, sidewalks, protective barriers, and other safety features for pedestrians and bicyclists are indeed critical needs, and we hope our local officials agree when the new tax dollars arrive. So I think we're fortunate to have some new tax dollars arriving. I'd love to see a good portion of them put towards bike lanes. Thank you.
Okay. Dave, Supervisor Bennett.
Is there something you want to
No,
say?
sir.
Okay, I'm fine. First, I just want to say today's been a remarkably good day for people that believe in biking in Ventura County all the way around. So I want to thank all the people that came. I know most of them are gone already, but all the people that came, all the people that sent letters, and everybody else. I think we've elevated the importance of biking here in Ventura County and making Ventura County bike friendly. I want to point out it is state law that complete streets, that when you actually now have to make your streets, do everything practical to make your streets usable by everybody, by the bicyclists, by the pedestrians, and so the complete streets, law is one we're going to have to live with in the future. The idea that there's going to be an investment here. But if we made the investment, and I use that term, that $14 million for all the A's and B's, right? Mm-hmm. If we make that investment of that $14 million, you permanently change the character of transportation in Ventura County in terms of making it acceptable or easier for people to actually do what we heard some people make reference to, which is they want to ride their bike to work every day. They literally can't, Supervisor Parks can't do that from her house right now. And of course, that'd be the city of Thousand Oaks, trying to come up with it. So I think if we view it as an investment, we're not going to come up with $14 million right away. But if we view it as an investment that we're willing to make over a relatively short period of time, and we try, like Supervisor Foy talked about, $2 million a year, and you get there. I think that's really very healthy. So some of the principles I'd like to incorporate here today that I think make sense is we talked about the new criteria, and so 3 of them you've already said you strongly recommend going forward with projects that you already have funded, right? That you already have funding for. So that was one that you wanted to do. So that was a criteria that I think most people nodded their heads, saying, yeah, they supported that one.
If I may, when you look at the one for the bike lane that basically is already out there on the ground, and we're going to fund the striping and put a slurry seal on there for $690,000. So in some cases, I wouldn't just make that a blanket criteria. I think we have to do it case by case.
Well, I'm talking about the CMAQ ones. This was
CMAQ.
Is that the CMAQ one?
That was CMAQ funding for that particular project, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Or it's about to go for the slurry
seal.
seal.
Well, if I understand what you're, just to make sure I'm clear, this is criteria for projects going forward.
That's right.
That we're asking for guidance on, so not current projects that have already been funded and designed and out to bid.
I think that makes sense, right?
Correct.
With your recommendation to go forward, I know Supervisor Parks may be talking about trying to pull the funding from that particular project. I'm not ready to do that. And I think that in general, most of us were saying, we don't want to try to start to pull projects, this project, that project. We want to trust you to listen and
And
to
I'm
listen.
not asking that it be
Please,
pulled.
please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's go one at a time.
Okay.
One at a time, please. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that we want to try to have our professionals make those decisions. So the three things that I heard was existing funding, for projects, adding the criteria for the bike lane that you had there, and the other criteria that you identified, I have right here. So
Popular roads are the ones that have more bicyclists on them was one that he added.
I already added that one.
So that's the substandard, the ones that are substandard, that's the criteria, am I understanding that?
The other one was connect to other modes of transportation. That was, you had two that you identified.
Correct.
And we added one more.
Two
then,
more
okay?
if you count mine also.
Well,
What's the
I
substandard?
don't know, the whole time you spoke. I didn't
One at a
interrupt-
time,
I didn't
please.
interrupt you once.
Well, you said you've heard one, I'm just saying there were two, right?
I didn't interrupt you once. Would you
Okay,
let me
we'll
finish?
ignore
Okay,
it.
and then you can go ahead and
Okay, excuse me. I'll
and
keep
go
my
on,
mouth shut.
all right? Thank you. I'm getting to your point, but I'm trying to keep my train of thought together as I do that, and I can't do that if you keep doing that. So those are three that I heard when we were at this point in the conversation. So to reiterate, I think that and then what we heard was, well, the CMAQ applications, if we can apply for all of them, great, let's apply for all of them and see what we have. That's what I think is probably the most remarkable thing today, is that we seem to have support for going forward with that. So I'm trying to identify the things that I think are part of where we are, or where we had some agreement. Now, at the end, Supervisor Parks talked about prioritizing, and specifically, it's the criteria that would prioritize Potrero Road. And I think Potrero Road is used heavily. I think it fits into what we want to do, and I think we want to do that. What I'm not comfortable with is using the word prioritize, because the word prioritize means in front of everything else. And I think you've seen us say, we want you to know it's an important road. So it is important to try to do roads that are not standard width, right? But there can be other factors in terms of where you get the funding and all that other stuff. So I think we keep it as important, but I wouldn't go to the point where you say prioritize, which means in front of, again, in terms of in front of everything else, because I'd have to know a lot more before I would say, no matter what, put this in front of everything else in terms of it going forward. So I like the criteria, but I like it as a criteria rather than as a prioritization. In other words, if a road is substandard and has heavy traffic, I'll give you an example. There may be, I don't know all the roads out there, there may be a road that is substandard width, has a lot of bicycle traffic, and also has a lot more car traffic. Well, that road would be, for me, a priority higher even than a road that has less car traffic. Without having all that information, and I think our professionals are the ones that are going to be most likely to have that. So now I think you could see why I wanted to add that criteria as a criteria and not as a prioritization, so that it is one important criteria. And I certainly hope we can get Potrero Road done along with the other ones that are done on that list. So in my mind, the feedback from this study session is that there are 4 criteria that you asked us, number one, to approve the criteria. My motion would say, yes, approve the criteria, adding the 2 that you've already included in your recommended criteria, also adding in projects that are already funded or have some funding source that you feel really good about, and also adding as a criteria substandard roads that are out there.
Do you have your recommendations up there? Do you have your recommendations up?
Yes, if they would put the slides back up,
sorry,
please. The last slide of mine would be great.
That's one. 2, follow Supervisor
In slide
Forey's.
13.
What's that?
Slide
It'd
13.
be slide
Great.
20.
To follow Supervisor.
Slide 30, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Foy's recommendation to try to see what we can do with it, but commit to try to, basically, he was saying, I think, and this would be the motion, would be to commit to trying to get all the CMAQ projects that you had there done, right? And use your best judgment in terms of how to apply for those to make that happen, but get those CMAQ, get all of those. If we can apply for all of them and we have a shot at it, we should do that. And then the third thing that I think was consistent with that was let's commit ourselves to a long-term plan of trying to fund those A and B projects as we go forward, and that includes Potrero Road, which is somewhere in between those projects because of the shoulder. So with that would be that'd be the kind of motion that I think would be the feedback that would help have you move forward, and then you can come back with your re-ranking and all of that as you go forward.
Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, the criteria that I was asking was that we add the ones that are substandard and popularly used by cyclists, B roads.
The C road?
No, not C, B. Those
B,
are the
B
ones
road.
that don't have paved shoulders.
And I think that's a fine criteria. Are you finished?
Well, I have other things to say, but I'll stop. Go ahead.
Right. So I think that's a fine criteria. Just that the criteria, if that road is has heavy traffic and heavy bicycle use, then it's even a higher criteria, right, in terms of that. But but the big issue is if it's substandard width and that. So
Yeah.
I think we're in
So Supervisor Long, and then you're okay.
I'm fine with those criteria settings. I just wanted to make sure we added the off-road onto it. You hadn't stated that one.
Great.
However, I am sensitive on the fact of the no funding for that. So if we
That's a
do
list.
put this on the agenda, the item also is I'm not stating that the Santa Paula Branch Trail has to go in. If there's a better way of working with Caltrans in the 126 or something, I want to make sure that we're not locked in if we can't find funding or we can't find land. Those are different issues. So I want it on there because I think we need to have a full circle of a plan. However, I just
Put it on
also
the list.
understand the funding and land use issues.
Put it on the list. Is what
Yes,
you're saying.
please.
Yeah, that would be another request that I would add, is just to add the separated bike lanes to the master plan, which currently it doesn't.
I'm good with that motion.
That's
Brian, I
That's
hope you
good.
got that.
And
That's
then there's also, we have the listing of all the B roads that have substandard lanes, and Potrero, obviously, Sespe Street's the other one, Torrey Road's another one, Reeves Road, and Bradley, and Laguna, which is already on the list, so.
Okay, so we have
I just want to explain something since this is a study session. I'll give you an example. Reeves Road is just, I'm not sure it has enough car traffic to suggest that it's a safety problem that would rank it in front of another road. You know, you saw Potrero
Correct.
having some, but Reeves Road is a pretty, so identifying those roads, I mean, we're not identifying roads. What we're doing is identifying criteria. So
Exactly.
we've identified the
Correct.
criteria.
So I think I understand, if I could maybe demonstrate what I think I understand to make sure I have what you've said so far, and you can adjust my correction or correct me from that. So we're going to, the criteria are proposed with the two added ones, add a criteria for those that already have some sort of funding toward them, and then consider those roads, or add a criteria that considers those roads that are substandard and are highly used. And so what I think I'm going to need to do is go back and add some data in also on the traffic volumes on the road as addition to the bike lane volumes. And we'll have to work those on the safety portion of it, and that will give us the criteria for that. We'll need to go back and do a little work on that, but I think I understand, if I'm understanding what
You
you're
got
saying,
it.
that's what we need to do.
great.
And then there's I'm sorry, there's one other thing that I would like to add is that you do study the potential for using cookies and see how that works as a safety feature, because I know that you're not going to want to do that without some kind of direction, right?
So add studying the potential of using cookies is fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay, is
Then
that part of the
meets all
motion?
the requests
I
that
just
have.
want to share something, Dave. I just want to thank you for excellent job. It was a long presentation, but it was a good presentation. I want to thank the speakers. And I think something that I heard today was safety. Safety is extremely important. And the other item that I heard, I think it was Linda, the one that shared, that biking is for everybody. And I think we got to share that. I know that we have a lot of the folks that really love biking and so forth, like Jim, and Steve and Linda and so forth. But I think that we need to look at the entire picture, which I think is important. But I want to thank you and thank all the speakers that are here today.
There is one additional item before you put that away, please.
Go ahead.
On including the shoulder widening, the category Bs, which are not on the CMAQ list or anything else. If you desire for us to do that, that's $2 million of paving that I won't be doing in the paving plan. I'm just wanting to make sure that that's what you want me to do, is do both that $2 million worth of shoulder widening with pavement.
Can we set that in the next motion? Since this motion is already
Sure.
done, we'll vote on this and then go to the next, which
Great.
is that one.
Okay. Please vote. And that's approved, and
And Mr. Fleisch, now, when you're referring to that, you're still talking about ones that were in the wayfinding study and
No,
that
I'm
are in
referring
our
to the
plan?
list that I gave you. That's the priority 1 and priority 2 on the pavement plan that your board approved. It's Laguna Road and Rose, I think, is primarily the 2 roads that are there. Did you want, our normal practice in the past has not been to do that because of the limitations on our paving funds.
okay, so the motion on the...
And they're both Bs, correct?
Yes.
And so could they not be part of the criteria that you're looking at, that we've approved, or you're moving faster than that?
It's a separate issue. Your board asked me to come back with what it would cost to do that. And so this was a separate item that you asked us to bring back, was so that you could give guidance on should we or should we not, as a matter of course, for routine paving, not part of the bike plan, to go ahead and start doing those. I heard some discussion about 14 million and over a bunch of years. I'm just trying to understand what if any guidance there is associated with that.
Okay. You're paving those roads anyway.
Yes, sir.
So the question is, are you going to pave the shoulders when you pave those roads?
Correct.
And I think that your original, the way I was reading your report and in conversations getting ready for this meeting, you were going to bring those projects to us each time and say, okay, we're getting ready to pave these roads. I want to confirm you want us to do the shoulders.
Right, and that's why those are on this list. I'm asking you for these 2.
Exactly.
Do you want me to do them?
And so I'll go back to the original comments that I made. We're going to spend some money doing this, and it may slow the paving project down, Some road may have to wait a year, and then another road another year, so it may slow it down, but it is the concept that I think we ought to do here in Ventura County, which is when we're paving, we should do the shoulders. So I'd be supportive. There's ones in Rose in your district and ones in...
So are you looking for a motion to approve the bike routes in the paved plan, priorities 1 and 2?
Yes,
Or
that you
then-
want the shoulders of those paved as part of the paving project.
Of Rose and Laguna.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so on page 101.
Mr. Chair, I'm confused, I have to confess, and I'm not sure this is on
the agenda?
It is.
On the agenda. How is it on the agenda?
It's item number, the second guidance item right there. On
This is not guidance. I'm hearing this as asking for a decision on paving, on the scope of a particular paving project.
Or maybe you can bring it back, because you're
It would
right.
be helpful for me too on this one. We did just establish criteria, and I understand we have 2 competing things. We have criteria on which ones you should pave first when you're widening when we're adding paved shoulders.
No,
and
you're
the
right.
other one is when you're already out there paving roads, should you do it? And they can, if we just go with when you're doing a road that's being paved, ones that may be a higher priority will have to wait longer. So I would like to be able, when you come back, to, if these two roads were in that criteria that we just approved, where would they fit? And then that will help us make
Dave,
that decision.
So you're really saying if you're going to do a road, should we do the shoulders? That's really what you're asking for. Is that what you were asking for?
I was bringing back what I thought was a request from your board to tell you what it would cost to do this. It sounds like I need to bring more information back on these
Leroy says
specific points.
Well,
okay,
so I will push back and ask a question. If I can make a motion to approve including a shoulder widening into our pavement plan, that would be appropriate, correct?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
It's still not in the agenda.
Okay.
Guidance on inclusion of shoulder widening and pavement plan.
How-
What if it means this? When we are paving a road, we will pave the shoulder.
That's a question.
Correct, but it has implications
It has
on
a
other
cost.
direction from your board of keeping the PCI at 75 with the amount of money that we have. And so if I take roughly 20% of the paving plan money and put it toward paving the shoulders of these roads, the pavement condition is going to go down because I can't pave the roads as quickly.
Leroy, why don't we agendize this? Because it's not in the agenda, because,
So
right,
then-
Leroy? Is that your
We
recommendation?
can certainly bring this back.
Yes, that's what I recommend. I mean, my understanding of this is that it contemplates a second step. This was guidance. It wasn't actually amending a pavement plan.
Okay.
It was guidance on what should be included in it in the future.
So why don't we bring it back,
And how we bring it back is by amending the pavement plan to include this?
Well, by proposing an amendment to
Okay.
the pavement plan.
I'm just making sure we have clear
But
motion.
apply the criteria that the board has given guidance on what they would like to see in that. But how it's going to be implemented in particular, I think, has to be
brought back.
So I think what I heard Supervisor Parks say, which if we're not going to do it right now, then we now have new criteria. These projects should be ranked with the new criteria, and let's find out where this ranks and your recommendation in terms of whether we pave the shoulder or not based on the criteria.
This can come back when we bring the racked bicycle list back.
It's a result of the study session. Yeah.
And
Okay.
so now you know.
Then we'll know whether
what
it
we
meets the
have to bring
criteria. We'll know whether it meets the criteria or not, and then we can make a more informed decision as terms of whether we want to pave it.
And kind of get an idea of the costs would be helpful too. If you have the costs of paving the shoulders and not, would you ever be in a case where you'd pave the shoulders and not pave the road? I guess that's what we're looking at, right?
If we install a bike lane, that's
Right.
what we do.
Mhm.
We don't pave the road, we
And
just
then
add
there's
them.
a cost savings if you do it at the same time. And that's what I'd like to know. What is that delta?
And Dave,
If
you can
it's
bring that back
substantial.
when you bring your report, all that information that we're asking for, because I think Leroy believes that we're getting out of the, so that's the last item that we have, and it's approved, so we are adjourned. Thank you.